Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Starting as a sales representative. Oh girl, you're throwing your dad away now that you've got someone you like? It seems that I've raised an ingrate. The quibbling between the father and daughter was quite amusing, and caused everyone from the Qin family to relax. The sight of the other side smiling and laughing made the Hao family's people feel like vomiting up blood. After helping up Hao Long Tian and Hao Nan, they awkwardly left. Director Ma quickly completed the paperwork allowing for Qin Feng's release. Since this matter has been resolved, Ying and I will be leaving now. Qin Feng suffered quite a bit through this ordeal, so you should go home and rest up for a few days. If there's anything you need, just come find me. Seeing that everything was fine now, Old Han prepared to take his daughter back to Jincheng City with him. However, Han Ying looked quite unwilling, and she suddenly ran over to Qin Feng, hugged his arm and said, "Dad, you can go back by yourself. I haven't finished organizing our business alliance, so I need to stay in Acropolis City for a little longer." Old Han joking replied, "As I see it, you just don't want to leave Qin Feng. Stop making excuses." Old Han then looked at Qin Huang gravely as he said in a serious matter, "Little brother Qin Huang, I'll have to trouble you to look after Ying. Please don't let anything happen to her." "Don't worry, big brother Han, our Qin residence has plenty of rooms. Ying can come stay with us, and I'll help her with the business matters. From now on, Ying will also be my daughter." With these words from Qin Huang, Old Han was finally able to relax. He only had this one darling daughter, so he especially treasured her. After saying goodbye to the Qin family's people, Old Han returned to Jincheng City. Qin Huang brought Qin Feng and Han Ying to his Mercedes-Benz, where Uncle Fu was waiting. The four of them then drove towards the Qin residence. After returning to the Qin residence, Uncle Fu went to arrange matters for the battle with the Hao family. Qin Huang organized for Han Ying to stay at a villa close by. That 3-story villa had previously been empty, but now it was her personal villa. Standing on the terrace on the top floor, Han Ying's cute and charming expression disappeared, as a look of amusement appeared on her face. She had found that Qin Feng was completely different to the information she had collected, but she hadn't truly fallen for him. Before, she had put on an act to mislead everyone else, making them believe that she truly liked Qin Feng. She had even involved her father and grandfather to protect Qin Feng. Han Ying had executed her plan perfectly. Apart from Qin Feng, who somewhat suspected Han Ying, everyone else thought that she was head over heels for him. Just like that, Han Ying had indirectly taken the Qin family hostage. Even if Qin Huang didn't want to cooperate with Han Ying, that option wasn't available to him anymore. In order to expand the Han family's business empire, Han Ying had resorted to all means available to her, and had come up with many devious plans. In the end, she still saved Qin Feng, and the Han family allying with the Qin family would be beneficial to both of them. "Fenger, now that everything's settled down, tell me, why did you act so rashly?" Qin Huang and Qin Feng were sitting in the main villa's living room on the 3rd floor. Although Qin Feng was hedonistic and unbridled, Qin Huang knew that he wasn't an impulsive person, and that he could act rationally. Qin Huang was quite surprised that he would kill Hao Yun in public. That night, Hao Yun called me over to the Amethyst Dragon Palace and schemed with the other 2 princes to entrap me. I was forced to fight with Uncle Feng, but luckily, I had learned powerful external techniques from my master. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Uncle Feng. In my anger, I killed Uncle Feng and Hao Yun. Qin Feng went over the events from that night. Some of the details were true while others were not. It wasn't that he wanted to lie to his father, but that this matter involved Zhang Biao and the hedonist sovereign system. He simply didn't want to reveal too much. After listening to Qin Feng's side of the story, Qin Huang felt that there were some things that he had left out. However, Qin Huang believed that those things were related to his son's mysterious master and sect, so he didn't ask any further. "Since the situation's like that, I won't say anything else. The Hao family has indeed committed countless atrocities, so it could be said that our Qin family has done the public a service." Qin Huang then deeply sighed. Although he didn't fear the Hao family, they were still quite a significant one. This battle was sure to cause the Qin family to suffer considerable losses. "Fenger, although you've come back safely this time, The Hao family will definitely try to attack you from the shadows. In the future, you need to be more careful. Actually, how about you stop going to university for a while and come work at the royal group? No way, Dad. Do you really trust me to go to work? You're not worried I'd destroy the entire company? After experiencing such a carefree lifestyle, Qin Feng didn't want to work. Qin Huang glared at Qin Feng as he replied, "You want to destroy the royal group? You'll have to possess the ability first. I'm not going to let you in by the back door. You'll start at the sales department as a sales representative." Dad, did you pick me up from the rubbish dump? Qin Feng could feel his world collapsing. Qin Huang's face became completely serious. You wish. If I really picked you up from the rubbish dump, that would have cost you 8 lifetimes worth of luck. I don't want to hear any more complaints this time. I won't pamper you. If you don't want to start as a sales representative, then go to the capital's Dongfang family and marry Dongfang Qing. With the Dongfang family taking care of you, you can play as much as you want, and I won't have to worry about you anymore. Dongfang Qing was the Dongfang family's pride and joy, and her beauty was famous throughout the capital. The marriage that Qin Huang spoke of was with the Dongfang family's eldest granddaughter, Dongfang Qing. Even Qin Huang felt that his son's life was too good. Qin Feng was simply too lucky for him to be able to arrange this marriage, and for the Dongfang family to be so willing. However, this brat didn't want to marry Dongfang Qing. Some water must have leaked into his head while he was showering. Hearing that the alternative was immediately getting married, Qin Feng's attitude immediately changed. He chuckled as he said to Qin Huang, "Dad, I'm already an adult, so I should be challenging myself. I feel that starting from the bottom as a sales representative will be able to develop my willpower. I've decided that I'll start working tomorrow, and I promise that I'll be a competent sales representative and help the company become more prosperous." Qin Huang helplessly shook his head. Why was his son so dumb? Qin Feng inwardly let out a sigh of relief when he realized that his dad wasn't going to bring up marriage anymore. Asking a hedonistic young master like him to get married was almost equivalent to killing him. However, Qin Feng felt a bit confused. Since they had arranged this marriage, why hadn't the Dongfang family come to help when the Qin family was in trouble? Dad, I think we should get rid of this marriage arrangement. I was nearly executed, but they didn't even help. Qin Feng suddenly brought up a good reason for rejecting this marriage arrangement. Qin Huang's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Feng and replied, "You stinking brat, you're underestimating the Dongfang family. Your matter was so small that I was too embarrassed to ask them for help. Once the Dongfang family acts, everything under the sky falls into chaos." Qin Feng felt quite impressed at his father's seriousness. His dad had found him an incredible supporter. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, The Capital's Qin Family. After talking to Qin Feng about the Dongfang family and doing some work, Qin Huang sat in frustration as he sipped his tea. He had another headache to worry about, which was Jincheng City's Han family. Qin Huang had already arranged a marriage for Qin Feng, but Han Ying was also interested in him. This was quite problematic and caused Qin Huang to feel quite annoyed. His son was lazy, hedonistic and dissolute. Why would such a pretty and smart girl fall for him? Seeing his father's silence, Qin Feng was dying to ask a question. Ever since he had met codename Y in Cell 12 and heard him talk about the capital's Qin family, he had become quite curious about them. Although Qin Feng was part of the Qin family, he knew almost nothing about them. He only knew that the old patriarch of the capital's Qin family was his grandpa. However, since the day of his birth, he had never been to visit the capital's Qin family or met his mysterious grandpa. However, the capital's Qin family had always been in contact with his Acropolis city's Qin family. When they had previously met disaster, the capital's Qin family would always help. Only by relying on the capital's Qin family's power did Qin Huang finally establish a foothold in Acropolis City, where no one would dare to offend him. Dad, can you tell me about the capital's Qin family? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. He suddenly saw a variety of expressions flicker across his father's face. Anger, disappointment, pride. These mixed together into a complicated expression, which gradually settled down. After letting out a long breath, Qin Huang suddenly looked over at Qin Feng as he started to talk about the capital's Qin family in a distant voice. Feng, there were 3 brothers in your grandpa's generation. They all practiced martial arts and used their fists and feet to establish their own territory within the capital. They became stronger and stronger, and your first granduncle and second granduncle were scouted by the government. After this, they lost contact. Qin Huang's gaze became hazy, as if he was physically looking back to 20 years ago. Afterwards, my generation was born. My generation had 4 brothers. As the eldest, I was meant to inherit the position of patriarch. However, because of some reasons, I left the capital's Qin family, and your second uncle stepped up to the position of patriarch. In order to prevent the Qin family from growing weaker, your grandpa set some family rules. Each generation's junior patriarch would not be determined by seniority. Instead, my brothers and I left the capital, found our own cities, and started our own families. When our children, the grandchildren generation, all reach 18 years of age, you'll gather with the capital's Qin family to choose the new junior patriarch. The junior patriarch's family will remain with the capital's Qin family, while everyone else will return to their own cities and wait for the next generation's opportunity. Qin Feng now truly understood the Qin family for the first time. He was somewhat impressed by his grandpa's system. The victor was the king. This was the first law of nature. Dad, hasn't everyone in my generation turned 18? After realizing that he had the right to succeed the capital's Qin family, Qin Feng suddenly became interested. There's still less than a year. My 4th brother's youngest son will turn 18 then. Qin Huang replied, as he looked out over Acropolis City's night view through the French windows. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed, and soon, the 4 brothers would be reunited in the capital. Who knew what would happen? Of course, there were some things that he hadn't mentioned to Qin Feng. In order to secure the position of patriarch, the 4 brothers had developed a deep enmity against each other. He wondered if this would change after 20 years. Less than a year? Doesn't that mean I'm going to compete for the position of junior patriarch soon? Qin Feng was quite shocked. He suddenly felt that his father didn't quite care about this competition to become junior patriarch. Otherwise, why would he only tell him about it today? Qin Feng even had asked him about it first. Qin Feng wondered if his father had only planned him to tell him on the day. However, how could Qin Huang not care about it? Back then, his second brother had stolen away the position with his insidious plots. Although he hadn't talked about these things for the past few years, he still felt some anger and bitterness. The Qin family's competition for choosing the next junior patriarch had a martial arts section, which was one of the most important parts. Even if Qin Huang's finances and business completely eclipsed those of his brothers, it would all be for naught if Qin Feng's martial arts abilities weren't up to par. When Qin Feng was born, Qin Huang had asked an expert to look over his body. After finding out that Qin Feng's body was unsuited for practicing martial arts, Qin Huang suppressed his desire to reclaim his place at the capital and never told Qin Feng about these things. However, a sliver of hope appeared within Qin Huang's heart as he saw Qin Feng's strength grow day by day. He sincerely looked at Qin Feng as he said, "Feng, the competition at the capital's Qin family focuses on one's personal strength the most. There will be a martial arts competition, so do your best. Dad hopes you can take the position of junior patriarch." After all, even though you might think the Acropolis City's Qin family is quite powerful, you'll find that the world you knew was simply the tip of the iceberg when you see the capital's Qin family and become the junior patriarch. There are many more, unbelievably powerful organizations and people that will appear before you. When that time comes, I believe you'll become more and more powerful. Maybe you'll even surpass your dad and stand at a higher peak. Qin Feng was surprised upon his father's sudden show of emotion. However, a feeling of resolution sprang forth within his heart when he saw the look of hope in his father's eyes. Even if it was only for his father, Qin Feng was determined to win the competition in 1 year and become the next junior patriarch. "Dad, don't worry, I won't let anyone laugh at you. On the day I become the junior patriarch, you'll be able to proudly step back into the capital's Qin family and take back the position of patriarch that belongs to you." Qin Feng looked completely serious and determined, which sent a wave of warmth through Qin Huang's heart. Suddenly, he felt as if he could see clearly. He realized that all his fame and glory was simply smoke. As long as his son could live happily and healthily, he would be able to face Susu in the afterlife. Dad, since you've told me about the capital's Qin family, tell me about my mother as well. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng mustered up the courage to ask. Ever since he had been born, he had never seen his mother. When he had asked about his mother in the past, his father had always severely rebuked and lectured him. When he grew up and asked about this, his father would always change the topic. In the end, Qin Feng stopped asking. Perhaps there were some circumstances preventing his father from telling him. When the time was right, his father would probably tell him. Now that Qin Huang had started to open up, perhaps he would spill the beans on Qin Feng's mother as well. However, the smile on Qin Huang's face was suddenly replaced with a dark look. That's all we'll talk about today. If you want to take the position of junior patriarch, you'll need to work hard on your martial arts and become stronger. As for your mother, I'll tell you about her when you become the capital's Qin family's patriarch. After saying this, Qin Huang turned and left. For the rest of the day, Qin Feng was quite bored, and swam in the swimming pool in the middle of the villa. The only interesting thing was that Han Ying had kept him company next to the pool in the afternoon. Han Ying, who was wearing a bikini, looked extremely voluptuous and seductive. However, knowing how scheming she was, Qin Feng gave up on any thoughts about sleeping with her. This sort of woman couldn't be slept around with. They could only be conquered. When it became dark, Qin Huang finally gave Qin Feng a task. He was to go to Zhao Lingxian's house to visit his uncle Zhao. This was because Uncle Zhao had expended much effort to help Qin Feng this time as well. Thinking to his arrogant, but cute little sister Lingxian, Qin Feng didn't hesitate to dress himself up as he left for the Zhao family's residence. Qin Huang had wanted Uncle Fu to accompany Qin Feng, but Qin Feng had refused. He was preparing to seduce a girl. Perhaps if his little sister Lingxian was in a good mood, she might kiss him again. If Uncle Fu was there, he would just be a third wheel. Seeing that Qin Feng was adamant about him not coming, Uncle Fu complied with his wishes. There was no one in the Hao family who could deal with his power, unless they asked an expert for help. However, the hidden battle between the Qin family and the Hao family was becoming quite intense, and the Hao family's elder wouldn't be able to seek out an expert for a while. Qin Feng rode on his low-profile yet noble 28 bicycle, and by the time he reached the Zhao family's residence, it was already 8 p.m. Of course, he had chosen this time to arrive. That way, he would have an excuse to eat with the Zhao family and get closer to his little sister Lingxian. Although he didn't have a quest regarding Zhao Lingxian anymore. After that passionate kiss in her bedroom, Qin Feng desperately wanted to kiss her again. After pressing on the doorbell, the door was opened and Zhao Lingxian stood before him. She was wearing a loose gray short-sleeved jacket with a cyan strap top inside. Her beautiful white shoulders, adorned with 2 cyan straps, were a feast for Qin Feng's eyes. As well as this, she was wearing a sky blue short skirt, and most of her alluring legs were visible. Just a single glance could inspire countless fantasies. Zhao Lingxian's expression was extremely cold, and she seemed to be in a poor mood. However, when she saw Qin Feng, her eyes briefly shone, but quickly returned to their original expression as she asked, "What are you doing here?" "Of course, it's to come play and with little sister Lingxian," Qin Feng replied as he smiled. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. The Arrogant Liang Zhenwei. Zhao Lingxian glared at Qin Feng because she didn't like him acting so frivolously, then turned around and walked back. Qin Feng entered and closed the door. Just as he was going to walk after her, he saw an unfamiliar man sitting in the Zhao family's lounge. When he looked at the man's face, Qin Feng felt as if he had seen him before, but couldn't remember where. "Ah, Qin Feng's arrived. Have a seat." Seeing that Qin Feng had come in, Zhao Dahai smiled as he beckoned him over and asked him to sit down. "We have a guest tonight, the capital's Liang family's second son Liang Zhenwei, who is Liang Sheng's big brother. This is my good friend's son, Qin Feng." Zhao Dahai introduced them. Qin Feng sat down beside Zhao Lingxian and locked gazes with Liang Zhenwei, who was sitting beside her. Both of their eyes had a hint of iciness buried within them. Uncle Zhao, what's this Qin Feng's relationship with Princess Ling Xian? Seeing that Qin Feng had immediately come to sit next to Zhao Ling Xian, a hint of hostility flashed in Liang Zhenwei's eyes. Evidently, Zhao Dahai could tell what Liang Zhenwei was thinking, and he hurriedly smiled as he replied, "Young Master Liang, don't misunderstand. I've been close friends with Qin Feng's father for 20 years, and Qin Feng grew up with my daughter. They can be considered as childhood sweethearts, but there's nothing between them." It would have been better for Zhao Dahai not to explain. Hearing that they were childhood sweethearts, Liang Zhenwei's expression became ever darker. He had come to the Acropolis city's Zhao family as the capital's Liang family's representative for two reasons. The first was because of his little brother Liang Shang. He had come to discuss his marriage with Zhao Ling Xian a week ago, but had lost contact and seemingly disappeared. Liang Zhenwei had come to see what had happened to him. The second reason was because the Liang family felt that something was off, and it was very likely that Liang Shang had been killed. If that was the case, the marriage between the Liang family and Zhao family would not be able to go ahead. As such, Liang Zhenwei would replace Liang Shang to ask for Zhao Ling Xian's hand in marriage. "Uncle Zhao, last time when my little brother Liang Shang was here, this Qin Feng was also present, right?" Liang Zhenwei had already been in Acropolis City for 2 days, and through his investigations, he had found that apart from Liang Shang, the Qin family's father and son had also visited the Zhao family that day. Now, seeing how intimate Qin Feng was with Zhao Ling Xian, a cold light flashed in Liang Zhenwei's eyes. It was very likely that his little brother Liang Shang had been killed by Qin Feng. That day, Qin Feng and his father also came to visit. What a coincidence, haha. Liang Zhenwei still hadn't said why he had come. However, Zhao Dahai was a smart man and spoke vaguely, leaving out the important details. So it was like that, Liang Zhenwei said to himself. After sinking into silence for a few moments, he suddenly looked at Zhao Ling Xian with a passionate gaze and said, "Princess Ling Xian, my purpose in coming this time is to help my little brother, Liang Shang, cancel his marriage with you and arrange a marriage between myself and you." Zhao Ling Xian didn't have a good impression of Liang Zhenwei from the start. He had an arrogant and overbearing demeanor about him, and acted all high and mighty. It felt as if everyone else was nothing in front of him. What made Zhao Ling Xian even angrier was that the Liang family thought of her as some sort of object. She had been engaged to the little brother, and now the big brother had come to cancel that marriage, then asked to marry her himself. What sort of joke was this? She was already furious, but her father hadn't said anything about it. In order to give her father face, she could only quietly endure. At this moment, a cold and calm voice rang out next to her. "The Liang family's second young master, was it? I have a question. Is your whole Liang family so lacking in morals? And are all of your marriages so complicated and idiotic?" Actually, I'll just be direct. Do your father and his brothers all share the same wife? These words caused the atmosphere in the room to become freezing cold. The three other people looked at Qin Feng strangely. Zhao Dahai looked confused, Zhao Ling Xian looked shocked, and the look of hostility on Liang Zhenwei's face became evident. Zhao Ling Xian never thought that Qin Feng would have stood up for her with these words. A sweet and warm feeling flowed through her heart. "Qin Feng, was it? I've investigated you before. You're from the Acropolis City's Qin family, and with your father being the richest man in Acropolis City, you do nothing except laze about and play with women. You think you're so great? Let me tell you, your crappy Qin family is nothing compared to the Liang family in the capital. You'd better not offend me, otherwise your elder will cause the Acropolis City's Qin family to disappear overnight with a single sentence." Indeed, Liang Zhenwei was quite overbearing and arrogant, and didn't even consider giving Zhao Dahai face when he said these things to Qin Feng. He directly started to threaten Qin Feng. This was because in Liang Zhenwei's eyes, all the other families were incomparable ants, apart from the 5 big families in the capital. Even though he had come to ask for a marriage with the Zhao family, he believed that the Zhao family was far inferior to the Liang family. He believed that it should have been the Zhao family begging him for the marriage, not the other way around. He had only come to ask for a marriage because he fancied Zhao Ling Xian's good looks. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have wanted to come to a tiny place like Acropolis City. Zhao Dahai's expression darkened. He had long since known how powerful the Liang family was. Liang Sheng knew how to hold himself back in front of his elders, but this Liang Zhenwei was simply too arrogant. Liang Zhenwei, Qin Feng is my good friend's son and I wait him grow up. In my heart, he's almost an adoptive son. The words you've said were simply too rude. Since it's getting late, Ling Xian, please see Liang Zhenwei out. Zhao Dahai had been quite supportive of the marriage with the Liang family, but now he thought otherwise. He directly asked Zhao Lingxian to kick Liang Zhenwei out. Sir Liang, if you please. Zhao Lingxian was also tired of seeing Liang Zhenwei. When he had threatened Qin Feng, she had also wanted to chase him away. Now that her father had given the order to see him out, Zhao Lingxian immediately stood up and coldly glared at Liang Zhenwei. Haha, Zhao Dahai, have you thought clearly about this? Today, when your elder steps out of your house, there won't be any opportunities for regret. Liang Zhenwei slammed his palm on the table as his face twisted in anger. Who would believe that there was nothing between Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian? Liang Zhenwei simply didn't believe it. Otherwise, why would Zhao Dahai react like this towards him because of Qin Feng? Hurry up and leave and don't return here. Hearing that Liang Zhenwei had called his name directly, Zhao Dahai was furious and stomped upstairs. Chapter 70. Chapter 70 Stage 4 Inner Qi. There were only 3 of them remaining downstairs. A mocking smile appeared on Liang Zhenwei's face as he suddenly looked to Qin Feng and asked, Qin Feng, are you really fine with Ling Xian seeing me out? Aren't you afraid I'll do something to her? You know what? How about you see me off? When Liang Zhenwei made this suggestion, a look of worry flashed on Zhao Lingxian's face and she secretly pulled on the corner of Qin Feng's clothes. Although she didn't say anything, Qin Feng could tell what she was thinking. Don't worry, Lingxian. It seems that young Master Liang and I were thinking the same thing. Since he wants to have a chat with me, I'll go for a walk with him. Qin Feng smiled at Zhao Lingxian, reassuring her, then walked out of the Zhao family's residence with Liang Zhenwei. He could naturally tell what Liang Zhenwei was thinking. He probably knew that Qin Feng had killed his little brother Liang Sheng and now, he had become his rival in love. As such, he wanted to challenge him alone and get rid of him. However, how could Qin Feng, who was capable of defeating Stage 4 experts, be afraid of Liang Zhenwei? After walking a few hundred meters away from the Zhao family's residence, they found a spacious plot of uncultivated land and stopped there. Haha, Qin Feng, your elder admires your guts. It seems to me that you've become too arrogant in Acropolis City, and that there's no one to put you in your place. Today, your elder will show you what it means to be part of a big family. Your elder can destroy your entire Qin family with a single hand. The fury on Liang Zhenwei's face was long gone and had been replaced with a condescending smile. To him, Qin Feng was a dead man as soon as he had walked out of the Zhao family's residence with him. Liang Zhenwei was the second eldest in the Liang family's grandchild generation. While the third eldest, Liang Sheng, was a lazy idler, he was obsessed with martial arts. With the Liang family's support, he had become a Stage 4 Inner Qi expert. Cultivating inner qi fell under internal techniques, which were very different to external techniques. External techniques focused on developing and enhancing one's body and physiological functions, and were suited for close-range fights. Internal techniques focused on qi refining, and allowed the cultivator to grow stronger by cultivating the aura in their dantians. They were more suited for long-range rites. Comparatively, qi refining was much more difficult. Not only did one need to have strong willpower, but they also needed extraordinary talent. Although Liang Zhenwei was a Stage 4 Inner Qi expert, he would be capable of defeating Stage 5 external experts. Such an achievement would rarely be seen even throughout the whole capital. Anyone can boast like that. You'll only be qualified to say those things after beating me. Qin Feng also felt fully confident. Although he couldn't see how strong Liang Zhenwei was, he guessed that he wouldn't be too powerful. However, Liang Zhenwei continued to arrogantly laugh. He had already investigated Qin Feng and believed that he was a weak young master who wasn't even worthy of his attention. Did you kill Liang Sheng? Liang Zhenwei's expression suddenly became cold as a powerful aura radiated from his body. This freezingly cold intent caused Qin Feng's eyes to narrow and instantly become alert. It seemed that Liang Zhenwei wasn't an ordinary person. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Kill the Stage 4 Inner Qi expert Liang Zhenwei. Quest time limit: 24 hours. Successfully completing the quest will result in you obtaining 1,000 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host being killed by Liang Zhenwei. A system announcement sounded out, breaking the tense atmosphere for Qin Feng. He asked, "Little pig, can you not suddenly release a quest when the atmosphere's so tense? Also, that guy's a Stage 4 Inner Qi expert?" This was the first time that Qin Feng had run into an internal expert since he had obtained the Hedonist sovereign system. Thinking back to Uncle Feng, who was a Stage 4 external expert, Qin Feng wondered who would be stronger. The Hedonist sovereign system wouldn't make a mistake. Liang Zhenwei is definitely a Stage 4 Inner Qi expert. After you defeat enemies who have higher cultivation than you, you'll receive different amounts of Hedonist points. The more powerful their cultivation is, the greater the rewards you'll receive. This made Qin Feng feel like he was playing a realistic game, as this was the same principle with monsters. The higher leveled the monster that you killed, the more EXP you would gain. I killed him. Do you know why? Now that the Hedonist sovereign system had issued him with this quest, he had to kill Liang Zhenwei. Otherwise, he would be the one being killed. Telling a dead man the secret that he had killed Liang Shang didn't matter. It was because he was interested in Zhao Lingxian's beauty, but had evil thoughts towards her. As such, he had to die. And now you have the same thoughts, so you also need to die. Qin Feng could release 6x strength and was equivalent to a Stage 5 expert. He wasn't too worried about facing Liang Zhenwei, who was a Stage 4 Inner Qi expert. Ha. I don't know where your confidence in killing me comes from, but one thing you're right about is that your elder's interested in Zhao Lingxian's body. After killing you, I'll dominate her in bed every night and make her wish she's dead. Liang Zhenwei started to laugh boisterously. He didn't take Qin Feng seriously at all. A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he threw a punch. He exploded out with 1.4x speed and came before Liang Zhenwei in the blink of an eye. By the time Liang Zhenwei reacted to what was happening, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was already too late for him to dodge. He also threw a punch, and their fists collided. A muffled explosion sounded out. Qin Feng had used his full strength from the very beginning, and his fist contained 6x strength. As their fists collided, Liang Zhenwei was sent flying back. After crashing onto the ground, Liang Zhenwei's eyes were filled with dismay. He thought that Qin Feng's hedonistic personality was just an act, and that he had been hiding his strength. From that punch, he concluded that Qin Feng had reached Stage 5 in external techniques. Liang Zhenwei suddenly stood up, and the look of shock had disappeared. A mocking smile hung on his face as he looked at Qin Feng in interest. He was completely unscathed after receiving that full-force punch from Qin Feng, and didn't cough up blood as Qin Feng had expected. This was the benefit of practicing internal techniques. When they faced off against powerful external experts, they could use their qi to protect their body. Although Liang Zhenwei had been sent flying backwards, he wasn't hurt at all. At most, he had a few superficial scratches. Qin Feng was stunned and his eyes were filled with shock. After blowing Liang Zhenwei away, he was sure that the fight was over. After all, even Uncle Feng had been killed by him after he obtained 6x strength. Haha, you must be shocked that your elder's completely unhurt. Seeing Qin Feng's confused expression, Liang Zhenwei laughed in delight. I never thought that you secretly learnt external techniques. You must have used this to surprise many enemies, right? It's a pity that you're facing your elder today. Your elder cultivates internal techniques, so unless your cultivation's higher than mine by many stages, you won't be able to beat me with brute force. It looks like you have no chance. Where they were standing, there was a heap of cut timber. Each log was as thick as a person's thigh, and was around 7 to 8 meters long. Liang Zhenwei kicked a timber log, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, and it flew towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng had already witnessed how powerful Liang Zhenwei's internal techniques were, and didn't dare to be overconfident. His feet powerfully tapped the ground as he jumped almost 2 meters high into the air, and punched the log with 6x strength. Qin Feng's fist, with a punching force of 300 kilograms, slammed into the log, sending it hurtling back. Liang Zhenwei's eyes flashed. Qin Feng's strength still surprised him. He couldn't help but admit that even within the capital, there were only a handful of people at Qin Feng's age who could reach stage 5 in external techniques. He once again channeled his inner qi as he caught the log, then used one palm to push it away as he rushed towards Qin Feng. Liang Zhenwei's steps were still incredibly fast, which caused Qin Feng to feel stunned. By the time he came back to his senses, the log was right in front of him. Qin Feng hurriedly punched out, smashing into the log. Liang Zhenwei was pushing the log so fast and Qin Feng's punch was so powerful that it smashed a fist-sized crater into it. However, the log was 7 to 8 meters long, and they stood on opposite ends of it, so it was impossible for Qin Feng to hit Liang Zhenwei. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Liang Zhenwei's face. He slapped his palm against the log in an incredibly strange manner. His palm looked slow and weak, as if it did not contain any strength. In fact, it looked like a woman lightly patting a man's chest when she flirted with him. There was not even a sound as the palm landed on the log. Just as Qin Feng was wondering what was going on, he felt a massive wave of energy pass through the log. His eyes flashed as he quickly unequipped the flying dragon armor. He pushed off the ground and leapt to the side as quickly as possible. The wave of energy landed on a small tree behind where Qin Feng had been standing, and blew apart the bark on the tree. Qin Feng was incredibly astonished. Only now did he realize how powerful internal experts were, and he truly understood what it meant to hit a cow through a mountain. Liang Zhenwei had tried to use this incredibly sinister palm to take Qin Feng's life. However, he never expected that Qin Feng could release such incredible speed, and his expression once again darkened. He hadn't taken Qin Feng seriously the entire time and truly believed that he could crush him with a single hand. However, he realized that unless he used his ultimate move, he wouldn't be able to kill Qin Feng. This made the arrogant Liang Zhenwei feel humiliated. This time, he would use his full strength to annihilate Qin Feng. Chapter 71. Chapter 71 Killing Move. Suddenly, Liang Zhenwei started to quickly move about on the vast, grassy area. He didn't rush towards Qin Feng, but flashed around him. After killing Uncle Feng, Qin Feng had become quite confident in his speed. However, at that moment he couldn't even see Liang Zhenwei's figure clearly. He could only see a blur of movement around him. Internal techniques involve qi circulation. During fights, internal experts could use qi circulation to increase their speed, making them unimaginably fast. Qin Feng believed that even if he unequipped the flying dragon armor, he still wouldn't be able to reach Liang Zhenwei's speed. Illusory figures of Liang Zhenwei surrounded Qin Feng, while a chilling sensation of death drew nearer and nearer. Apart from Liang Zhenwei's blurs, Qin Feng also saw the shape of a long whip. The illusory whips that were sent out whistled through the air, and seemed to cover the sky and the earth. The range of the whips was extremely long, and gave Qin Feng no opportunity to dodge. Crack! The whips landed again and again on Qin Feng's body, searing him with a fiery pain. The sounds as they struck him were akin to the crackling of lightning. Haha! Qin Feng, today will be your death anniversary. The illusory figures of Liang Zhenwei suddenly merged together as his figure became clearer. He had jumped up into the air, and was now directly above Qin Feng. His twisted and savage face was covered with a condescending and arrogant smile, and he was wielding a black leathery whip. He raised it high in the air as he vigorously sent it down towards Qin Feng. This was Liang Zhenwei's killing move, which he had named the Aerial Death Whip. Up until now, anyone who had witnessed this move with their own eyes was no longer in the world. Qin Feng could feel that this whip contained immense power, and the sensation of death grew stronger. He knew that he didn't have time to dodge and felt quite frustrated. He had underestimated Liang Zhenwei, and had never expected him to bring a weapon. Qin Feng simply hadn't met that many experts. Otherwise, he would have found that true experts would always keep a weapon on their body, which increased their battle power. With the whip about to strike Qin Feng's head, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. At this moment, a woman's beautiful figure suddenly appeared. Zhao Lingxian had been quite worried about Qin Feng, and had followed them to this grassy area. She had heard everything that Qin Feng and Liang Zhenwei had said to each other. When she heard Qin Feng say that anyone who was interested in her beauty, but had evil thoughts about her had to die, Zhao Lingxian's heart was sent into turmoil. At that moment, Qin Feng seemed incredibly domineering, which caused her heart to beat rapidly. She found that Qin Feng had truly changed. He was no longer that useless hedonist from the past. Although she was a bit unfamiliar with this Qin Feng, he caused her heart to become emotional. Seeing that Qin Feng was in a dangerous situation, she unhesitatingly ran towards them and yelled, "Stop!" Zhao Lingxian's sudden appearance caused Qin Feng and Liang Zhenwei to look over in surprise, but they quickly refocused on their battle. Liang Zhenwei's whip had already been sent out, and could no longer be stopped. Qin Feng had wanted to try dodging this fatal attack, but seeing that Zhao Lingxian had rushed within the whip's attack range, he immediately gave up on that idea. Liang Zhenwei's whip's range was massive, and contained almost all of his strength. If it even touched Zhao Lingxian's body, she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the blow. Qin Feng didn't even have time to think as he sprang towards Zhao Lingxian and wrapped his arms around her. As he held the soft and fragrant Zhao Lingxian, Qin Feng flipped himself over, using his body to shield her from the whip. His back was like a mighty mountain, completely shielding Zhao Lingxian. It was as if Qin Feng was a greenhouse and Zhao Lingxian was a fragile flower inside it. Crack! Liang Zhenwei did not hold back at all and sent all of his force into this attack. The whip landed squarely on Qin Feng's back, leaving a long bloody laceration. Qin Feng felt a powerful wave of energy slam through his body, which caused even his organs to shift. He couldn't help but vomit out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood flew by Zhao Lingxian's face, who looked at Qin Feng in shock and fear, like a small scared rabbit. "Qin Feng, are you alright? Don't scare me. I don't want anything to happen to you." Zhao Lingxian lightly pushed Qin Feng back as she used her small hands to wipe away the blood at his mouth. After being hit by the whip, Qin Feng found that he couldn't even breathe. He powerlessly rested against Zhao Lingxian's body, feeling that he would fall at any moment. "Ha ha ha, you want to fight with your elder? You're far from qualified. If your elder wants to, I can completely pull your Acropolis City's Qin family up by the roots in a single night." Seeing that Qin Feng had suffered a heavy injury, Liang Zhenwei started to laugh loudly. The current Qin Feng posed no threat to him, and although he saw Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian hugging together, he didn't appear angry. This was because Qin Feng was about to become a corpse. Why was there any need to be angry about a corpse hugging Zhao Lingxian? Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Passionately kiss Zhao Lingxian for 10 seconds. Quest time limit: 1 minute. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 200 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host's life being in danger. A system announcement rang out in Qin Feng's mind. At this incredibly crucial moment, the little pig, who was usually incredibly lazy, was finally of help. "Master, according to the system's estimates, with your current cultivation of Stage 2 and external techniques, you won't be able to defeat Liang Zhenwei, even with the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists and Flying Dragon Armor. I recommend Master to complete Zhao Lingxian's quest and use the 200 Hedonist point reward, along with your current Hedonist points, to buy the elementary sword skills. You'll be able to turn the tables and hang Liang Zhenwei up by his whip." The little pig's words made Qin Feng delirious with joy. He hurriedly opened the Hedonist sovereign system, and found that he currently had 900 Hedonist points. He was a single quest away from having 1000 Hedonist points. Thinking to the elementary sword skills, Qin Feng felt incredibly excited. Before he had met an internal expert, he hadn't known how powerful internal techniques were. After experiencing firsthand how powerful Liang Zhenwei was, a thirst to learn internal techniques had grown within Qin Feng. The elementary sword skills would allow him to step across the barrier to becoming an internal expert, turning him into a genius who cultivated both internal and external techniques. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. The Kiss That Lasted for an Eternity. Because the situation was so desperate, Qin Feng didn't even think, as he used his remaining strength to hold Zhao Lingxian's face and kissed her. Zhao Lingxian's body immediately froze. She was so worried about Qin Feng's injuries that she had started to tear up. She never would have thought that Qin Feng would do something so surprising at such a moment. When she came back to her senses, she could feel Qin Feng's tongue moving around in her mouth. This wasn't the first time they had kissed so passionately before. Last time, Qin Feng had forced the medicine into her mouth because Zhao Lingxian's stomach hurt, and then taken advantage of the situation. This sort of mysterious and wonderful feeling made Zhao Lingxian feel a little intoxicated. Zhao Lingxian did not resist being kissed by Qin Feng again this time. She stood on her toes as she wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck, fully enjoying how domineering he was being. The two of them were hugged together tightly, and were passionately engaged in a kiss. It was as if time had stopped, and Liang Zhenwei had become like air. Zhao Lingxian could detect a faint metallic taste of blood in Qin Feng's mouth, which stained her mouth as well. However, she did not stop kissing him. Instead, the taste of the blood made her feel more excited and passionate. She returned Qin Feng's passionate kiss as she moved her body, rubbing herself against him. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for passionately kissing Zhao Lingxian for 10 seconds. You have received 200 hedonist points. Qin Feng was completely intoxicated by this kiss and even forgot that he had kissed Zhao Lingxian to complete a quest. When he heard the system announcement, Qin Feng was ripped away from the dreamlike state he was in. However, upon seeing how passionately Zhao Lingxian was returning the kiss, he continued to kiss her as he opened the system. He quickly found the elementary sword skills and opened its description. Elementary sword skills. Skill rank. Yellow rank, mid-grade rank divisions. Sovereign heaven, earth, black, yellow. After obtaining this skill, the host's body would produce inner qi, and will be able to cultivate internal techniques. Combined with sword-type weapons, the host will have proficiency in elementary sword skills, greatly increasing their power. He quickly looked over the elementary sword skills description, and immediately spent 1,000 hedonist points to buy them. He also purchased an elementary gold sword medicine. As he saw the 1,100 hedonist points in his account instantly become zero, Qin Feng felt quite depressed. A wave of unfamiliar information suddenly rushed into his mind. The amount of information was simply huge, and it continuously flooded in, quickly fusing with his other memories. After a slight headache, his mind settled down, and the memories regarding sword skills became clearer and clearer. Qin Feng could feel that within his strengthless body, there flowed wave after wave of energy. Those waves of energy seemed to have a life of their own. As they flowed through his body, they left behind traces of coldness, then gathered at his dantian and continuously spun there. After consuming a gold sword medicine, Qin Feng's injuries were more than half healed. Adding on the waves of energy throughout his body, he felt that he was filled with power. He was still kissing Zhao Lingxian and felt his body start to burn up, as if she was going to melt into his body. Qin Feng, you're about to goddamn die and yet you're still acting up. Your elder's going to use this whip to turn all of your bones into dust. When Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian were hugging, Liang Zhenwei already felt a bit displeased. However, when he saw that they had started to kiss, and in a manner which seemed like there was nothing else in the world, he became completely infuriated, to the point that he felt like coughing up blood. How could an arrogant person like him tolerate being completely ignored like this? Zhay! He suddenly roared as he sent the whip in his hand flying towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly moved, with Zhao Lingxian still in his arms. In the blink of an eye, he dashed many meters away, easily dodging Liang Zhenwei's whip. Qin Feng had unequipped the flying dragon armor, and had gathered the inner qi within his body to increase his speed. In that instant, he became so fast that Liang Zhenwei only saw a blur, and he looked at Qin Feng in dismay. Lingxian, wait for me here. I'll go take care of that beast, then come back and continue to kiss you. Qin Feng felt a bit reluctant to push Zhao Lingxian aside, and Zhao Lingxian quickly came back to her senses. Thinking to what she had just done, she felt so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack to dive into. She hesitantly looked at Qin Feng, feeling incredibly anxious as she replied, Qin Feng, come home with me. You can't win against Liang Zhenwei. A madman like him will kill you. Trust me, I'll be fine. Qin Feng smiled and patted her head, then walked back towards Liang Zhenwei. He knew that this battle had to be fought. Even if he could avoid it now, he couldn't avoid it forever. Moreover, Qin Feng wasn't a coward. Seeing Qin Feng calmly walk towards him, Liang Zhenwei's expression became savage. He never thought that the tiny Acropolis city would have such a young expert like Qin Feng. What's more, this was a hedonistic young master who everyone looked down on. Qin Feng had provoked Liang Zhenwei again and again, causing him to feel much humiliation. Now he not only wanted to kill Qin Feng, but wanted to completely destroy him and turn his body into mush. Only then would he be able to relieve the anger within his heart. Qin Feng suddenly stopped walking when he was about 5 meters away from Liang Zhenwei. The two of them did not say anything, but the cold expressions on their faces were enough to tell what the other was thinking. This time, Liang Zhenwei attacked first, vigorously brandishing his whip as he rushed towards Qin Feng. After seeing Qin Feng's strength, Liang Zhenwei didn't dare to hold back anymore. He had put all of his strength into this attack. In just a few breaths of time, he had already reached where Qin Feng was standing and once again jumped above him. The whip in his hand arced through the air, bringing an incredibly sharp sound along with it. This was Liang Zhenwei's killing move, the aerial death whip, which Qin Feng had already seen before. This time when he saw it, he felt incredibly calm. Qin Feng started to circulate the qi in his body. This was the first time he had channeled his inner qi into an attack. He could feel the waves of energy in his body becoming berserk, filling his body with strength. He unequipped the flying dragon armor, which instantly increased his speed. Surprisingly, he rushed towards the illusory whips that seemed to cover the heavens and the earth. This caused Liang Zhenwei to feel dumbfounded. However, an evil smile soon appeared on his face. There was a very big difference between internal techniques and external techniques. A stage 4 external expert could release 5x strength, but could only release that power in a single attack at a time. A stage 4 internal expert could only release 4x strength, but could release multiple attacks at the same time with the same power. Currently, the illusory whips all contained 4x strength, and depending on the distance, the force they could hit with varied as well. The closer to Liang Zhenwei the whips were, the more densely they were packed and the greater the force they contained. A whip containing 4x strength wouldn't deal much damage to Qin Feng, but tens of these attacks hitting him simultaneously would definitely kill him. No matter how strong one's body was, being hit by these whips would cause them to become like mashed potatoes. Not only was Qin Feng not running away and dodging these illusory whips, he had even started to run towards them. Running towards the area with the most illusory whips was equivalent to committing suicide. How could Liang Zhenwei not be amused? He was sure that Qin Feng would definitely die. Haha, you're pretty goddamn arrogant. You actually dare to rush towards your elder's illusory whip? Just you watch as your elder whips you into meat paste and disintegrates your soul. The smile on Liang Zhenwei's face became savage as he brandished the whip more wildly, wanting to kill Qin Feng with the many attacks. Even Zhao Lingxian was completely stunned by Qin Feng's actions. She tightly balled her small hands into fists as an expression of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. She silently prayed that he would be fine. As she looked at Qin Feng, she found that he still looked perfectly calm as he rushed towards Liang Zhenwei. He looked as if he was an arrow shot out of a bow. Knowing that he had entered into the countless illusory whips, Qin Feng's eyebrows were knotted together in deep concentration. His hand suddenly slashed upwards, creating a thunderous sound. Within Qin Feng's hand, a sharp sword suddenly appeared. The true steel sword gave off a faint yellow light. It was incredibly sharp to the point that it could cut through iron like mud. Now that Qin Feng possessed both the true steel sword and the elementary sword skills, it was as if the sword had a life of its own and possessed a connection with Qin Feng's soul. It quickly and elegantly slashed around, destroying the illusory whips, then sliced Liang Zhenwei's whip in two. Looking at the destroyed whip in his hand, Liang Zhenwei's eyes were filled with fear and shock. The Liang family had asked a hidden expert to use a rare ox's tendon as the main component of the whip, then used the ox's cowhide for the exterior. As such, it was incredibly tough and durable. Liang Zhenwei had used this ox tendon whip to defeat countless experts. In the past, he had faced experts who had used swords, but when their swords touched the whip, they would always shatter. It was the first time he had seen a weapon capable of cutting the whip in two. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Qin Feng's actually a good person. Liang Zhenwei was too shocked to even wonder where Qin Feng's sword had come from. His eyes were now fixed on the true steel sword in Qin Feng's hands, which was faintly glowing with a yellow light. He knew that this was definitely a precious sword, and could even be a magical treasure from one of those hidden sections. Those magical treasures all contain spirit, and could greatly increase one's strength when fighting. Liang Zhenwei wished he could rip that sword out of Qin Feng's hands. However, he forgot that he had lost and was about to die. After cutting through the whip, Qin Feng did not hesitate as he slashed out again. A yellow blur flashed through the air, and in the next second, Liang Zhenwei felt something cool sensation on his neck. His entire body violently trembled as he fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for finishing the quest to kill Liang Zhenwei. You have received 1,000 Hedonist points. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a quest. Breakthrough to Stage 2 Inner Qi. Quest time limit: 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host losing his elementary sword skills. As soon as Liang Zhenwei died, a system announcement rang out. Seeing that he was once again at 1,000 Hedonist points, Qin Feng smiled in satisfaction. Zhao Lingxian was completely dumbfounded. This incredibly intense battle had surpassed anything she had seen before. Liang Zhenwei's illusory whips, which covered the heavens and the earth, and true steel sword, which glowed with a faint yellow light. All of this completely overwhelmed her senses. In fact, she even wondered if she was dreaming. Otherwise, how could these CGI-esque things appear in real life? Lingxian, are you alright? Qin Feng came over to Zhao Lingxian and saw that she was indeed quite frightened. He pulled her trembling body into his embrace. Feeling the warmth of Qin Feng's body and smelling his masculine scent, Zhao Lingxian gradually calmed down. She confirmed that this was not a dream and that all of it had really happened. She hurriedly pushed Qin Feng away as she said with worry in her voice, "Qin Feng, you killed a person." This wasn't the first time Qin Feng had killed someone before, and he had long since become used to this. After obtaining the system, he now truly understood what it meant by "the weak are prey to the strong." Did I kill a person? I thought I just killed a pest. Lingxian, you're overreacting. Qin Feng gently patted Zhao Lingxian's back, trying to calm her down. Thinking to how arrogant Liang Zhenwei had been in her home, how disrespectful he had been to her father, and that he had immoral thoughts towards her, Zhao Lingxian found that she didn't care much that he had died. Her large eyes looked at Qin Feng gently as she asked, "Qin Feng, why did you kill him?" Although Zhao Lingxian had overheard what Qin Feng had said earlier, she wanted him to say it to her. "Because I felt like it and he was pretty annoying. You should know that I'm just an overbearing, hedonistic young master who just relies on my dad's power. I often see people I don't like, so I annihilate their entire families." After finishing the fight, Qin Feng had returned to his flippant self. This was because Qin Feng felt like it wouldn't be appropriate to reveal his true intentions to Zhao Lingxian at the moment. Zhao Lingxian felt a little disappointed by Qin Feng acting dumb in front of her. However, she remembered Qin Feng's injuries and stepped behind him. When she saw the bloody laceration from the whip, Zhao Lingxian started to tear up. "Qin Feng, see, come home with me. I'll put on medicine for you," Zhao Lingxian said as she choked back tears. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Although it looked quite serious, it was just a flesh wound. His first priority was disposing of Liang Zhenwei's body. He had now finished off 2 members of the Liang family. As he thought to the quest to destroy the entire Liang family in the capital and the 20,000 Hedonist point reward, Qin Feng felt quite excited. The Qin family was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Hao family, so Qin Feng hadn't bothered Uncle Fu recently. After Zhang Biao had gone into hiding, he realized that he was lacking in subordinates to take care of some things for him. As such, he took out his phone and called his dad. "Feng'er, have you gone to visit Uncle Zhao?" Qin Huang's voice sounded out at the other end of the line. "I'm currently at Uncle Zhao's home. Uncle Zhao says he's been keeping you in his mind, and has invited you over to have wine sometime." Qin Feng appeased his father with these words, then got straight to the point. "Dad, Can you help me arrange the release of 3 people from Cell 12 in the North District Subbureau? When I was locked up, they helped me quite a bit, and I promised that I would release them when I got out. Qin Feng made up an excuse which Qin Huang accepted. After hanging up, Qin Feng dragged Liang Jinwei's corpse over to a bush. It was already late at night, and it wouldn't be found very soon. Qin Feng, how are you going to dispose of him? Seeing that Qin Feng had thrown Liang Jinwei's corpse into a bush, Zhao Lingxian felt that it was quite inappropriate. Qin Feng smiled and replied, "Don't worry, my subordinates will be coming soon. I'll let them take care of it. Didn't you say you were going to help me put on medicine? Let's go to your room." After taking care of Liang Jinwei, Qin Feng grinned at Zhao Lingxian, fully intent on seducing her. Zhao Lingxian felt quite nervous and hurriedly ran home. By the time they returned to the Zhao family's residence, Zhao Dahai was already sleeping, so the two of them tiptoed to Zhao Lingxian's room. This made Zhao Lingxian feel quite strange. It was as if they were on a secret date. Upon entering Zhao Lingxian's room, a fragrant smell wafted into Qin Feng's nose. It was the same as Zhao Lingxian's fragrance. Qin Feng quite liked this smell. It was sweet and elegant. In fact, he started to sniff the air, making Zhao Lingxian feel at a loss for words. In Zhao Lingxian's room, Qin Feng was very relaxed, as if he was in his own room. As soon as he entered, he went and laid down on her big pink bed. The fragrance was even stronger on her bed. Qin Feng lay comfortably on it, savoring the smell. Seeing him look so perverted, Zhao Lingxian glared at him, but didn't ask him to get off. Her face became slightly red. No man had ever lain down on her bed before. In fact, no man had ever sat on her bed before. Zhao Lingxian had already taken out the medicine box and was carefully putting antiseptic on a cotton ball. After getting Qin Feng to lie down properly, she gently dabbed at the most serious injury on his back. Qin Feng's white shirt had already been torn into shreds and was dyed red with blood, which made it difficult for Zhao Lingxian to clean his wounds. Her face became slightly redder as she hesitated, and asked in an incredibly small voice, "Qin Feng, can you take your clothes off? It's difficult to clean your wounds like this." An evil smile immediately appeared on Qin Feng's face. He acted incredibly tired as he replied, "Little sister Lingxian, I'm so tired that I can't even move. Just let me lie still for a while. If you want to take it off, you can take it off for me." Zhao Lingxian's face became bright red from embarrassment. After pausing for a few moments, she gritted her teeth and slowly helped Qin Feng take off his shirt. In some places, his clothes had already become stuck to his skin. Zhao Lingxian carefully peeled off his shirt, but still ended up opening some of the wounds. Seeing this, tears almost began to fall out of her eyes. Qin Feng had been gritting his teeth the entire time and did not cry out, afraid that this would increase the pressure on Zhao Lingxian. After finally taking off Qin Feng's shirt, Zhao Lingxian started to help him take off his pants. This was much easier. Just like that, Qin Feng ended up lying on Zhao Lingxian's bed in his boxers. By now Zhao Lingxian's face looked like a big red apple. She continued to use the cotton ball to clean Qin Feng's wounds. Feeling Zhao Lingxian's fingers slide over his skin, Qin Feng almost moaned in pleasure. However, he was truly tired after battling such a fierce opponent like Liang Jinwei, and slowly drifted asleep. He didn't know how long he had been sitting for, but a knock on the door suddenly woke him up. He quickly sat up, but didn't realize that Zhao Lingxian had been cleaning the wounds on his chest. This gave her a big fright and she leapt into his arms. Although she had been hugged by Qin Feng many times, this time he was bare-chested, which caused her to cry out. "Lingxian, what happened?" It was Zhao Dahai knocking at the door. He was quite worried when he heard Zhao Lingxian cry out. "Ah, Dad, it's nothing. I was asleep and you knocking on the door gave me a bit of a fright." Zhao Lingxian reacted quickly and didn't dare to move an inch in Qin Feng's arms. This situation was quite stimulating. Uncle Zhao was standing outside the door, but he was inside, hugging his daughter while bare-chested. Qin Feng felt quite mischievous and put his hands on Zhao Lingxian's thigh. Zhao Lingxian was given a big fright and hurriedly shooed Qin Feng's hands off, then glared at him. However, Qin Feng gave an evil smile as he pressed his mouth against Zhao Lingxian's mouth. MMMP. Zhao Lingxian started to struggle. Thinking to the fact that her dad was outside the door, her face became incredibly red. Lingxian, are you really alright? I just wanted to ask if Qin Feng and Liang Zhenwei have already left. The Liang family's people are too arrogant. Dad won't try to arrange a marriage for you with them in future. From now on, you'll be the one to decide on your marriage. As long as you like that person, Dad will wholeheartedly support you, even if he's a garbage collector. That boy Qin Feng's actually a good person. I wait him grow up, and even though he can be quite dissolute, deep down he has a good heart. It's just that he rescinded our marriage, otherwise AI. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Don't come to find me in future. Zhao Lingxian's struggling suddenly stopped, and she stared at Qin Feng. Why didn't she think of what her father had just said? Qin Feng, this beast, had publicly rescinded their marriage. Qin Feng already felt quite awkward about this. After hearing Zhao Dahai speak, the aura around Zhao Lingxian suddenly became freezing, so Qin Feng stopped kissing her and let go. A lost look appeared in Zhao Lingxian's eyes as she walked over to the sofa and sat down, saying, Dad, Qin Feng and Liang Zhenwei both left. I don't like the brothers in the Liang family, but I'll try to find someone I like soon, so that Dad doesn't need to worry about my marriage anymore. As she said this, Zhao Lingxian looked at Qin Feng, as if she was trying to provoke him. After Zhao Dahai heard Qin Feng and Liang Zhenwei had both left, he did not disturb his daughter anymore and returned to his room. I've cleaned the wounds on your body. You can leave now, Zhao Lingxian said as she suddenly returned to her cold self and did not even look at him. This woman's attitude changed faster than the weather. Qin Feng became serious. Lingxian, you should know what's going on between the Qin family and Hao family. Because of that, I won't be going to university tomorrow. Instead, I'll be going to work. Zhao Lingxian's body slightly trembled as her eyes became slightly hazy, and she resisted the urge to allow her tears to flow as she replied, You can leave now. In future, you'll have nothing to do with me. After the madness that she had experienced that night, Zhao Lingxian had allowed herself to be kissed by Qin Feng, and had helped him clean his body. When the craziness disappeared, she once again regained her rationality. She knew that it was impossible for her to be with Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng had changed, he was still quite loose and dissolute. Zhao Lingxian was unable to accept her man being with other women. Her emotions suddenly plummeted, and after looking at Qin Feng one last time, she coldly said, Don't come to find me in future. After leaving the Zhao family's residence, Qin Feng came back to the grassy plains. By now, the 3 tattooed men from the jail were waiting for him. When they saw Qin Feng, they all respectfully came over. Young Master Qin, thank you for being magnanimous and not holding our wrongs against us. Us 3 brothers are extremely grateful for you getting us out. We'll work like a horse and toil like an ox for you from now on. The 3 brothers were completely grateful to Qin Feng. It was only when they were released did they find out Qin Feng's identity. After finding out that Qin Feng was the Acropolis City's famous #1 hedonistic young Master Qin, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. If they had known this while they were in the cell, even if they were threatened with death, they wouldn't have tried to educate Qin Feng. And they had even ordered Qin Feng to give them massages and pleasure them. They were simply courting death. Qin Feng looked at the 3 of them, and after confirming that there was no one around, he dragged Liang Zhenwei's body out. This person wanted to kill me, so I killed him first. I want you to dispose of his body. Also, if you want to follow me, then follow my orders well, and I'll take good care of you. All of you know how powerful my Qin family is. If any of you dare to betray me, killing you will take only a matter of minutes. Without Qin Feng's warning, these 3 men had already decided to follow Qin Feng faithfully. After all, not anyone could have this sort of opportunity. After they saw Qin Feng drag out a corpse, the 3 men did not feel afraid, but instead felt excited. This meant that Qin Feng trusted them and was giving them an opportunity. As long as they followed Qin Feng, they would be able to obtain power and riches as well as safety and peace. The 3 men promised Qin Feng, Young Master Qin, please rest assured. We'll definitely stealthily dispose of him. Seeing how sincere these 3 men were, Qin Feng felt quite pleased. After weighing them carry Liang Zhenwei's body onto the car they brought, Qin Feng returned to the Qin residence. Oh. Qin Feng, hurry up and get out of bed. Do you want to be late on your first day? Qin Feng was still sleeping in his bed when his father's voice sounded out. Qin Feng unhappily turned the other way and buried his head in his pillow as he attempted to continue to sleep. Qin Feng, don't bother going to work then. I'll give a call to the Dongfang family and ask them to send someone to bring you over, so you can quickly finalize the marriage with Dongfang Qing Shui. In future I won't bother. Qin Huang brought out his ace. Before he had finished speaking, he saw Qin Feng leaping out of his bed. Good morning, Dad. Today's my first day at work. Can you ask Butler Wang to quickly cook something nice? I'll go to work as soon as I've eaten. Qin Feng immediately walked out of his bedroom and into the bathroom. Seeing his son acting like this, Qin Huang smiled as he shook his head. He went to the living room and ate breakfast with Han Ying first. After washing up, Qin Feng also went downstairs. His eyes lit up at the sight of Han Ying elegantly eating a steak. She wasn't wearing exposing clothing like she normally did. Instead, she was wearing a formal white shirt and black skirt. She gave off a domineering air, the sort that powerful female directors had. However, her sexy and fiery figure seemed like it would burst out of her tight clothes at any moment. She wore light makeup, and her lips were naturally red even without lipstick. Her delicate hands held the silver fork as she fed a small piece of steak into her mouth, looking incredibly dignified and noble. Half of her slim and long legs were exposed, and were crossed together, which looked quite seductive. Seeing Qin Feng walk down, Han Ying's hand stopped as she smiled. Qin Feng, you're up. You're also up this early? There was a set of cutlery and a plate of steak at the seat next to Han Ying, as well as a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Qin Feng sat down next to Han Ying, and a wave of enticing perfume wafted towards him. It's my first day at my uncle's company. Of course I need to get up early. Han Ying's upturned eyes became two crescent moons as she smiled, looking incredibly beautiful. An expression of shock appeared on Qin Feng's face as he looked at his father, who was sitting opposite him, as he asked, Dad, what's going on? What else could be going on? Han Ying thinks highly of your father and wants to learn management and investment from me. From today onwards, Ying will enter the company from you. You'll start as a sales representative and Ying will start as the chairman's assistant. Qin Feng felt devastated. He was Qin Huang's son. Why did he have to start as a sales representative, while Han Ying could immediately become his father's assistant? However, seeing the threatening gaze Qin Huang was shooting him, Qin Feng didn't dare to say anything. He could only remain silent and accept his fate of starting as a lowly sales representative at the company. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Can you please let go of me? This breakfast was quite depressing for Qin Feng. After eating, Qin Huang, Han Ying, and Qin Feng left together. Before Qin Feng brought out his low-profile yet noble 28 bicycle, Qin Huang glared at him as he said, Qin Feng, from today onwards, I want you to formally experience life. I've confiscated all of your assets. As a good sales representative, I want you to take the bus every day. Qin Huang had thought that Qin Feng would drive to work in his flashy Lamborghini Batmobile. This would scare off everyone in the company. If a little sales representative drove a $5 million Lamborghini to work, his identity would be immediately exposed. Qin Feng curled his lips. After obtaining his 28 bicycle, he hadn't driven his Batmobile at all. He confidently replied, Don't worry, Dad, I won't drive that crappy car anymore. Haha, Uncle Qin, this is our first day at work today. If Qin Feng takes the bus, he'll probably be late. How about you let him come with us in the car today? After seeing how unhappy Qin Feng looked, she smiled as she spoke. Qin Feng waved his hand. No need. Us sales representatives don't have the right to go in a Mercedes-Benz. I've got my own ride, the low-profile and noble 28 bicycle. Dad, surely you'd let me ride this, right? Qin Feng was already pushing his 28 bicycle out, and as the morning sunlight fell on Qin Feng and his bike, both Han Ying and Qin Huang were dumbfounded. Young Master Qin? Riding a 28 bicycle? They simply couldn't imagine such a thing. Suddenly, Qin Huang couldn't help but laugh. Very good, very good. That's more fitting for a sales representative. Plus, it's more convenient when going out to run errands. Since you already have your ride, Ying and I will be leaving first. When you arrive, go and report to the sales department's manager Li. Qin Huang smiled as he invited Han Ying onto the Mercedes-Benz, and the chauffeur quickly drove away. Qin Feng rode the 28 bicycle, training his body while riding to the royal group. Halfway there, he realized that before, he had spent all his time playing games and seducing women, and had never been to his father's company before. As such, he had no idea where it was. In his frustration, Qin Feng asked a passerby for directions. Luckily, most people knew where the royal group was, so after asking around, he now knew where he was headed. Coincidentally, it was also the final stop for the Route 9 bus. Hey, wait for me. Driver, please wait for me. Qin Feng passed a stop for the Route 9 bus, and saw a little beauty wearing office clothes chasing after a Route 9 bus. This bus was evidently crowded with people, and there wasn't even space to stand. The driver poked his head out of the window as he replied, "Sorry, but this bus is full. Just wait for the next one." After she heard this, the little beauty stopped. At this moment, Qin Feng happened to pass by her, and he saw the despairing expression on her face. The girl was quite pretty with her flawless skin, as well giving off an air of gentleness and meekness. She was wearing office clothes similar to the clothes Han Ying had been wearing, but her figure wasn't as mature as Han Ying's. Instead, she gave of an air of youthfulness. Her hair was jet black and tied into 2 ponytails, and after chasing after the bus, there was sweat beaded across her forehead. A few loose strands of hair hung here and there, making her look quite enchanting under the sunlight. As soon as Qin Feng saw this little beauty, his habit of flirting took over. He stopped his 28 bicycle next to the little beauty as he said, "I'm going to the royal group. If it's on the way, I can drop you off for free." The little beauty was called Su Ruoro, and she had freshly graduated out of university. She had just been accepted into the Acropolis city's largest company, the royal group, and hearing Qin Feng's words, she felt a bit surprised. She looked at the time, and found that she was about to be late. Her head hung low as her long eyelashes continuously fluttered. Her hands tightly gripped the corners of her clothes as she struggled with her indecisiveness. However, thinking to the fact that she was new, and couldn't afford to be late, she gritted her teeth and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." "Not at all, not at all." An evil smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he wrapped his arm around Su Ruoro's slim waist, and hoisted her onto the 28 bicycle. By the time Su Ruoro had cried out in surprise, Qin Feng was already furiously pedaling. During the trip, Su Ruoro witnessed Qin Feng's godly speed. If she didn't experience it herself, she wouldn't have believed that a bicycle could go faster than a bus. Moreover, this was the constant speed Qin Feng rode at, causing the wind to howl in her ears and her skirt to almost fly up. Su Ruoro held down her skirt the entire trip, and sat in front of Qin Feng, not daring to move. Qin Feng was simply too close to her, and moving at all would cause their bodies to touch, making Su Ruoro feel so embarrassed that she wanted to jump off the bicycle. Luckily, Qin Feng was able to ride incredibly quickly, and very soon the two of them arrived at the royal group. Looking at the skyscraper that seemed to extend past the clouds, Qin Feng realized just how rich his father was. No wonder he was publicly acknowledged to be the richest man in the Acropolis city. On the way, Qin Feng had asked for Su Ruoro's name. As he stopped the bicycle, he spoke and pressed his face against hers. "Su Ruoro, we're here." Su Ruoro had been incredibly nervous the entire time, and didn't even realize they had arrived. Feeling the heat from her ears, her face became incredibly red as her body felt incredibly numb. She hurriedly jumped off Qin Feng's bicycle. However, because of how nervous she was feeling, she almost fell to the ground while doing this. Luckily, Qin Feng was able to react quickly, and caught her with his arm. However, the place where he had caught her was quite special. It was perky and soft as well as quite bouncy. Without even thinking, Qin Feng knew what he had grabbed onto. "Ah, Qin Feng, it hurts. Can you please let go of me?" Su Ruoro was given a big fright as she frowned. She was quite introverted, and was meek and timid. Although she was one of the most beautiful girls at her university, she didn't have the courage to date anyone. Up until now, her body had never been touched by a man, let alone her breasts. As such, she reacted like a frightened little deer. Sururo, who was not used to resisting, couldn't bring herself to angrily demand that Qin Feng let go. Qin Feng felt a bit intoxicated. This Sururo was too easy to take advantage of. Despite touching her chest, she was the one begging him to let go. Qin Feng felt quite evil, and gave her another squeeze before letting go. Sururo gave a soft moan as her face became incredibly red. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. What are you doing here at the sales department? Sururo hurriedly turned her face away, not daring to look at Qin Feng. However, seeing that she was standing under the royal group's skyscraper, she was completely dumbfounded. Normally it would take her half an hour even by bus. Who would have thought that Qin Feng would have ridden here in just 10 minutes? Sururo, sorry, I thought that you were going to fall over. It was because I was so worried. Qin Feng was secretly feeling quite pleased. He never thought that although Sururo looked quite underdeveloped, her body felt so satisfying. He acted incredibly sincerely as he apologized. Sururo had been scared out of her mind, but thinking back, she realized she was indeed about to fall over, and Qin Feng had helped her. Seeing Qin Feng's handsome face, Sururo thought that he wasn't that sort of person, and shyly replied, "It's okay. Oh, I'll be going to work now." Of course, Qin Feng was definitely that sort of person. He was a legendary loose young master in the Acropolis city. Seeing that Sururo had believed him, he felt incredibly happy as he grabbed her arm, saying, "Don't be in such a rush. I'll go lock up my bike and we can go in together." This was his first day at work, and he had already found a top-grade beauty at the company. Qin Feng suddenly became much more interested in the company. Feeling Qin Feng grab her arm, Sururo's heart, which had just settled down, started to beat rapidly again. However, she simply didn't know how to resist, and even if she didn't want to be grabbed by him, she still reacted nervously and pleaded as she asked, "Qin Feng, can you please let go of my arm?" Her tone made it seem as if Qin Feng should have grabbed her arm, and letting go was doing her a favor. It was the first time Qin Feng had met a girl who was so bad at refusing. She was like a little deer that was lost in the forest, which made one pity her yet want to tease her at the same time. "Sururo, if I wanted to do you right now, would you also plead with me not to do you?" Sururo tightly bit her lips, and avoided Qin Feng's gaze. His words made her feel very uncomfortable, because she wasn't such an easy woman. However, although she felt quite unhappy, she didn't let it out. She simply meekly stood there, not knowing what to say or do. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest to train Sururo to become a strong, domineering woman. Quest time limit: 3 months. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 3,000 Hedonist points. Failing will result in the host losing 6,000 Hedonist points. The system's cold electronic voice suddenly sounded out, and Qin Feng nearly fell to the ground. He simply couldn't understand why this system was so bent on changing people's personalities. Before, it had issued a quest to turn the fiery-tempered policewoman Lu Bingbing to become gentle and obedient. Now, it wanted this incredibly meek and timid Sururo to become a domineering woman. Qin Feng felt like going crazy. "Qin Feng, I'll be going now." Sururo simply didn't know what to say to Qin Feng, and tried to run off. "Just wait, I'll lock up my bike and we'll go in together," Qin Feng replied. Immediately, Sururo didn't dare to move anymore. She obediently stood there as she waited for Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng finished locking up his bicycle and prepared to walk in with Sururo, a middle-aged man wearing a security officer's uniform walked over. Hey, what are you doing? This parking spot is reserved for the Royal Group's employees. Hurry up and take your trash bicycle away." His face was full of condescension as he unhappily glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had become used to being a hedonistic young master. Normally, wherever he went, people would be dying to flatter him. However, he had not yet become used to being a little sales representative, and had been scolded by a security officer. As such, he angrily replied, "Oi, do you know who I am?" "Jay." The security officer had worked at the Royal Group for 5 or 6 years, and recognized all the important figures working there. When facing those people, he was always nodding and bowing, and didn't dare to offend them at all. However, looking up and down Qin Feng, he confirmed that he had never seen him before, and that he wasn't an important person in the royal group. As such, he roared back, "Who are you?" "I am." Just as Qin Feng was going to reveal his identity, he saw his dad's Mercedes-Benz driving over. His expression darkened as he quickly changed what he was going to say. "I am a sales representative of the royal group." "What? Haha, a sales representative? Are you kidding me? Only the high-profile members of the royal group can park here. All the cars parked here are worth at least $500,000, and the owners are all at least managers. You, a little sales representative, want to park your bicycle here? Is your head all right?" The security officer immediately began to laugh his head off. By now, the chauffeur had opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz, and Qin Huang and Han Yingying immediately saw Qin Feng as they walked out. Qin Huang and Han Yingying's bodies froze, as if they had seen a ghost. "Good morning, Chairman Qin." Seeing that the chairman had arrived, the security officer immediately smiled as he greeted him. However, Qin Huang did not even notice the security officer. He looked at Qin Feng in shock as he asked, "We've already arrived?" After asking this, Qin Huang regretted it immediately. This question was simply stupid. Wasn't Qin Feng standing here right in front of him? However, he and Han Yingying were unable to understand how Qin Feng had arrived before them on a bicycle. This was simply incomprehensible. After seeing Qin Huang, Qin Feng acted as if he had never seen him before as he grinned. "Ah, if it isn't the chairman of the royal group. It's truly my honor to be able to meet you on my first day." Qin Huang's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Feng. On the other hand, Han Yingying couldn't help but cover her mouth as she secretly giggled at Qin Feng's reaction. Seeing that the company's chairman had arrived, just standing in front of Qin Huang, Sururo became so nervous that her palms started to sweat like crazy. After all, this was the highest-ranking person in the royal group as well as the richest man in the Acropolis city. After seeing everyone greet Qin Huang, although she felt a bit scared, she still mustered up her courage as she lowered her head and greeted him. "Good morning, Chairman Qin." Qin Huang looked at Sururo, and found that this girl was quite pure and cute, and was standing with Qin Feng. He couldn't help but ask, "This is..." "Chairman Qin, we're both new employees of the royal group. Today's my first day and I happened to meet Sururo on the way. We hope that Chairman Qin will take care of us from now on," Qin Feng replied as he smiled. The security officer stood at the side, not daring to say anything. To an important figure like Qin Huang, all he could do was greet him. If he said any more, things would turn sour for him. However, seeing Qin Feng, a mere sales representative, chatting casually with Qin Huang, an evil smile appeared on the security officer's face. He could already imagine Qin Feng being scolded at by Chairman Qin. Qin Huang and Han Yingying were already speechless. Originally, Qin Feng arriving before they already left them flabbergasted. Now it turns out that he had taken someone with him as well. Han Yingying's beautiful eyes fell on Sururo as they looked her up and down. Her eyes couldn't help but shine. Such a beautiful, yet timid girl was incredibly rare, and made others want to protect her. Han Yingying looked at Qin Feng, and didn't know what to say. He had picked up a beauty on the way to work on his very first day. Perhaps only Qin Feng would be able to manage something like this. "Chairman Qin, this boy wanted to take up a parking spot with his bicycle. What are your thoughts on this?" It was quite rare to be able to talk to Chairman Qin, and he grabbed onto this opportunity as he gave a big smile. Qin Huang's expression darkened as he glared at the security officer and said in a low voice, "Everyone is equal in the royal group. Since he's an employee of the company, he has the right to park his bicycle here. In future, leave this parking spot open for him." After seeing that Qin Feng had actually ridden his bicycle to work, Qin Huang was secretly quite pleased. As such, he gave him a parking spot. After saying this, Qin Huang and Han Yingying walked off. The security officer was so scared that he was sweating cold sweat. He had wanted to get on Chairman Qin's good side, but things had not turned out the way he had expected. With his own parking spot now, Qin Feng happily patted the 28 bicycle seat as he looked at the security officer and said, Bro, if you don't look after this bicycle properly and it gets stolen, you'll be in some deep trouble. The security officer's face creased with dark lines. This was the VIP parking lot and everyone who parked here were rich and important people. Who would want to steal this 28 bicycle? Qin Feng ignored the security officer's strange look and walked into the building with Su Ruoro. The interior of the royal group's building was elegantly decorated and gave off an air of nobility. After chatting with Su Ruoro, Qin Feng found out that she was also in the sales department, and she led him to the sales department's hall on level 8. There were already quite a few people gathered here. As soon as Qin Feng entered, almost everyone looked over. However, they were not directed at Qin Feng, but at Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro had just graduated and had not worked at the company for very long. However, rumors of her beauty had already spread throughout the entire company. She was simply too beautiful, and she looked gentle and obedient. Anyone could tell at a glance that she was a pure virgin, and she instantly became someone many men were interested in. One of these gazes belonged to a man in his early 30s. His eyes were the most fiery, and he gazed at Su Ruoro from head to toe. His eyes filled with a desire to possess her. This person was the manager of the sales department's Group 2, Wang Chao. The first day Su Ruoro had come to work, he already had his sights set on her. As he wantonly gazed at Su Ruoro's body, his sight also fell on Qin Feng. Seeing that he was new, he cleared his throat as he said in an arrogant manner, "Ahem, who are you? What are you doing here at the sales department?" Jay. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, a serious problem. Since someone was asking about him, Qin Feng walked to the center of the sales department's hall and smiled at everyone as he said, "Hello everyone, my name's Qin Feng, and today's my first day here. I'll be colleagues with everyone from today onwards, so please take care of me." Seeing that Qin Feng was a newcomer to the sales department, a look of amusement flashed in Wang Chao's eyes. He was notorious in the sales department for oppressing newcomers to the sales department. It was his way of educating them. The Royal Group's sales department hadn't had newcomers in a while. Although Su Ruoro had joined a few days ago, how could Wang Chao beat her down? He had been trying to act cool in front of her for the past few days. However, since Qin Feng was new, he arrogantly said to him, "Or newbie, go get me a cup of water." Qin Feng cleaned his ears and thought that he had misheard him. Since he had been born, he had lived his life as a hedonistic young master. He had never poured water for someone else, and although he had been placed by his father in the sales department, his nature couldn't be changed so easily. He looked at Wang Chao in amusement as he asked, "Oi, what right do you have to ask me to pour you water?" Wang Chao maintained his arrogant demeanor and wanted to look cool in front of Su Ruoro. However, after hearing what Qin Feng had said, he almost fell to the ground. He looked at Qin Feng in surprise. In the past, all the newcomers had been very obedient and would not retaliate at all. Who would have thought that this newcomer would be so extravagant? Wang Chao's face immediately fell. "Qin Feng, was it? Seeing how young you look, this is probably your first job. Otherwise, why would you act like such an idiot? Do you still think you can act as you please like you did in university? I'll have you know, there'll be a lot of tough times ahead of you in the sales department." Qin Feng felt quite impatient as Wang Chao rambled and calmly said, "Wang Chao, was it? Alright, from this moment onwards you've been fired by the royal group. You can go now." Whoosh! As soon as Qin Feng said this, the entire hall fell deathly silent, and everyone stared at him strangely. Currently, Qin Feng was standing incredibly straight, giving off the air of a king. A domineering aura radiated from his body, which made what he had just said. If the others had not heard his introduction, they would have thought that he was a high-profile manager who really did have the qualifications to fire Wang Chao. Wang Chao also stared in shock, then started to hold his stomach as he laughed loudly, as if his intestines were going to burst from laughter. Only after a long while did he stop laughing, and he condescendingly looked at Qin Feng as he said, "You want to fire me? Who do you think you are? The company's chairman or a high-profile manager? You're just a new sales representative, and yet you dare to say such things. Have university students become imbeciles?" Wang Chao was certain that Qin Feng was a fresh graduate from looking at him. He remembered him in his heart and decided to make his life as difficult as possible. As for Su Ruro, she felt quite grateful towards Qin Feng. If it wasn't for him, she definitely would have been late today. After seeing him fall into trouble on his first day because he didn't know the unspoken rules of the workplace, she hurriedly ran to pour a cup of water. She wanted to hand it to Wang Chao so he would stop making things difficult for Qin Feng. After getting the cup of water, she was stopped by Qin Feng when she tried to walk past him. He took the cup of water from her hands as he smiled at her and said, "Little sister Ruro, how did you know I was getting thirsty? Thanks for being so caring." Qin Feng could tell that all of the sales department's men had ideas about Su Ruro. He was now subtly announcing that this young master had set his sights on Su Ruro, so those who wanted to live should piss off. Wang Chao was so angry that he felt like coughing up blood. He knew that Su Ruro had poured this cup of water for him, and yet Qin Feng had casually taken it. He was now completely filled with hatred towards Qin Feng. The two of them stared down each other, their cold gazes colliding. The atmosphere became unimaginably cold. At this moment, a beautiful woman who had curled hair and was wearing office clothes walked in. Her shirt and short skirt covered her flawless figure. She was called Li Yuchan, and was the general manager of the sales department. As soon as she entered, she felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, and after looking around, her gaze fell on Qin Feng. "Are you the new sales representative?" Qin Feng didn't even hear her words. His gaze landed on her chest as he muttered to himself, "They're pretty big, pretty big. They might even be bigger than Ying Ying's." Li Yuchun frowned as she asked, "What's pretty big?" Just as she finished her sentence, she realized that Qin Feng was looking at her chest, and she immediately understood. Her beautiful white face became incredibly cold as she gave off a freezing aura. "Come with me." After glaring at Qin Feng, Li Yuchun walked towards her office. Her high heels landing on the ground sounded rhythmic and seductive. After gazing at her from behind for a while, Qin Feng hurriedly followed her. After Li Yuchun had left for a while, everyone in the hall let out a sigh of relief. She was a famous cold beauty in the company who was a strong and domineering woman. Although her beauty was at the level that could devastate nations, there weren't many men who dared to go for her. The coldness that emanated from her was too strong, and normal people didn't dare to even approach her. The people already could see the result after they saw the newcomer, Qin Feng, dumbly and happily walking after her. "Humph! That sort of stupid idiot dares to oppose his elder? I'll make you taste hell from now on." A cold smile flashed on Wang Chao's face as he started to plan out how he would mess with Qin Feng. Name, education, experience. As soon as Li Yuchun entered the office, she sat down in her chair as she put on black-framed glasses. She crossed her legs and put her hands together as she coldly looked at Qin Feng. She had only received information this morning that there was a new sales representative, but she was told nothing else. "Qin Feng, currently studying at university, no experience, but I can write 3 books on my experiences with women." Qin Feng smiled as he looked up and down Li Yuchun. The black-framed glasses she was wearing made her look incredibly seductive. Li Yuchun felt quite displeased at how unrestrained Qin Feng was acting. However, after hearing Qin Feng's name, her body slightly trembled as she looked at him closely. "You're called Qin Feng?" However, as soon as she said this, Li Yuchun hurriedly shook her head as she muttered, "Impossible, impossible. The Qin family's young master is incredibly hedonistic and dissolute, and only knows how to play. How could he come to work at the company and start as a sales representative? They must have the same name." When she once again raised her head to ask him about other matters, she saw an evil grin on his face as he leaned in incredibly closely. "What are you doing?" Qin Feng was leaning in, trying to look down her shirt. He replied in a serious tone, "Nothing. I just wanted to see what brand your shirt was. The material looks quite tough. It looked like it was going to burst for quite a while, and yet it's still fine." At first, Li Yuchun didn't understand Qin Feng's words. When she realized Qin Feng had been staring at her chest, her face fell and she almost wanted to slap him on the spot. She deeply breathed in, trying to calm herself down as she coldly looked at Qin Feng. "What expectations do you have for this job? Salary?" Vacations? Qin Feng shook his head. These two things weren't the things he was concerned with. He suddenly frowned as he said seriously, although I haven't been here for very long, I've discovered a very serious problem and wanted to report it to you. I hope the relevant department will be able to resolve this issue as soon as possible, otherwise more than half of the employees will be affected. What is it? Seeing Qin Feng look so serious, Liu Chun was curious as to what sort of serious problem he had discovered. It's like this. I feel that the uniform for female employees should be changed. There are too many buttons on their shirts. They should be changed to V-necks. Also, the skirts are too long. It's simply too inconvenient for me to see anything. I think your length is pretty good. Qin Feng suddenly moved incredibly quickly. Before Liu Chun realized what was happening, she felt a hand enter from under her skirt and fall on her thigh. She was so shocked that she jumped up and couldn't maintain her calm and cold composure anymore. She roared at Qin Feng, "You've been placed in the sales department's group too. You can piss off now." Since Liu Chun was not going to follow his suggestion, Qin Feng shook his head and he walked out of her office. He considered reporting this serious problem to his father that night. The people working in the vicinity looked over as Qin Feng walked out from Liu Chen's office, but Qin Feng ignored them. He walked to the table opposite Su Ruoro and sat down. That table happened to be empty, so Qin Feng decided that he would work there from now on. Seeing Qin Feng sit down opposite her, Su Ruoro felt a bit nervous. She felt a bit scared after remembering what Qin Feng had said he wanted to do to her. Little sister Ruoro in future will be able to face each other while working. Since we're so close together, it'd be easy for things to happen under the table, right? The sales department's hall was around 300 square meters, and each table was separated by a glass wall that was about half as tall as a person. Qin Feng was facing Su Ruoro with their tables touching, and they were separated by two computers. He suddenly bent down and touched Su Ruoro's calves, which frightened her and caused her to jerk back her legs. She looked at Qin Feng in an incredibly flustered manner. She was a fresh graduate from university, and had a weak and timid personality. The bullying by Qin Feng caused her eyes to become foggy, and she almost started to cry. Chapter 78. Chapter 78 Wind Blade Martial Skill. However, Qin Feng did not stop. He had received the quest to train Su Ruoro, so he wanted to force Su Ruoro into asking him to stop in an insistent manner. Of course, he was also enjoying this. Before Su Ruoro could completely get away from Qin Feng, he hurriedly grabbed her foot, causing her high heels to fall off. When he brushed against her incredibly smooth calves, Qin Feng felt incredibly happy. If he knew how great going to work was before, he wouldn't have needed Qin Huang to force him to come here. Qin Feng, I beg you, let me go, we're still at work. Su Ruoro was so scared that she covered her mouth, not daring to make too much noise. She didn't want anyone else to see what was going on, so she didn't even dare to move. She continued to stare at the screen, pretending that she was reading articles. However, her incredibly beautiful face was now bright red. Of course, Qin Feng wouldn't let go just like that. Instead, his hands began to travel upwards and became even more insolent. Wherever they traveled, they would continuously squeeze, causing those places to become red as well. Su Ruoro's heart beat rapidly and her large eyes looked at Qin Feng pitifully. She continued to grit her teeth, and although she didn't like this, she was unable to tell Qin Feng to stop in a commanding tone. It was only when Qin Feng's large hands reached beneath her skirt and onto her thighs that Su Ruoro couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly kicked Qin Feng, knocking his hand away. Qin Feng, please spare me. I don't like this. A tear rolled down Su Ruoro's face. Because Qin Feng had just received this quest, he was quite eager to get started on it. However, he never thought that Su Ruoro would have started crying, and he felt incredibly guilty. After handing her a few pieces of tissue, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Little sister Ruoro, don't cry. I was just messing around." Seeing that Qin Feng had really stopped and had sat back into his own seat properly, Su Ruoro accepted the tissues and wiped her tears as she softly said, "Okay, then I'll continue working." Her timid and cute manner made Qin Feng feel tender towards her, and he thought of Lin Bei Bei. Lin Bei was somewhat of a melancholic and weak beauty, but wasn't timid to the point that she couldn't resist. After suddenly deciding to stop attending university for a while, he had told Zhao Lingxian, but hadn't had the time to tell Lin Bei and Yun Xiao. He decided that he would go find them when he was free. As Su Ruro was now focusing on her work, Qin Feng didn't continue to bother her. After killing Liang Jinwei, he had received 1,000 hedonist points, but hadn't found the time to spend them yet. As such, he leaned back in his chair as he opened the hedonist sovereign system. Whenever Qin Feng had opened the system, he would only look at the items below 500 hedonist points. As he became stronger, the quests became more difficult, but the rewards were also greater. He started to look through the items that were priced above 1,000 hedonist points. The items that were worth more than 1,000 hedonist points were split into 3 categories: strange and mysterious skills, colorful and cool-looking equipment, and various pills and medicines. Different grades and ranks of those things all had vastly different prices as well. Currently, Qin Feng was still a rank 4 hedonist mortal, and did not have the right to unlock some of the more mysterious items. After spending 10,000 hedonist points, he would be able to unlock the Wuxia interface. He was sure that there would be many more heaven-defying equipment and skills in there, but they definitely wouldn't be cheap. Master, right now, you can be considered as a genius who has cultivated both internal and external techniques. You have the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, an external technique, and the elementary sword skills, an internal technique. However, the elementary sword skills need to be used in conjunction with sword-type weapons. They are not very useful when Master's unarmed. I'd recommend Master to buy an internal martial skill that doesn't need a weapon to become even stronger, the little pig suddenly said. After looking through the items for a while, Qin Feng felt quite dizzy because there were so many options, and yet he still didn't know what to buy. Little pig, recommend a powerful internal martial skill for me then, he said. Ever since the little pig had performed its fireball skill, Qin Feng couldn't help but treat it with respect. The little pig proudly replied, Master, I recommend you save up 3,000 hedonist points to buy the Wind Blade martial skill. After hearing the little pig say this, Qin Feng hurriedly looked through the system. Wind Blade martial skill dash. Skill rank. Earth rank low grade rank divisions. Sovereign Heaven Earth, Black Yellow. After obtaining this skill, the host can gather inner chi to release invisible wind blades that are fast, accurate, and powerful. A must-have skill for killing people quickly. Hedonist points required 3,000. Reading the Wind Blade martial skills description, Qin Feng became quite excited and found that the system had style. However, the Wind Blade martial skill required 3,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng needed to complete at least one difficult quest to buy it. After thinking to the hardest quests he had encountered so far, he decided that it would be better to spend the 1,000 hedonist points now. This way, he would have something to use as soon as possible. The little pig had access to Qin Feng's thoughts, and before he even said anything, it said, Master, if you don't want to save up 3,000 hedonist points to buy the Wind Blade martial skill, you can try out the fusion function. Qin Feng suddenly remembered that after spending 1,000 hedonist points, he had become a rank 4 hedonist mortal, which unlocked the fusion function. However, because he had drawn the flying dragon armor from the lottery, he had been so excited that he had forgotten about this. He hurriedly opened the fusion function. After looking through it, Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. The fusion function allowed him to fuse anything together. For example, the elementary Thunder Tiger Fist could be fused into intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, the orange-grade True Steel Sword could be fused into a blue-grade True Steel Sword, and so could the Flying Dragon Armor. The elementary Gold Sword Medicine could also be fused into intermediate Gold Sword Medicine. As long as he had enough hedonist points, he could fuse whatever he wanted. What attracted Qin Feng even more were the biological fusions. He was surprised to find that even creatures could be fused. This included flying creatures, crawling or walking creatures, and swimming creatures. There were 3 ranks: sky, earth, and water, and the costs for fusion varied. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Why should I take it away? Qin Feng's gaze fell on the cheapest creatures, the water creatures. These contained almost all of the aquatic creatures on Earth. The cheapest ones were unevolved creatures such as turtles, which costed 100 hedonist points just like the little pig. If Qin Feng bought 2 water creatures such as a turtle and a crab, he would be able to use the fusion function to fuse them together. The results of fusion were random, so the skills and stats of the result were likely to be different each time. After going through the fusion function, Qin Feng was dumbfounded. It was simply too powerful. He couldn't wait to fuse 2 creatures together and see what happened. Qin Feng, General Manager Li put you in my group, so in the future you'll be my subordinate. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out, cutting through Qin Feng's excited mood. When he closed the system, he saw Wang Chao's dead fish eyes staring at him. "Oh, so you were Group 2's leader," Qin Feng said unenthusiastically. It was difficult for Wang Chao to conceal the look of amusement in his eyes. He never would have thought that Qin Feng would be sorted into his group. In the future, if he wanted to oppress him, it would be extremely easy. Liu Chan had actually sorted Qin Feng into Group 2 on purpose. Qin Feng had angered her in the morning, and seeing that there was conflict between him and Wang Chao, she decided to make things difficult for him. "Haha, Qin Feng, you better behave well in my group. I'll have you know that our group doesn't keep trash." Wang Chao put on the air of a leader and arrogantly looked at Qin Feng as he said, "This is your first day and it doesn't seem like you're doing much. Luckily, I've got a job for you. I hope you won't mess up this first job." Wang Chao had specially come up with this job for Qin Feng after thinking for an entire morning. However, this wasn't a company task, but rather something related to Wang Chao's personal affairs. In order to boost his performance figures, Wang Chao had acquainted himself with Chairman Su, the head of a department store, and promoted a residential building constructed by the royal group to him. At that time, Chairman Su had readily agreed to buy it and had paid a deposit. However, after Wang Chao had finished arranging all the formal paperwork, Chairman Su had gone back on his word and refused to pay the rest. Wang Chao had gone to the department store to ask Chairman Su to pay up many times, but in the end, Chairman Su had become angry and had asked a few thugs to beat him up. Whenever he went to ask for payment, he would be beaten. In the end, Wang Chao ended up paying the remaining $500,000 balance out of his own money. He simply didn't dare to ask for the money anymore, but seeing that Qin Feng had come, he decided to push this task onto him. He didn't care if Qin Feng was willing or not, so he continued, "Qin Feng, go to the Wuxia department store and find Chairman Su. He owes our company a balance of $500,000, and today's the payment date. You have to get the money from him, got it?" Before, Qin Feng was planning on ignoring Wang Chao. However, sitting in the company was too boring. He looked at Su Ruoro, who was diligently working, and his eyes lit up. "Wang Chao, I can go if you want, but I want to take Su Ruoro with me. If you don't agree, then stop annoying me." Seeing that Qin Feng was talking to him like this, despite being at the lowest rung in the company, Wang Chao became so furious that he turned red. However, he knew that as long as Qin Feng went to ask Chairman Su for the money, he would be beaten black and blue. As such, Wang Chao suppressed his anger. Moreover, he felt even happier when he heard that Qin Feng wanted to take Su Ruoro. He could tell that Qin Feng wanted to sleep with Su Ruoro, and knew that if she saw him being beaten up, he wouldn't have the face to flirt with her anymore. "That's fine. You're a new sales representative and there are many things you don't know, so Su Ruoro can go with you." Wang Chao coldly glared at Qin Feng, then warmly smiled at Su Ruoro and said, "Ruoro, take a break from what you're doing and take a trip with Qin Feng, alright?" "Jay." "Okay." As a member of Group 2, she didn't dare to disobey the group leader's orders. "Wang Chao, we need an invoice if we're going to ask for money. Give me the invoice. I'm going out for a walk with little sister Ruoro now." Qin Feng was delighted that he could go out with Su Ruoro alone. Such a weak and timid girl. Should he take her to a hotel room first? There's no invoice. With how big our royal group is, no one would dare not to pay up. Hurry up and go. How could Wang Chao have an invoice? He was afraid that Qin Feng would continue to ask, which would result in him being exposed, so he quickly chased him away. Qin Feng didn't mind that there was no invoice. After all, he was planning on having fun with Su Ruoro. As for collecting the debt, that was only a side part of this trip. "Little sister Ruoro, let's go on our date," Qin Feng said as he smiled at her. Su Ruoro felt as if she was a lamb being sent into a wolf's mouth. However, since Wang Chao had asked her to go, she didn't dare to refuse. She could only lower her head and obediently follow behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng, we're going to collect a debt. We're not on a date. Don't say silly things. The two of them walked out of the Royal Group's building and to the VIP parking lot. Qin Feng brought out his low-profile, but noble 28 bicycle, which looked quite eye-catching among all the luxury cars. Qin Feng, can we take the bus? Su Ruoro felt quite embarrassed. She was quite unwilling to sit close to Qin Feng on the bike. Why? You think riding on this bike is shameful? And no, it's not like that. All right then. Su Ruoro hurriedly waved her hands, not knowing how to explain herself. Qin Feng naturally knew what she was thinking, but had acted that way on purpose. He lifted her onto the bicycle with one arm, causing her face to turn red as she shyly sat on the seat, not daring to move. During the ride, Su Ruoro once again experienced the speed of Qin Feng's bike. She actually quite enjoyed the sensation of the cool breeze blowing against her cheeks. It was rather refreshing and invigorating. Qin Feng, can you please take your hand away? Su Ruoro's expression suddenly changed, because one of Qin Feng's large hands had fallen on her leg and was mischievously groping around. Why should I take it away? Qin Feng laughed. Because I don't like it. Su Ruoro was so desperate that she almost started crying again. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Are you a pig? However, Qin Feng did not let go. He wanted to help Su Ruoro get rid of this weak personality as soon as possible. That way, he would be able to obtain 3,000 Hedonist points, and would be able to purchase the Wind Blade martial skill. Qin Feng greatly coveted this skill that would allow him to easily kill others from far away. But I like it. By now, Qin Feng's hand had traveled to Su Ruoro's thigh. Su Ruoro was so scared that her little body started to shake. After hesitating for a while, she gritted her teeth as she said, can you not grope me then? It hurts a bit. Qin Feng felt his vision darken and almost rode into a tree. Only now did he realize how difficult this quest would be. This girl was simply too gentle and timid. As a locally born and bred, #1 hedonist young master of the Acropolis city, Qin Feng knew almost all of its roads like the back of his hand. The Wuxia department store was around 10 kilometers away from the Royal Group's building, but because he had taken many shortcuts, he was able to arrive in less than 10 minutes. After getting off, Su Ruoro gently patted her chest and let out a breath of relief. However, thinking to the fact that she would have to go back on Qin Feng's bicycle, she became so worried that she felt like crying. Let's go. Qin Feng put his arm around her shoulders as they walked into the Wuxia department store together. The Wuxia department store had 2 floors. The first floor was 500 square meter supermarket that sold daily necessities, snacks, food, etc. Qin Feng and Su Ruoro directly went to the second floor. The second floor was much smaller. It was only 100 square meters, and was split into 2 offices, a financial office and the chairman's office. Without even thinking, Qin Feng walked into the chairman's office. Qin Feng didn't have a habit of knocking. He directly opened the door and entered. What greeted their eyes was quite a vivid scene. A balding middle-aged man was pressing down on a woman, furiously ripping off her clothes. Su Ruoro cried out in shock, and immediately covered her eyes as she turned around. However, Qin Feng weighed with great interest. That balding man was probably the Wuxia department's chairman Su. Who are you, you stinking brat? Don't you know how to knock? Chairman Su was just starting to get into the mood when Qin Feng had destroyed the atmosphere. He glared at Qin Feng as he shouted at him. Don't waste my time. I'm here to collect a debt. After seeing the woman's face, Qin Feng nearly vomited, and felt that his eyes had been dirted. He got straight to the point. Collect a debt? What debt? Chairman Su's chubby face darkened. I'm a sales representative at the Royal Group. I'm representing the Royal Group to collect a debt. Royal Group? Chairman Su tried to think of when he had owed the Royal Group money. However, he quickly thought of a person as he gave an evil grin and said, Stinking brat, it was that idiot Wang Chao who asked you to come, right? Yep, it was that idiot. Although Qin Feng didn't like the look on Chairman Su's face, He agreed that Wang Chao was an idiot. Ha ha ha, that idiot Wang Chao was scared off by his elder and doesn't dare to come anymore, so he sent an even bigger idiot. I feel like I'm going to laugh my teeth out. After confirming why Qin Feng had come, Chairman Su couldn't help but laugh. From his perspective, Qin Feng was tall, skinny, had flawless white skin and looked incredibly weak. He would be able to send him flying with a single slap. Evidently, he did not hold Qin Feng in any sort of esteem. As he laughed at Qin Feng, he suddenly noticed Su Ruoro, who was standing behind him. Su Ruoro was currently facing in the opposite direction, but her petite figure was enough for him to tell that she completely outclassed the woman beside him. Chairman Su's eyes became red as he gave a lewd smile. He suddenly pushed the woman next to him away, walked over to the door and slammed it with a bang, then locked it. This was enough to give Su Ruoro a big fright, and she stood closer to Qin Feng. Ha ha ha, stinking brat, you want to collect a debt from your elder? Alright, how are you going to collect it? After closing the door, Chairman Su didn't bother acting dumb and began to arrogantly laugh. When he saw Su Ruoro's pretty face, his eyes nearly fell out. It was the first time he had seen such a pure and exquisite beauty, and he immediately felt like leaping on her. Qin Feng, let's go. Su Ruoro could feel that the situation was turning for the worse, especially after seeing Chairman Su's evil stare. She felt incredibly nervous and pulled on his clothes. However, Qin Feng did not show any intention to leave. He smiled as he looked at Chairman Su and said, Chairman Su, there's nothing to talk about. You owe the royal group $500,000. You can pay with cash, assign the debt, or just give me a check. Ha ha ha, stinking brat. Did some water leak into your goddamn head? You don't even know that you got screwed over by that idiot Wang Chao, and you're still asking for money? Do you know what that $500,000 is about? Qin Feng was still seriously asking for money, which made Chairman Su begin to laugh even louder. Stinking brat, I'll just tell you now. I don't owe the royal group money. I screwed that idiot Wang Chao out of $500,000. He came to ask for money 3 times in the past, but do you know why he doesn't dare to come anymore? Haha. It's because he was beaten up by your elder's people and now he's asking an idiot like you to collect the money. Your elder's going to laugh himself to death because of you people. Chairman Su was laughing so hard that he was leaning back, which caused Qin Feng's expression to darken even further. He never thought that Wang Chao would try to plot against him like this. However, he was fine with that. He would keep the $500,000 as a punishment. Baldy, have you laughed enough yet? If you've laughed enough, then give me the money. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered wasting time here, and his demeanor became more forceful. Chairman Su suddenly stopped laughing as he viciously stared at Qin Feng. Fudge, you dared to call your elder a baldy? Alright, you're done for now. Not only will your elder cripple you, I'm going to screw this pretty little girl right in front of you, so you know the consequences for offending me. Just as Qin Feng was about to attack, he suddenly thought of something and asked in a sincere tone, Baldy, you said you wanted to screw the little beauty behind me? Chairman Su stared at Qin Feng like he was an idiot. Fudge, your elder's going to screw her to death. What are you going to do about it? Qin Feng ignored him and pulled Su Ruoro out from behind him as he said to her, Ruoro, did you hear that animal's words? Su Ruoro nodded. Her incredibly scared manner made her look incredibly pitiful. Are you angry then? Qin Feng asked. Su Ruoro once again nodded. Then go and beat him up. Beat him to death. Qin Feng's words became more intense, trying to change her weak and timid personality. However, Su Ruoro stuck next to Qin Feng, not daring to even raise her head. Her hands clued at Qin Feng's clothes as if she was a lost little girl, afraid that Qin Feng would leave her behind. I'm too scared to. Qin Feng thought for a moment. After all, Chairman Su was a big man, and it was only normal that Su Ruoro wouldn't dare to attack him. As such, he changed his methods. Then curse at him. Curse at him and all of his ancestors. Su Ruoro once again shook her head. I don't know how to curse at people. Qin Feng used a commanding tone as he loudly replied, curse at him. If I tell you to curse at him, then you curse at him. Su Ruoro was given a big fright and took a few steps back. She lowered her head. and hesitated for a while before gritting her teeth and asking in a small voice, "Do I really have to?" "Yes, hurry up and curse at him." Qin Feng roared. "Why, you're a bad person." After giving it some thought, the best that Su Ruoro could come up with was this. Qin Feng nearly went and smashed his head into a wall. Chairman Su dumbly weighed the exchange between Qin Feng and Su Ruoro. He finally understood. Not only was Qin Feng mentally deranged, but there was also something wrong with this pretty girl as well. Su Ruoro's weak and gentle demeanor greatly appealed to him, and the look on his face became more and more lewd. He stared at Su Ruoro, thinking about how pleasurable it would feel to screw a girl who didn't know how to resist at all. "Brat, you're still playing around? Your elder's going to kill you." Chairman Su couldn't wait to act out his fantasy any longer, so he immediately rushed towards Qin Feng to attack him. He planned to take him out with a single slap. Seeing that his palm was about to hit Qin Feng's face, Chairman Su felt incredibly delighted and grinned. However, at this moment Qin Feng leaned back, easily dodging the slap. He then kicked out, which sent Chairman Su flying. Chairman Su's fat body landed heavily on the ground, causing his desk to shake. Su Ruoro was given a big fright and looked at Qin Feng in fear and surprise. She hadn't thought that he would be so strong. With just a simple kick, Qin Feng had utterly defeated Chairman Su. Chairman Su curled into a ball from the pain, unable to even stand. Qin Feng once again pulled Su Ruoro over to Chairman Su and pointed at him as he ordered, "Ruoro, keep cursing at him. Use the most savage things you can think of to curse at him." Su Ruoro didn't expect Qin Feng to continue forcing her to curse at Chairman Su, so she felt quite wronged. Her eyes looked around before she hesitantly asked, "Are you a pig?" "Zay." Chapter 81. Chapter 81. It's really a misunderstanding. The worst insult Su Ruoro could come up with was even asked as a question. Qin Feng's face darkened. No matter what he tried, nothing had worked. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to change her, even if a year passed. Qin Feng suddenly pulled Su Ruoro over and evilly looked at her as he said, "Su Ruoro, I want you to go over and kick this fat pig's face. He needs to pay a price for saying those dirty things to you." Su Ruoro was so scared that she started to tremble. She didn't even know how to curse at someone. How could she have the guts to hit someone? "Qin Feng, please spare me. I'm afraid. I don't know how to hit someone," she stammered as she desperately shook her head. However, Qin Feng did not let go. He knew that he had to persist and force her to her limit. Only then would there be a chance for her to change and become a strong woman. "Su Ruoro, if you don't kick his face, I'll rip your clothes off, throw you on him and let him bully you." Qin Feng's gaze became fierce, as if he was a dangerous beast. Su Ruoro had been completely terrified for a while now, so she could only shake her head. Qin Feng felt quite annoyed, and was starting to become desperate. He dragged Su Ruoro over to a corner and started to pull off her white shirt. In a few moments, he had undone the buttons on her shirt and her soft breasts bounced out. "Qin Feng, let me go, I don't like this." Su Ruoro was scared stiff, and started to use her hands to cover herself up. However, Qin Feng ignored her and used his hands to press her hands against the wall. "Su Ruoro, resist. If you want me to stop, then hit me, kick me or curse at me. If you don't resist, I'll think that you like this and I'll have to take advantage of you." As Qin Feng spoke, he buried his head into her chest, and Su Ruoro's tears started to flow. "Qin Feng, I want to go back. Please let me go back," she chokingly cried. Qin Feng looked up and saw Su Ruoro's tearful face. She looked like a pitiful child. In an instant, Qin Feng's heart softened, and he immediately regretted his actions. He felt that he had been incredibly selfish. In order to complete the quest, he had forced Su Ruoro into crying. This was quite unfair to her. Qin Feng hurriedly let her go and found that in his eagerness to complete the quest, he hadn't realized how hard he had been holding her wrists, which were now red. He quickly helped her button up her shirt, then gently pulled her into his embrace as he patted her back and said, "Ruoro, don't cry, I'll take you back now. I was too caught up in the moment just then. Please don't be angry." Su Ruoro gradually calmed down and after wiping off her tears, she gently pushed Qin Feng away. It wasn't difficult to tell that she was still quite afraid of Qin Feng. At this moment, Chairman Su, who had been playing dead, quickly got up and ran over to the door. He blocked the way with his fat body as he glared at Qin Feng. When Qin Feng had been trying to get Su Ruro to take out her anger on Chairman Su, he had called his group of thugs. These 3 men were from the Northwest's Wild Wolf Gang, and were truly part of the underworld. Previously, it was them who had beaten Wang Chao up. The 3 men had sent a text saying that they would be there within 10 minutes. Chairman Su had been weighing the entire time, and knew that they would arrive very soon. As such, he blocked at the door, afraid that Qin Feng would run. "Oi, Baldy, do you want another beating?" Qin Feng unhappily asked when he saw Chairman Su act so strangely. Chairman Su's fear of Qin Feng had long since disappeared after hearing back from the 3 men. He arrogantly smiled and replied, "Haha, you still want to hit your elder? Just you wait until your elder's men are here to break your hands and feet." Just as he spoke, there was a loud thudding of footsteps running upstairs. Chairman Su grinned as he hurriedly opened the door, and 3 tattooed men walked in. "Big Brother Longhair, Big Brother Baldhead, Big Brother Wolf, you're finally here. If you had come any later, I would have been beaten to death by this little scumbag. It was this stinking brat who dared to come here to ask for money. He's simply seeking death." As soon as the 3 tattooed men arrived, Chairman Su returned to his arrogant, condescending self. His face was upturned, to the point that Qin Feng could almost see up his nostrils. And also, this guy was sent by that idiot Wang Chao. That idiot was so scared by you guys that he sent this idiot over. The 3 tattooed men looked over and felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Qin Feng stared back at them with a look of amusement on his face. He had thought that he would be able to warm up his body a little, but now it seemed as though that would not be necessary. "Big Brother Longhair. Big Brother Baldhead. Big Brother Wolf. What's wrong?" Seeing that the 3 men were frozen, Chairman Su nudged them as he started to yell, "Don't worry, I'll pay much more this time. As long as you can break to dash." Before he could even finish his sentence, the long-haired men savagely slapped him. Chairman Su yelled out in pain and was just about to curse at the long-haired man for slapping the wrong person, when the bald-headed man punched him in the abdomen. By now he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak and could only look at them, silently pleading for them to attack Qin Feng, not him. In the end, the furious man with the wolf tattoo kicked Chairman Su's leg, sending him falling to the ground. These attacks were just a warm-up for the 3 tattooed men. When they realized that the person Chairman Su had asked them to take care of was Qin Feng, they felt like killing him. In order to prove their loyalty, they gathered around Chairman Su and furiously attacked him, continuously filling the office with Chairman Su's screams. Su Ruro was so scared that she retreated to a corner and squatted there while covering her ears. After punching and kicking him for more than a minute, Chairman Su was unable to hold on anymore and fainted. Only then did the 3 men stop and hurriedly come over to Qin Feng's side with big smiles plastered all over their faces. "Young Master Qin, it's really a misunderstanding." "That's right, young Master Qin. We helped this guy take care of Wang Chao in the past, but we didn't know that he called us here to deal with you. Otherwise, we would have brought everyone with us and just executed this idiot on the spot." "Young Master Qin, please don't be angry, please don't be angry." Seeing that the 3 tattooed men were so apologetic, Qin Feng waved his hands, indicating that they were forgiven. After all, this couldn't be blamed on them. "The thing I asked you to take care of last night, how did it go?" Qin Feng asked about Liang Zhenwei's matter. "Young Master Qin, we dragged that guy onto a deserted mountain and buried him there. He definitely won't be found," the long-haired man whispered into Qin Feng's ear. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Qin Feng, you're a good person. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I want you to wake this guy up now. He owes this young master $500,000, and I want you to get it from him." The poor Chairman Su was quite pitiful. After being punched and kicked into unconsciousness, he was woken up by punching and kicking. As soon as Chairman Su woke up, he started screaming, "Io! 3 brothers, please stop hitting me. It hurts to death." The long-haired man slapped him in the face as he cursed, "What are you yelling for? If you keep yelling, we'll throw you into the river for fish to eat." Chairman Su immediately shut up, his face red. He was quite clear about the background of these three men. They really would do such a thing. You reckless idiot, do you know who this is? This is our big brother. You called us here to deal with our big brother? Do you want to die? The long-haired man once again slapped Chairman Su. Although it hurt quite a bit, he didn't dare to cry out. At this moment he felt incredibly regretful. He never thought that Qin Feng would be the big brother of these men. Big brother, I had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai, please forgive me. Chairman Su begged Qin Feng. Qin Feng kicked out and flipped him over. Don't beg me for mercy, go and apologize to Ruro. This young master feels like slapping you to death for saying those things earlier. Chairman Su hurriedly crawled over to Su Ruro and kowtowed, saying, Big sister, I deserve to die. I'm a shameless beast who was stupid and blind. Please ask big brother to forgive me. Chairman Su slapped himself as he apologized, scaring Su Ruro to death. She hurriedly ran over to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, let's go. Are you still angry? I'm not angry anymore. Tell him not to hit himself anymore. I think he's going to die otherwise. Su Ruro hid behind Qin Feng, not daring to look at Chairman Su. His face had already been quite chubby but now it was completely swollen, which made it look like a pig's head. Qin Feng waved his hands at the three men, and they immediately kicked Chairman Su, ordering, Stop hitting yourself and give big brother his $500,000. Otherwise your elder will kill you right now. Chairman Su was truly and utterly afraid of Qin Feng. To him, $500,000 in exchange for his life was definitely worth it. Moreover, he indeed owed that Wang Chao $500,000, so he hurriedly took out a card from his pocket. Big brother. There's $600,000 in this card. The extra $100,000 is a gift for big brother. Qin Feng could tell that this Chairman Su wasn't an idiot, so he nodded, and the long-haired man brought the card over to him. Long hair, go to the nearest bank and put $300,000 into another card, Qin Feng ordered. He had taken Su Ruro out with him this time, so naturally, he was going to give her half of this as a fee for her hard work. The long-haired man immediately ran out. Less than 20 minutes later, he came back with 2 cards. After receiving the money, Qin Feng ignored Chairman Su and brought the 3 tattooed men to one side as he handed one of the cards to the long-haired man. You 3 were from the Northwest's Wild Wolf Gang, right? The long-haired man received the card in surprise, then nodded. I'll give this $300,000 to you guys, but I want you to take one of the Wild Wolf Gang's territories for me within 1 week. I want you to then use that territory as a foundation and take over the other territories until you take over the entire Wild Wolf Gang. Can you do that? Although Qin Feng was hedonistic and dissolute, he was quite smart and was good at choosing people. He never kept trash by his side. After seeing how these men had taken care of the matter with Liang Jinwei and how they had reacted in this incident, he decided to test them. If they couldn't take over an important territory within 1 week with the $300,000, it would be no use for them to keep it. Loyal and useful followers were something that one could only come by with luck. Zhang Biao was a good subordinate, and Qin Feng was quite fond of him. At a key moment, he had taken a hit for Qin Feng, and bore the crime of killing Hao Yun. If these 3 men could also obtain Qin Feng's recognition, they would be able to help him more in the future. The 3 men looked at the card containing $300,000, and their gazes became determined. Before, they were the lowest level of thugs in the Wild Wolf Gang, and hadn't received any recognition. They faced danger every day, and yet did not receive any fame or fortune for their efforts. And now, Qin Feng had given them an opportunity to change their lives. How could the 3 of them refuse? Young Master Qin, please rest assured. Within 7 days, we 3 brothers will give you a satisfactory outcome, the 3 men promised Qin Feng. After the 3 men had made this commitment, Qin Feng allowed them to leave. They had much to do, and would require all the time they could get. Not too long after the 3 men left, Qin Feng came over to Su Ruro. She still looked quite nervous, and Qin Feng smiled as he held her hand and walked out of the Vodia department store. After coming out and looking at the blue sky and feeling the radiant sunshine on her face, Su Ruro lightly patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feng thought she looked incredibly cute. Ruro, you can get on now. Qin Feng pushed the 28 bicycle over. He didn't have a lock, and was quite pleased to see no one had stolen it. In truth, Su Ruro didn't want to ride on Qin Feng's bicycle, as she would have to sit incredibly close to him. However, she didn't want to refuse, so she shyly got on. As the bicycle sped through the streets, Su Ruro gradually recovered, and saw that Qin Feng had stopped outside a Western-style restaurant. Qin Feng, aren't we going back to the company? Su Ruro weakly asked. Qin Feng smiled as he got off the bicycle, then carried Su Ruro off as well. There's still 2 hours until work finishes. We've gone through so much trouble to collect this debt, so of course we should stall until work finishes. Su Ruro understood what Qin Feng was thinking. In other words, he wanted to slack off. Normally, she wouldn't even consider such a thing, but with Qin Feng dragging her along, she had no choice. When they arrived at the entrance of the Western-style restaurant, Su Ruro suddenly stopped as she lowered her head and twisted the corners of her clothes. Qin Feng, I just started at the company, and I haven't even received a paycheck yet. I don't have the money to eat with you here. Who could bear to let a little beauty like you pay? It's my treat today. I went a bit overboard before, so think of it as an apology. Qin Feng laughed as he pulled her into the restaurant. Su Ruro felt a wave of warmth flow through her heart, and she followed Qin Feng in. Qin Feng picked a table near the window and ordered a couple's meal. While they were waiting, Su Ruro mustered up her courage as she looked at Qin Feng and said to him, "Thank you, Qin Feng." What are you thanking me for? Qin Feng didn't think this was a very big matter. Thank you for treating me to a Western-style meal. Su Ruro never liked to owe other people. Since Qin Feng had treated her, she naturally had to thank him. It's nothing big. As long as you don't hold what happened earlier against me, that'll be enough. I've already forgotten about it, Su Ruro said as she gently nodded her head. Although she was quite shy, she wasn't stupid. After calming down, she realized that Qin Feng had been trying to help her take revenge on Chairman Su, as well as help her overcome her timidity. Su Ruro suddenly looked at Qin Feng as she earnestly said, "Qin Feng, you're a good person." Qin Feng was drinking juice, and after hearing Su Ruro say this, he choked and took a while to recover. He had nearly stripped off her clothes, and yet she had called him a good person. He wasn't sure if she really meant it, or was sarcastically cursing at him. "Ruro, tell me about your family," Qin Feng said. He wondered if Su Ruro's personality had to do with her family. Su Ruro's face suddenly paled as she furiously shook her head. I don't want to talk about it." Qin Feng didn't continue to ask after seeing the massive change in her emotions. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and both of them looked out the window without talking. In another corner of the restaurant, 2 elegantly dressed, rich young men sat at a table. They were both incredibly handsome, and their skin was even better than a woman's. "Big Brother Li, I haven't seen that Qin Feng at university recently. I wonder where he's gone." One of the men's eyes burned with anger as he mentioned Qin Feng. Recently, the Hao family and Qin family have been fighting it out. In order to protect him, the Qin family arranged for him to work at the royal group's headquarters. More than half of the Qin family's experts have been hidden in the royal group as security officers. It's just that no one can tell very easily, the other man replied. These 2 men were Hua Ming and Li Xiaojie of the Acropolis University's 4 young masters. Ever since Qin Feng had defeated Hua Ming in the art competition and hit him in front of everyone, he had stopped coming to university. Hua Ming had asked Li Xiaojie to help him take care of Qin Feng, but he hadn't been able to find him. Haha, that idiot's way too arrogant. I heard that he ran to the Hao family's Amethyst Dragon Palace and killed Hao Yun in public. What a brainless imbecile. The Hao family should just exterminate the Qin family. Whenever he talked about Qin Feng, Hua Ming was incredibly enraged. "Big Brother Li, should we help the Hao family deal with the Qin family?" Li Xiaojie gently shook his head, but didn't say anything. His thoughts had returned to a few nights ago when he had seen Qin Feng killing the Liang family's 3rd son, Liang Sheng. He had even recorded it. Li Xiaojie had planned to anonymously send the video to the Liang family and use them to destroy the Qin family. However, before he could act, Qin Feng had killed Hao Yun. After seeing that the Qin family and Hao family were engaged in a large battle, Li Xiaojie changed his plan. He was no longer in a rush to send the video to the Liang family. After all, he wasn't as impulsive and rash as Hua Ming. He had long since investigated the strength and backgrounds of each of the big families in the Acropolis city. The Qin family and Sima family both had deep foundations, and each of them had a powerful main family supporting them. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. If only love was as beautiful as at first sight. If it was just the Hao family fighting with the Qin family, the capital's Qin family most likely wouldn't act. However, if the capital's Liang family also attacked, the capital's Qin family definitely wouldn't sit and wah. Li Xiaojia was representing the Yunhai city's Li family, and wasn't here just to go to university. He was using his identity as a university student to investigate the powers of the Acropolis city, preparing to lead the Yunhai city's Li family to conquer the Acropolis city. The Qin family and Hao family's battle was a rare opportunity, and he would strike at an opportune time. Big brother Li, look, isn't that person Qin Feng? Hua Ming suddenly cried out as his eyes widened, and he pointed at another section of the restaurant. Li Xiaojia looked over, and his eyes glinted. That person was indeed Qin Feng, and he was eating with a pretty girl. Fudge, that guy really went to work, said Hua Ming, shocked and disappointed at the sight of Qin Feng wearing a white shirt and black pants. Although Li Xiaojia had told him about this, Hua Ming was still dumbfounded after seeing it for himself. No one would be able to believe that the Acropolis city's #1 hedonist would go to work. What the frick? Isn't the Qin family at war with the Hao family? And he's here casually flirting with a girl? Seeing that Qin Feng was still just as loose and dissolute despite working, Hua Ming felt so angry that his teeth. Li Xiaojia wasn't as angry as Hua Ming, but an evil smile flashed on his face. He suddenly looked towards Hua Ming as he said, Hua Ming, Qin Feng hasn't been going to university recently, so how has your development with Zhao Lingxian been? Have you been able to sleep with that arrogant goddess yet? No. Hua Ming looked quite depressed. He found that after Qin Feng had stopped coming to university, Zhao Lingxian had become even colder, and Hua Ming didn't even dare to approach her. In that case, how about you invite Zhao Lingxian to have a Western-style lunch with you here? Li Xiaojia asked as a look of entertainment appeared on his face. Hua Ming was just about to say that Zhao Lingxian definitely wouldn't come. However, his eyes lit up as he understood what Li Xiaojia's intention was. That's right. Qin Feng's here seducing another girl. If we call Zhao Lingxian here and she sees him like this, she'll be hurt and forget about him. That'll give me the opportunity to make a move. After speaking, Hua Ming took out his phone and called Zhao Lingxian. At the same time, Li Xiaojia secretly sent a text under the table, telling the Hao family's people where Qin Feng was. Hello, who is this? Hua Ming's call connected. A cold, emotionless voice sounded out. Evidently, Zhao Lingxian hadn't saved Hua Ming's number. Hua Ming felt quite displeased, but he quickly managed his emotions as he cheerfully said, Zhao Lingxian, it's me, Hua Ming. As soon as she heard that it was Hua Ming, Zhao Lingxian decided to end the call. I don't have anything to say to you. I'm hanging up now. Hua Ming's face fell, and he hurriedly said, wait, I saw Qin Feng at the Swiss restaurant. After she heard this, Zhao Lingxian didn't hang up, but her breathing became heavier. After falling silent for a moment, she replied, there's nothing between us. Very soon, the couple's meal that Qin Feng had ordered was brought over. Su Ruro very rarely came to this sort of place to eat. She awkwardly held her fork and knife as she tried to cut her steak, which caused it to almost fall out of her plate many times. After seeing how cute and awkward she looked, Qin Feng patted her head, then expertly cut his steak into small pieces, then swapped their plates. Thank you, Qin Feng. The delicious meal in front of her made Su Ruro felt incredibly happy, and she forgot all that had happened earlier. She was smiling so much that her eyes became 2 crescent moons, and as she smelled the delicious steak, she quickly brought a piece into her mouth and slowly savored it. You don't need to thank me for something small like that, Qin Feng replied while cutting his steak. Of course I need to thank you. No matter if it's a big matter or small matter, as long as someone has helped me, I should thank them, Su Ruro earnestly replied. Qin Feng shook his head, then took out the card with $300,000 from his pocket, and put it in front of Su Ruro. "This is for you." Su Ruro recognized this card. It was one of the cards that long-haired, savage-looking man had brought back for Qin Feng. There was still $300,000 in it. She was given a big fright and hurriedly pushed it back to Qin Feng, saying, "This is Group Leader Wang's money. I can't take it." "Why, you should give it back to him." "Give it back to him? Do you think there's something wrong with my head?" Qin Feng's expression became severe as he pushed the card back. "If I tell you to take it, just take it, all right?" Su Ruro was so scared that she put down her fork and knife and didn't dare to continue eating. But this is someone else's money. I can't take it." "Then are you going to tell Wang Chao that I stole his money?" Qin Feng felt a bit angry. I won't say that." "And what if he asks what happened to the money? What will you say?" Qin Feng continued to ask. Su Ruro had never lied in her life and didn't know what to do. Qin Feng understood Su Ruro's honest and kind personality and knew that this would be quite harsh on her. As such, he asked, "Ruro, do you dislike Wang Chao?" Su Ruro hesitated for a while before nodding. She had only been working at the royal group for a week, but every time Wang Chao looked at her, she felt quite disgusted. "Qin Feng, please don't tell Group Leader Wang," Su Ruro said fearfully. Qin Feng smiled. "Don't worry, why would I tell him? Since you dislike him, help me screw him over once. If he asks you about the money, just say we weren't able to collect it. Isn't that fine?" Su Ruro sank into silence and did not reply. Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Su Ruro's hand as he looked at her sincerely. "Ruro, can you lie just once for me?" There were quite a few people in the restaurant, and Su Ruro felt quite nervous when Qin Feng grabbed her hand. However, she didn't want to withdraw her hand, for fear of hurting Qin Feng's feelings. At this moment, a beautiful figure outside walked past where Qin Feng and Su Ruro were sitting. Zhao Lingxian's body suddenly stopped as she saw this scene through the glass. She had thought that after saying goodbye to Qin Feng that time, they would drift apart and would become strangers. However, after receiving Hua Ming's call and hearing that Qin Feng was at a restaurant, she couldn't help but go out of the house. After walking for a while, she naturally came to the Western-style restaurant. Standing in front of the window, Zhao Lingxian saw Qin Feng hold a pure and pretty girl's hand as he earnestly looked at her. Their meal was also the couple's meal, causing Zhao Lingxian's heart to ache. When she saw the 28 bicycle parked outside the restaurant, she couldn't hold in the tears anymore. In the end, Qin Feng was still that hedonistic and dissolute young master. He had long since changed from that big brother who would play with her. He would no longer spend his time with an arrogant big miss like her, and would instead go out seducing beauties. She felt that things could never return to the way they were before, and she turned and left, feeling incredibly lonely. If only love was as beautiful as at first sight, why should the autumn wind bother to pity deserted painted fans? Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Smashing a car with an iron fist. Of course, Qin Feng didn't see Zhao Lingxian. After waiting for a while, he finally saw Su Ruro give a slight nod. "Qin Feng, just this once." Su Ruro pulled back her hand. This would be her first time lying, and it was for a man. Her heart felt quite chaotic. Qin Feng gave a slight smile and put the bank card into Su Ruro's pocket. "Just keep the card. You're not allowed to give it back to me. Otherwise, after we finish eating, I'll take you to a hotel room and make it so that you won't be able to get out of bed for the rest of the day." Qin Feng's joking threat was quite lewd, and Su Ruro didn't dare to pass the card back to him again. She carefully made sure that the card was secure in her pocket. After all, this was $300,000. It was the first time in her life she had so much money. "Ruro, don't think too much. This money's a down payment. In future, if I get bored at work and want to touch your legs, just cooperate." After seeing Su Ruro's heavy expression, Qin Feng decided to make a joke. However, after making this joke, Su Ruro felt even more nervous. In the end, their meal was still quite enjoyable. It was the first time Su Ruro had eaten at such a high-class restaurant before, and she felt that everything here was quite delicious. It was just that everything here was too expensive. When she found out that the meal had costed $3,500, she felt incredibly guilty. Qin Feng W. When I get my pay next month, I'll treat you as well. After walking out of the restaurant because Su Ruoro felt quite guilty, she took the initiative to get on Qin Feng's 28 bicycle. Qin Feng patted Su Ruoro's head. Sure, after all, you're a wealthy little miss with $300,000 now. Su Ruoro smiled but didn't say anything. She wouldn't use the money on the card. When she received her salary, she would treat Qin Feng with her own money. After making sure Su Ruoro was sitting properly, Qin Feng prepared to ride the bicycle back to the company when suddenly an Audi A6 flew towards them from behind, which threatened to crash into the 28 bicycle. Qin Feng hurriedly grabbed Su Ruoro and launched off the bicycle, rolling on the ground as he narrowly avoided the Audi. After helping Su Ruoro up, Qin Feng saw that the Audi did not stop, but rather spun, then sped towards them again. Qin Feng could now confirm that the car had not almost hit them because the driver lost control. There was someone in the car who wanted to take his life. He saw the driver. It was Hao Yun's father, Hao Nan. Hao Nan's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was vicious and savage. He had just received a text from a mysterious person, which gave him Qin Feng's location. He hurriedly drove over, and was surprised to see that Qin Feng really was at the Western-style restaurant. After aiming at Qin Feng, he had slammed his foot on the accelerator and sent the car shooting towards him. He wished he could dice Qin Feng into 1,000 pieces, and was trying to use his car to ram Qin Feng to death. The Audi A6 was like a severe flood and a fierce beast as it roared, once again flying towards Qin Feng. With Qin Feng's speed, he could have easily dodged the car. However, Su Ruoro had been scared stiff, and she covered her ears as she screamed and forgot to even run. Naturally, Qin Feng couldn't leave her behind, so he could only push her to the side. As such, he lost his chance to dodge. Seeing the Audi speeding towards him, Qin Feng's expression darkened as his eyes released chilling killing intent. He suddenly roared in anger as he sent all of his strength into a punch towards the Audi. Boom! As his punch landed, a small crater appeared in the Audi's bonnet. The speeding car suddenly stopped, and its wheels created black burn marks on the ground, causing a painful screeching sound. Qin Feng was knocked flying by the force from the car, and he smashed into the wall behind him. The wall's paint fell off as Qin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Luckily, he had his flying dragon armor on, and had used his inner chi as well as 6x strength to soften the impact. As such, apart from his arm feeling numb and his insides feeling like they were rolling around, he was mostly fine. Qin Feng, are you alright? Su Ruoro hurriedly ran over to Qin Feng and helped him up. She had been frightened to tears. She knew that Qin Feng hadn't been able to dodge the car because he had pushed her into safety. Su Ruoro felt deeply guilty at the sight of him coughing up blood. Qin Feng wasn't that weak. He pulled Su Ruoro behind him as he coldly gazed at Hao Nan sitting inside the car. After that massive impact, he wasn't fine either. The car's airbags activated, and Qin Feng could see that Hao Nan was bleeding from his head. He was currently lying on an airbag, and he seemed to be unconscious. A glint of killing intent appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. He was a fairly easygoing person, and wouldn't normally pursue small matters. However, he wouldn't show mercy to someone who had tried to kill him. He would only relent after that person had died. He didn't hesitate as he spent 50 hedonist points and bought a little throwing knife. His hand slightly moved as the throwing knife shot out like a bullet, piercing through the Audi's cracked windscreen and accurately burying into Hao Nan's forehead. In the blink of an eye, Hao Nan had completely disappeared from the world. Just as Qin Feng killed Hao Nan, 3 police cars drove over and quickly surrounded them. Qin Feng pulled Su Ruoro to the side as he quickly said, "Ruoro, go back to the company by yourself. Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened today." Su Ruoro was still quite worried about Qin Feng's wounds, and seeing him look so cold and determined, she could only nod and reluctantly leave. A heroine-looking policewoman walked over. "It's you again?" After receiving a call from a bystander, Lu Bingbing had quickly rushed to the scene. After seeing Qin Feng, the cold aura around her became even more intense. She gnashed her teeth as she glared at Qin Feng. She found that wherever this brat was, someone would die. After checking the dead Hao Nan in the Audi, she found that this was indeed the case. Last time when you killed someone, you relied on the Qin family's power to escape. I'll see how you get away with it this time. This time, I'll definitely make you taste justice. Lu Bingbing coldly glared at Qin Feng as she pulled him into the police car. You're coming to the police station with me. Qin Feng did not resist, because he had already observed his surroundings. There was a security camera at the entrance of the Western-style restaurant. While it was not able to record him killing Hao Nan with the little throwing knife, it was definitely able to record Hao Nan trying to kill him with his car. After all, he wouldn't be in danger even if he went to the police station. He would be able to spend some time with the beautiful policewoman Lu Bingbing. After coming to the North District Subbureau, Lu Bingbing directly brought Qin Feng to the interrogation room. Last time, Qin Feng had escaped, so she was determined not to let Qin Feng get his way this time. Confess, did you kill Hao Nan? Lu Bingbing sat down opposite Qin Feng and got straight to the main topic. Nope, Qin Feng replied as he shook his head. Brat, you still dare to deny it? By the time I arrived, Hao Nan was already dead. Only you were around, and there's enmity between your Qin family and the Hao family. If it wasn't you, who killed Hao Nan? Lu Bingbing was so furious that she wanted to flip the table, and she sent out an incredibly cold aura. This beautiful policewoman was simply too fiery-tempered. Of course, her figure was even more fiery. Qin Feng wondered if he threw Su Ruoro and Lu Bingbing together for a month. Would their personalities be changed by each other, letting him complete 2 quests? He suddenly shook his head. With Su Ruoro's weak personality, she would probably be scared to death by Lu Bingbing within an hour. Lu Bingbing savagely slammed her fist down on the desk when Qin Feng ignored her. Stinking brat, I'm asking you a question. Stop acting dumb. Qin Feng came back to his senses and he smiled at Lu Bingbing as he replied, Beautiful policewoman, don't be so fierce. I already told you clearly. I didn't kill him. If I knew who killed Hao Nan, I would go and visit them, and thank his 18 generations of ancestors. Zhe. Lu Bingbing was infuriated by Qin Feng's flippancy. Since she had become a police officer, it was the first time she had met such a cheeky hooligan who was so hard to deal with. Not only did he have a powerful background, but he was also quite strong himself. As a Stage 2 expert, she was one of the strongest in the police force. And yet, when she had exchanged blows with Qin Feng last time, she had been the weaker side. Beautiful policewoman, have you been charmed by this young master, so you dragged me here? It's because you wanted to keep dancing with me, right? After Lu Bingbing was angered into speechlessness, Qin Feng continued to mock her. Lu Bingbing's hand gripped the gun at her waist. She wanted to pull it out and execute Qin Feng on the spot. After staring at each other for a while, the interrogation room's door was opened as a policewoman walked in with some documents. Director Lu, this is the evidence from the Western-style restaurant's security footage. Please have a look. After placing the documents on the desk, the policewoman retreated out. Qin Feng had never seen this policewoman before. He guessed that after Xiao Lu had been suspended for trying to kill him with the Hao family's elder, she had been sent here to replace him. Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng, then sat down and started to read the documents carefully. Most of the evidence was about how Hao Nan was trying to hit Qin Feng with his Audi. After sending Qin Feng flying, he died. But there was no evidence that Qin Feng killed Hao Nan. However, there was an abundance of evidence that Hao Nan had tried to kill Qin Feng. After looking through the documents, Lu Bingbing's face became colder and colder, and she gnashed her teeth as she stared at Qin Feng. She simply didn't know how this brat had mysteriously killed Hao Nan. However, without any evidence at all, it seemed that Qin Feng would be bailed out by someone from the Qin family very soon. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. I'll come next time to teach you to dance. After she thought about how this person had continuously caused trouble for her, and had even dared to flirt with her, Lu Bingbing was filled with anger. She had no thoughts about releasing Qin Feng, and after she thought for a moment, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. A charming expression suddenly appeared on Lu Bingbing's icy face, and she swayed her voluptuous body as she walked over to Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, you're so smart. I brought you here today because I wanted to dance an elegant waltz with you. Lu Bingbing's voice was usually incredibly cold, so as he heard this, Qin Feng felt goosebumps rise up along his body. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to think that Lu Bingbing had really fallen for him and wanted to dance with him. However, he gave a lewd smile as he stared at Lu Bingbing's chest. Big Beauty Lu, waltzes are too boring. How about I teach you the chest-shaking dance that I invented? As soon as Lu Bingbing heard this dance's name, her expression became cold again. However, in order to take down Qin Feng, a warm smile reappeared on her face. Sure, teach me then. Big Beauty Lu, you actually possess quite a bit of talent for learning this dance, as it has strict requirements for the dancers. With a flawless body like yours, all you need to remember is that you need to shake your chest as much as possible. Qin Feng looked incredibly sincere as he came over to Lu Bingbing and started to help her take off her clothes. An icy aura erupted from Lu Bingbing's body, but she gritted her teeth and endured. However, if Qin Feng went too far, she vowed to shoot him on the spot. Qin Feng expertly undid the buttons on Lu Bingbing's jacket and helped her take it off, but did not go any further. Inside, Lu Bingbing was wearing a thin white blouse through which her black bra could be faintly seen. Big Beauty Lu, it's probably better to take off all your clothes if you want to do this dance properly. I'll help you. After taking off her jacket, Qin Feng started to help her take off her blouse. Lu Bingbing simply couldn't endure anymore. And luckily, at this moment, a patter of footsteps could be heard coming towards the interrogation room. She looked out and saw that it was the Qin family's bodyguard bringing a large group of people over, and a look of amusement appeared in her eyes. She grabbed Qin Feng's hand and pressed it against her chest as she leaned forwards into Qin Feng's embrace, and started to scream. "Ah! You hooligan, you bastard, let me go! You dared to sexually assault me? Help! Someone help! There's a pervert here!" The interrogation room's door was thrown open, and Uncle Fu walked in with some of the Qin family's experts. All of them, including Uncle Fu, had some small wounds and their clothes were a bit tattered, as if they had just come from a fight. Behind Uncle Fu was also the North District Subbureau's director, Director Zhang. They had heard the noise from within the interrogation room, but the scene that greeted them left them completely dumbfounded. The fiery-tempered police beauty, Lu Bingbing, was lying in Qin Feng's embrace with her jacket off. 2 buttons of her blouse were undone, and Qin Feng's hand was pressed on one of her breasts. After these people had run in, Lu Bingbing put on a frightened appearance as she hurriedly ran over to Director Zhang. She looked teary as she said, "Director Zhang, thank goodness you're here. You all saw that Qin Feng dared to violate me in the interrogation room. This person's worse than a beast, and even dares to sexually assault a police officer. Director Zhang, you have to capture him and give me justice." Director Zhang's face darkened. He had been ordered here by the Acropolis City's head bureau's Director Ma to release Qin Feng. However, seeing that Qin Feng had dared to do such a thing to Lu Bingbing, Director Zhang was stuck in a dilemma. Director Zhang knew about Lu Bingbing's background. If this matter was spread to the capital's Lu family and old Chief Lu found out that his precious granddaughter had been violated in Director Zhang's subbureau by a hedonistic young master, his days would be over. Director Zhang gave Uncle Fu a serious look. Fu, you also saw what happened. I can't just pretend that I didn't see it." Uncle Fu's expression was also quite grave, and even he didn't know how to defend Qin Feng. He felt quite frustrated. Even if Qin Feng was feeling horny, he couldn't just lay his hands on a policewoman. A policewoman with a powerful background at that. "Director Zhang, if you don't mind, I want to arrest Qin Feng for attempted rape, which has a sentence of 3 years. If you can't decide on this, I'll call my grandfather to make a decision on this." Lu Bingbing was determined to take down Qin Feng this time, and took out her phone, preparing to call her family. Director Zhang was so scared that cold sweat erupted all over his body. After seeing that he had no choice, he could only say to his 2 subordinates behind him, "Go and lock Qin Feng up." The 2 men walked over towards Qin Feng, and Uncle Fu didn't know what to say. However, Qin Feng lazily straightened his body as he casually spoke. Your North District Subbureaus really opened this young master's eyes. This beauty policewoman tried to violate me, but I maintained a pure body and heart and refused her. In the end, she decided to frame me and sentence me to jail. However, I simply don't understand, with my hands handcuffed together, how could I possibly violate her? With her skills, I'm sure she'd be able to cripple me first. Qin Feng walked over to Director Zhang and Lu Bingbing, and moved his hands apart, revealing the silver handcuffs on his wrists. Lu Bingbing's expression suddenly changed as she reached behind her back, and found that her handcuffs were gone, and were now on Qin Feng's wrists. You. Lu Bingbing was angered to the point that her face became pale, but she couldn't say anything. Uncle Fu's eyes lit up as he hurriedly spoke, haha. It seems that this was all a misunderstanding. Director Lu, our family's young master, likes to play jokes, and says whatever he likes. However, he is kind-hearted and does not possess any malice, so if he offended you, please forgive him. After saying some words of courtesy to Lu Bingbing, Uncle Fu looked over to Director Zhang. Director Zhang, since this was all a misunderstanding, I'll be taking the young master back now. After hearing the young master had been taken in again, Mr. Qin has been quite worried, and is currently waiting for the young master. Ahaha, yes, that's right. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, Qin Feng can leave now. As for the incident at the restaurant, through reviewing the evidence, we have concluded that Hao Nan tried to injure Qin Feng using his car, and Qin Feng was the victim. I deeply apologize for not being able to protect him. Director Zhang could also tell that Lu Bingbing deeply hated Qin Feng, and wanted to frame him. However, he never thought that Qin Feng would be able to turn the tables, and not only did he take advantage of her, he was also portrayed as the victim. Since the matter had been resolved, the worried Director Zhang let out a sigh of relief. He waved at one of the police officers behind him, who brought over a silk banner of recognition. Qin Feng, this silk banner of recognition was especially made for you, to thank you for capturing the national fugitive Zhang Fei. We never thought that he would be hiding in the Acropolis city, and be posing as the Hao family's butler. Luckily, you were able to discover this. Your courage and wisdom is something that all Chinese citizens can learn from. There's also this card with $100,000 as a reward for capturing Zhang Fei. Director Zhang happily handed over the banner and bank card to Qin Feng, which Qin Feng gratefully received. Lu Bingbing felt like coughing up blood at this sight. She had brought him here to put him in jail, and now he was leaving with a silk banner and reward money. Qin Feng looked over to Lu Bingbing's icy face as he came over to her, and put his arm around her. He lifted up the red banner as he smiled and said, Uncle Fu, take a photo for us. Last time, if it wasn't for Director Lu rushing to the scene at the Amethyst Dragon Palace and controlling the scene for me, I might not have been able to return alive. As such, half of the glory should go to Beauty Lu. Qin Feng's actions gave Lu Bingbing a big fright, and just as she was going to attack him, Uncle Fu took out his phone and started to take photos, so she could only look over with a serious expression. Gotcha. After the photo had been taken, Qin Feng quickly moved away from Lu Bingbing. Even if she wanted to retaliate, she had lost the chance. Director Lu, Uncle Fu and I will be leaving now. Dad's quite worried about me, so I'll come next time to teach you to dance. Qin Feng grinned at Lu Bingbing, and before she could explode, he quickly brought the Qin family's people with him and left. After seeing the gleeful look on Qin Feng's face, flames burned in Lu Bingbing's eyes as she inwardly cursed his 18 generations of ancestors. Uncle Fu, what happened to you all? As soon as they exited the police station, Qin Feng's gaze became serious as he looked at the wounds on Uncle Fu's body. The black robe that Uncle Fu wore was in tatters, and was filled with holes. There were streaks of blood running down his arms and legs, and there was a small cut on his face. It was the first time Qin Feng had seen Uncle Fu in such a state. However, Uncle Fu gave a clear laugh. They're all superficial wounds, I'm fine. We were fighting a fierce battle with the Hao family when we received a call from Mr. Qin, telling us that something had come up with young master, so we hurried over. Qin Feng had not paid much attention to the battle between the Qin family and Hao family. He felt that his life hadn't changed at all, and he had lived as he always had. However, seeing the state Uncle Fu and the Qin family's loyal bodyguards were in, Qin Feng only realized that his life of peace and serenity was bought with their efforts and deaths. Uncle Fu, how's the situation? Chapter 86. Chapter 86. The lecherous Wang Chao. Young master, we've already eliminated more than half of the Hao family's forces. Only their core forces are left. From Hao Nan's actions today, it seems that the Hao family is already desperate and have made preparations to take the Qin family down with them. I'm sure that in the next few days, they'll do crazier and crazier things, so young master must be careful. Please don't go out if there's no reason to. Thinking to Qin Feng's hedonistic and dissolute personality, Uncle Fu realized this warning was probably made in vain. Thank you all of you for your hard work. When all of this is over, I'll ask Dad to greatly reward you all, Qin Feng said as he looked at Uncle Fu sincerely. Young master, this is what we should be doing. I'll take you back now. No need. I'm going back to the company for a bit. Go and attend to your matters and don't worry about me. Considering Qin Feng's current strength, Uncle Fu took the Qin family's people and left. Qin Feng hurried back to the royal group's building by himself. He was sure that Su Ruoro was still anxiously waiting for him there. After Su Ruoro had left Qin Feng, she had immediately returned to the royal group and had sat there, while feeling incredibly worried about him. Work had now finished and most of the sales department's employees were starting to leave. The hall became emptier and emptier, until only Su Ruoro was left. She looked at the empty seat opposite to hers and gritted her teeth, deciding to wait a bit longer to see if Qin Feng would return. Ruoro, you're working so hard? Work is already over, but you're not going home yet? After seeing that Su Ruoro hadn't left yet, Wang Chao had been pretending to work in his office. When everyone left, he smiled as he walked out to where she was. Ah, G Group leader Wang. Su Ruoro suddenly came back to her senses. Wang Chao had sat down next to her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable, so she slightly moved her chair away. Wang Chao grinned as he shifted his chair over, getting closer to her as he said, Ruoro, you went to collect the debt with Qin Feng, but why did you come back by yourself? Is he all right? When he saw that Su Ruoro had come back by herself, Wang Chao felt quite delighted. He guessed that Qin Feng had probably been beaten by Chairman Su's people into hospital. Wang Chao didn't take this stupid newbie seriously at all. He had some other things to do. Su Ruoro had promised Qin Feng that she wouldn't tell Wang Chao what had happened today, so she told him a small lie. Wang Chao casually smiled. How could he believe that Qin Feng had some other things to do, and that he had not returned to the company? He was now fully certain that Qin Feng was in hospital and felt even more delighted. Now that it was just him and Su Ruoro in the office, an evil smile appeared on Wang Chao's face. Ruoro, I've seen how hard you've been working and how diligent you are. Think I'll be reflecting that to Manager Li soon, so that you can become the assistant group leader. Wang Chao suddenly held on to Su Ruoro's little hand, causing her to stand up in fright and duck away. Thank you, group leader Wang. I still have some things to do, so I'll be going now. Su Ruoro could see the evil look in Wang Chao's eyes, which made want to run away. However, Wang Chao blocked the exit as he smiled and said, Ruoro, don't be afraid. I won't eat you. You've just graduated from university and entered into society, so there are many things you probably don't know at the company. In truth, if you want to do well in the company and climb higher, you can't simply rely on your efforts. You need to form a good relationship with your superiors. Don't you think so, Ruoro? Wang Chao's smile became more and more lecherous. He had wanted Su Ruoro for a long time, and after being presented with such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? He once again stretched out his hand and caressed her cheek. G-Group leader Wang, please don't do this. I really want to go now. Su Ruoro picked up a document and held it out in front of her as her small body trembled. She wanted to squeeze her way out, but Wang Chao was defiantly blocking the exit, making it impossible for her to leave. Ruoro, don't be so ungrateful. I'll have you know that although working at the sales department can be quite tiring, it's the department that makes the most money. There are so many employees who try to get on my good side, but you're the one I set my eyes on. I've given you face, so if you obediently be mine, I'll give you the best clients. If you want to earn money, all it'll take is a few phone calls. Su Ruoro's continuous resistance made Wang Chao start to lose his patience, as his expression darkened and he savagely glared at Su Ruoro. He had been observing Su Ruoro all this time, and knew that he would be able to force this weak and timid girl into submission if he acted in a more overbearing way. Indeed, Su Ruoro became so scared that she didn't dare to move anymore, and lowered her head, not knowing what to do. Seeing that Su Ruoro wasn't planning on resisting anymore, Wang Chao grinned evilly as he leaned in and breathed in her fragrance. Ruoro, let me properly pleasure you in the office today. Wang Chao coldly laughed as he stretched out his hand towards Su Ruoro's chest, the area he had been dreaming of for so long. Ruoro, I'm back. Before Wang Chao's pigtrotters could land on her chest, Qin Feng's voice rang out. Su Ruoro's teary eyes lit up. She didn't know where the courage came from, but she pushed aside Wang Chao and ran towards the sales department's exit. Just as she was about to reach the exit, she saw Qin Feng's handsome, smiling face. All of the unhappiness within her exploded out as she leapt into Qin Feng's embrace. All of a sudden, it seemed as if the world had quietened down, and she felt a strange sense of peace and security. Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Although Su Ruoro's personality was quite gentle and weak, she wasn't the type to take the initiative to hug him. Seeing how much she had suffered, Qin Feng gently patted her back as he asked, Ruoro, what's going on? He looked around the hall and saw Wang Chao standing there. His eyes ignited with coldness. And nothing, Qin Feng, let's go. Su Ruoro didn't dare to tell him what had just happened. After all, Qin Feng was just a new sales representative. How could he do anything against Wang Chao? She didn't want Qin Feng to offend Wang Chao because of her. Tell me what happened. Qin Feng gently pushed aside Su Ruoro with flames in his eyes, causing her to shiver in fear. Did Wang Chao do something to you? No. Su Ruoro desperately shook her head. Wang Chao was so angry that his face completely darkened. Qin Feng had interrupted him at such an important moment, and seeing that he was fine, Wang Chao became so angry that he felt like coughing up blood. He couldn't understand how this brat hadn't been beaten up by Chairman Su and his people. Chapter 87. Chapter 87, Pikachu and Black Turtle. Qin Feng, don't scare Ruoro like that. We were just talking about clients, so what are you yelling about? And also, didn't your elder tell you to go collect a debt? What the hell have you been doing? I don't believe that you went to the Wuxia department store at all. The company's paying you money and yet you've been mucking around. Tomorrow your elder's going to report you to the managers and… Qin Feng couldn't stand Wang Chao anymore. His way of making him shut up was simple but effective. He punched Wang Chao's face, making his nose crooked and splattering his face with blood. Wang Chao was so furious that his entire face twisted as he pointed at Qin Feng and yelled, Fudge, you dared to hit me? Your elder. In order to prove that he really did dare to hit Wang Chao, Qin Feng then kicked Wang Chao in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Qin Feng had used quite a bit of strength in this kick, and Wang Chao felt that his bones were going to collapse. He held his throbbing abdomen as he looked at Qin Feng in fear. His domineering look was long gone. Don't come over here, I'll just make a small report on you. Why, you can continue working properly, and we'll pretend this never happened. After witnessing how strong Qin Feng was, Wang Chao started to beg for mercy. However, Qin Feng didn't plan to let him off so easily. Just as he was going to continue hitting Wang Chao, Su Ruoro grabbed his arm and said, Qin Feng, please don't hit him anymore. Let's hurry and go. Seeing how frightened she looked, Qin Feng couldn't bear to refuse. He glared at Wang Chao and coldly said, Ruoro belongs to your elder. You'd better not have any thoughts towards her in future. Qin Feng had become so angry because Wang Chao had bullied Su Ruoro. Although Wang Chao had tried to screw him over, he couldn't be bothered to make a fuss out of it. When Qin Feng affectionately put his arm around Su Ruoro as they left, Wang Chao's face darkened as a look of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He vowed that one day he would kill Qin Feng. Thank you, Qin Feng. I'll be going now. After leaving the building, Su Ruoro headed home while Qin Feng rode the 28th bicycle back to the Qin residence. After arriving home, he found that Butler Wang was making dinner, and that his father and Han Ying had not come back yet. Qin Feng went up 3 floors to his own bedroom. Qin Feng casually took off his clothes and put on a pair of beach shorts as he lay bare-chested on the large, soft bed. He had become quite interested in the fusion function, but had been cut off by Wang Chao. He now hurriedly opened up the system and started to look through it again. Within the fusion function system, creatures that could be fused were split into sky, earth and water. The most basic earth creatures costed 100 hedonist points, water creatures costed 200 hedonist points, while sky creatures costed 300 hedonist points. After killing Liang Zhenwei, Qin Feng had received a reward of 1,000 hedonist points. After spending 50 hedonist points on the literally throwing knife to kill Hao Nan, he still had 950 hedonist points. He was quite eager to buy the wind blade martial skill, as he would be able to use his inner qi to continuously fire wind blades. The literally throwing knives were 50 hedonist points each, so Qin Feng couldn't keep using them to kill people. That was simply unsustainable. However, he was also incredibly interested in the fusion function. In the end, he decided to spend these 950 hedonist points on the fusion function. I wish I had more hedonist points. Qin Feng inwardly cursed. After give it some thought, Qin Feng decided to first buy 2 earth creatures to try it out. He suddenly thought of Tom and Jerry, which he used to wow when he was younger, and spent 200 hedonist points to buy a yellow cat and a brown mouse. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully buying pets. Would you like to fuse them for free? When Qin Feng bought them, a system announcement rang out. Fuse! As he gave the order, a large furnace appeared in Qin Feng's mind. The 2 cute animals were thrown in, and the large furnace started to spin. Half a minute later, a new creature surrounded by light rose up out of the furnace and entered the Hedonist Sovereign System's pet inventory. Qin Feng immediately opened his pet inventory to look at this new earth creature. Pikachu. HP 1. Battle Power 1. Agility 1. Skill, Wind Speed becomes fast as wind. Hidden Skill. 100,000 Lightning. Hidden skill has a certain chance of being activated. Does not have a 100% chance of being activated. Intelligence. Can understand human speech. Status. Elementary cute pet. Elementary cute pet. Elementary awakened pet. Intermediate awakened pet. Advanced awakened pet. Ultra awakened pet. Sovereign awakened pet. System announcement. The fused Pikachu has gained the cat's sensitive detection abilities, as well as the mouse's gutless personality. Please do not scare the Pikachu. If it is scared to death, the system will not take responsibility. Qin Feng's eyes were almost blinded by fused pet's name. Now, he realized that a Pikachu was simply a cross between a mouse and a cat. No wonder it looked like a mouse and a cat. After looking through the Pikachu's stats, Qin Feng brought out the palm-sized, cute-looking creature onto his bed. Qin Feng scooped it into his hand and looked at it closely. Most of its fur was yellow, but its claws and ears were brown. It also had 3 orderly stripes on its back, and looked quite cute and pretty. It was currently using its tiny pink tongue to lick Qin Feng's hand. Pika Pikachu! Pikachu suddenly looked at Qin Feng and excitedly jumped up. Qin Feng frowned. Not only did this look like the Pikachu from the show, it even talked in the same way. It seemed that Pikachu was hungry, so Qin Feng poured a cup of milk and brought it over. Pikachu immediately ran over and happily lapped at the milk. Qin Feng was only just satisfied with this fusion. This little thing was like the little pig. It could only be kept as a cute pet, and didn't have any battle capabilities that Qin Feng needed. Now that he had the fusion function, Qin Feng wanted to be able to fuse a super powerful pet. It at least had to look scary. If it could scare someone to death just by its looks, that would be perfect. Seeing that he still had 750 hedonist points, Qin Feng started to look through the water creatures. He now more or less understood the fusion system. After fusion, the 2 creatures' looks, personalities and powers would be combined. This time, he did not impulsively buy 2 water creatures. Instead, he looked through them all until he was familiar with them, then thought to one of China's ancient mythical beasts, the black turtle. The black turtle was a legend in China, and was supposedly a combination of a turtle and a snake. It was also called dark black or dark north. Just like the other 3 mythical beasts, the black turtle was supposedly a being that was made from 28 constellations. In the ancient times, people believed that snakes were intelligent, shrewd, and brought wealth, while turtles had a tough shell that could protect them, were resistant to hunger and thirst, and had longevity. Ling Chun was quite interested in this sort of auspicious, ancient godly beast. If he could fuse a black turtle, its battle power would surely be heaven-defying once he awakened it. As such, Qin Feng looked through the snakes and turtles. Because he wanted to fuse a super powerful godly beast, the choice of the turtle and snake would be incredibly important. According to Qin Feng's thinking, the snake would bring offensive power while the turtle would bring defensive power. Snakes were agile and fast, and were thus suited for attacking. In that case, it would be best to choose the snake with the most lethal venom. On the other hand, turtles were slow, but had high defensive capabilities and possessed longevity. Thus, they were suited for defending. It would be best to choose the turtle with the greatest longevity. After going through this in his head, it became much easier to choose a turtle and snake. In the end, he picked a many-banded kite and a sea turtle. Many-banded kites were the most venomous snakes in China, and had white and black bands on its body. Sea turtles lived fairly long lives and could survive for around 100 years. They were usually found around the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean and Indian Ocean, and mainly ate seaweed. They had a pair of frontal bones on their forehead, and had oar-like limbs. Their frontal limbs were longer than their back limbs, each of which contained a claw. Their head, neck and limbs couldn't be withdrawn into its shell. Ding! Congratulations host for successfully buying a many-banded kite and a sea turtle. Would you like to fuse them for free? As a friendly reminder, the host can spend 100 Hedonist points to save a single characteristic for a creature. After hearing this system announcement, Qin Feng did not hurry to fuse the two creatures. Instead, he thought about it, then spent 200 Hedonist points to save the turtle's longevity and the snake's venomous attack. In an instant, Qin Feng's 950 Hedonist points dropped to 150 Hedonist points. Qin Feng was incredibly excited about this fusion. Fuse! As Qin Feng gave the order, the large furnace appeared in his mind, and after a whole minute, a fused creature arose. It was a creature with a snake's head and turtle's body. Black Turtle. HP 1. Battle Power 1. Agility 1. Skills. Venom Bubble. Many-banded kite uses venom to create bubbles which can paralyze enemies and cause AoE damage. Immortality. Sea Turtle unique skill. Unlimited lifespan. Hidden skill. Tsunami Roar. Sea Turtle hidden skill. Has a certain chance of being activated. Does not have a 100% chance of being activated. Intelligence. Can understand human speech. Status. Elementary cute pet. Elementary cute pet. Elementary awakened pet. Intermediate awakened pet. Advanced awakened pet. Ultra awakened pet. Sovereign awakened pet. System announcement. You have successfully obtained the Black Turtle. Because the host has saved the many-banded kite's strong venomous attack, and the sea turtle's longevity, it is a rare aquatic super pet. Qin Feng was delighted with the Black Turtle's description. With only a slight thought, the Black Turtle appeared on his bed. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Not enough beauty's bad review. Compared to Pikachu, this Black Turtle looked much scarier and was twice as big. The Black Turtle had the sea turtle's body, while the many-banded kite's body was also fused into it within the shell. The snake's head had become the sea turtle's tail, and it was currently looking around with curiosity. Its body was quite nimble, and had a full 360-degree view of its surroundings. The sea turtle's appearance was quite lazy. Its eyes were half closed, as if it was going to fall asleep. Suddenly, the many-banded kite wrapped itself around Qin Feng's arm, opening its mouth towards him and giving him a big fright. Master, don't worry, the Black Turtle is your battle pet, and possess intelligence. It's able to understand Master's words and will follow Master's orders, but definitely won't harm Master. This is just its way of showing its affection. The little pig's voice sounded out. Qin Feng relaxed. He wouldn't be able to get used to this sort of affection for a while. He got off his bed and put the Black Turtle into his big aquarium. It was fused from two aquatic creatures, so it would be better to put it in the water. After fusing an earth creature, Pikachu, and a water creature, the Black Turtle, Qin Feng wanted to fuse a sky creature. However, with his pitiful 150 Hedonist points, he could only give up on that idea. Qin Feng felt quite bored as he lay on his bed. He realized that before the battle between the Qin family and Hao family ended, he would probably have to stay at the Qin residence. However, only Butler Wang resided here, and a 50-year-old man simply didn't fit his aesthetic requirements. Qin Feng took out his phone and posted a recruitment ad, which contained a very simple message. Personal housekeeper wanted. Requirements: tall, pretty, good figure, virgin, willing to warm the bed. If you can fulfill the above, you can have whatever salary you want. As Qin Feng posted the ad, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he went downstairs to have dinner. When he arrived at the dining hall, Qin Huang was already sitting at the table, reading a financial newspaper. Seeing that Qin Feng had come down, he put down the newspaper. "Feng'er, come over here." Qin Feng sat down opposite his father. "Did you kill Hao Nan?" Qin Huang asked as he looked at Qin Feng seriously. Qin Feng nodded. There was no reason for him to hide anything from his father. A look of surprise flashed across Qin Huang's face. He looked up and down Qin Feng, and almost couldn't recognize this son who he had raised for the past 20 years. Wasn't this his son, the hedonistic, lazy and dissolute young Master Qin? This boy had gotten rid of the Hao family's father and son without making much of a sound, which caused the entire Hao family to go crazy. And yet, he went on with his life as if nothing had happened. "Feng'er, in the future, if you kill the Hao family's people, be careful not to let them get anything on you." Qin Huang wasn't quite sure what to say. However, his view of Qin Feng had changed and he was quite appreciative of him. The Hao family had always opposed the Qin family, so taking this opportunity to get rid of them was quite beneficial. Qin Feng nodded as he ate his noodles. "If I feel like it." At this moment, the rhythmic tapping of high heels sounded out. Qin Feng looked behind him and saw Han Ying walking down in a purple silk dress. It revealed her smooth and white calves which looked extremely alluring. "Uncle Huang." "Qin Feng." Han Ying naturally sat down beside Qin Feng, and a wave of fragrance floated towards him. He found that nearly her whole back was exposed, down to her waist. It seemed that she was not wearing a bra. Qin Feng looked towards her chest, his mind full of fantasies. "Ying, this boy Qin Feng just does what he wants. Without waiting for you, he's already started. Please don't pay him any mind." Qin Huang said as he glared at Qin Feng. Han Ying covered her mouth as she smiled. "Uncle Huang, as a junior, I've made you wait to eat. It should be me who's sorry. You should hurry and eat." "Qin Feng, today was your first day at work. How did it go?" Han Ying cut the steak in her plate in two and gave half of it to Qin Feng. She was quite satisfied with herself. After using her family to save Qin Feng, she had stayed beside Qin Huang every day to learn about investment, and she had been improving quite quickly. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to take the steak that Han Ying offered and devoured it in a few large mouthfuls. "It's all right, but there aren't enough beauties, so I'm leaving a bad review." Han Ying and Qin Huang both laughed, and the three of them chatted away as they ate dinner. Qin Feng suddenly remembered an important matter. He looked at Qin Huang as he said, "Dad, the sales department's Group 2's leader isn't a very good person. I want him fired tomorrow." Qin Huang felt a bit surprised and said with a serious expression, "Qin Feng, I told you to go be a sales representative, not to review the performance of others. Do your job properly. You have no say in employment or dismissals." Qin Feng expected this reaction from Qin Huang, so he didn't really mind. Worst comes to worst, he would annoy Wang Chao for a few more days and hopefully, he would leave by himself. His expression suddenly became serious as he looked at Qin Huang and said, "Dad, there's also an incredibly important matter I want to talk to you about. It's about the work ethic of all male employees, and I hope you can take this seriously." Qin Huang put down his cutlery as he returned the serious look. He never thought that his son would find a serious problem on his first day, which made him quite impressed. "What is it, Feng'er?" Even Han Ying looked over as she earnestly listened. "Ahem." Qin Feng first cleared his throat before saying in a noble voice, "Dad, I feel that female employees' uniforms need to be changed. Their blouses need to be V-necks with the first button a little lower. As for the skirts, they should be shorter, reaching just to their knees. This is the conclusion I've come to after a day of observation. I hope you can implement this as soon as possible." After hearing this, Qin Huang's expression darkened and Han Ying couldn't help but giggle. Qin Feng could not resist the urge to stare at her chest as it bounced. Qin Huang was so angry that he didn't say much for the rest of the dinner. As such, Qin Feng didn't dare to continue to push for the female employees' uniforms to be modified. After dinner, he returned to his room to check up on the black turtle and Pikachu. However, as soon as he entered, he was completely stunned. The black turtle had climbed out of the aquarium and the 10 or so goldfish had all been bitten to death. The aquarium was filled with red blood and black venom, making it look incredibly ghastly. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Qin Family's Housekeeper. The black turtle was chasing Pikachu around with a hungry look in its eyes, as if it wanted to devour Pikachu. Luckily, the Pikachu was quite fast, and looked like a gust of wind as it ran around, leaving the black turtle far behind. When Qin Feng walked in, the Pikachu, who had been so scared that all of its fur was standing on end, jumped onto his shoulder. It used its little pink tongue lick his cheek, trying its best to get on his good side. Pika Pikachu. The black turtle waddled to Qin Feng's foot, as its fierce look disappeared and it put away its tongue. Black turtle, you and Pikachu are both my battle pets, so you're not allowed to bully Pikachu in the future. If I find out that you've done this again, I'll cook you and eat you. Seeing how pitiful Pikachu looked, Qin Feng scolded the black turtle. This Pikachu was extremely timid, so if the black turtle continued to scare it, it would probably die of a fright. The black turtle was quite obedient and looked quite guilty as it lowered its head and walked around Qin Feng's feet. After scolding the black turtle, Qin Feng put Pikachu back on the ground. Now the black turtle did not try to eat it anymore and instead tried to play with it. When it saw this, the little pig complained, "Master, let me out. I want to play as well." With a slight thought, the little pig was also released. As he watched the three of them play together, Qin Feng felt as if he could open his own zoo and put his fused creatures in. While the three pets played together happily, Qin Feng decided to go to sleep. However, he heard a notification sound from his phone. He opened his phone and saw that there had been a reply to the housekeeper ad that he had posted. Qin Feng hurriedly added the other person's QQ and started to talk. Please provide your age, height, weight and 3 sizes. Within an old and worn-out room in the Acropolis city, Su Ruoro lay on a small pink bed as she checked the QQ notification on her phone. What she saw gave her such a fright that she almost threw her phone. Su Ruoro wasn't too surprised that the sender of the message had asked for her age, height and weight, but why did they ask for her 3 sizes as well? Weren't they just recruiting a housekeeper for the Qin family? Could it be that a big family like the Qin family had stringent requirements for these sorts of things as well? There was no one in the Acropolis city who didn't know about the Qin family. After Su Ruoro calmed down, she convinced herself that a big family like the Qin family most likely had high standards for the people they hired, which was why they had even asked for her 3 sizes. She bit her lips and hesitated for a while before finding a tape measure, and measured herself while wearing her underwear. After measuring herself, she sent the information to the other person. Although she wasn't quite willing, she had just graduated from university and walked into society. There was no one she could rely on and she needed the money quite badly. Being able to ask for any salary for being a housekeeper sounded quite attractive. Age 21, height 168, weight 50 kilograms, bust 108, waist 60, hips 98. When he saw this message, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Even for young Master Qin, who had experienced countless women before, these sorts of measurements were simply exquisite. Not many of the beauties he had been with had this sort of figure. Good, very good. I feel that you would be suitable for the housekeeper job and salary won't be a problem. Now, please send a photo in your underwear with your face in it. No makeup. I want to confirm your figure and looks. And if there are no problems, you can start to work tomorrow, Qin Feng hurriedly replied. This reply made Su Ruoro's face fall. She suddenly remembered that the Qin family had a hedonistic young master who had a reputation for being loose and dissolute, and liked to sleep with beauties. Su Ruoro realized that she had probably been tricked. It was likely that the poster of this ad was the Qin family's hedonistic young master. Rather than a housekeeper, he was probably looking for a lover. No wonder he had said that the salary wasn't a problem. However, no matter how desperate Su Ruoro was for money, She wouldn't do such a thing. She angrily blocked Qin Feng's QQ. Qin Feng lay on his large bed as he excitedly waited for the other person's reply. However, after not receiving a response for a long time, he sent another message and found out that he had been blocked. Qin Feng pouted, but he didn't mind. He believed that the person had probably lied about their measurements and didn't dare to take a photo for fear of being exposed. Qin Feng looked down on these sorts of liars. Because of Hao Nan's death, the Hao family's elder had almost gone mad. In the next 3 days, the Hao family used their remaining forces to desperately attack the Qin family. This battle was extraordinarily fierce, and even Qin Huang didn't leave the Qin residence. He also forced Qin Feng to obediently stay there as well. With Uncle Fu leading a group of the Qin family's experts, Qin Feng remained within the Qin residence without feeling even a hint of danger. He would play with his pets happily each day. When he was bored, he would find Han Ying to swim together while appreciating her bountiful breasts. However, during this time Qin Feng had discovered a big problem. The black turtle had a voracious appetite and only ate meat. Every day, Qin Feng would take a bag of fish from the Qin residence's kin for the little guy to eat. Accordingly, the black turtle also grew incredibly quickly. In just 3 days it had grown from being as big as a bowl to being as big as a basketball. Qin Feng even considered throwing it into the sea to see if it could fend for itself. Compared to the black turtle, Pikachu was much more normal. It didn't eat that much, but it didn't grow very quickly either. Currently, it was still palm-sized and hadn't changed much. However, it became faster and faster, and was approaching Qin Feng's maximum speed. After 3 days had passed, the battle finally concluded. Only the Hao family's elder was left, as well as his 10 or so bodyguards. All the other forces had been annihilated by the powerful Uncle Fu. Qin Feng missed Sururo quite a bit after having not been at work for the past 3 days. On the 4th morning, he rode his 28 bicycle and hurried to the Royal Group's building. He parked his bicycle in his parking space and strolled into the building. After arriving at the sales department's hall on the 8th floor, Qin Feng immediately saw Sururo diligently working. She was wearing her office uniform, with the exception of her stockings, which made her look even more alluring. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Did I hear incorrectly? As soon as Qin Feng reached his seat, he bent down and put his big hands on Sururo's smooth legs. Sururo was so scared that she almost jumped up from her chest. She patted her chest as she exclaimed in fright. "Ah, Qin Feng, it's you. Why, you almost scared me to death." "Ruro, does that mean if someone else touched your legs, you'd be scared to death? But if it's me, you wouldn't be as afraid?" As Qin Feng spoke, he gently squeezed her leg. Sururo wasn't good at lying, and after hesitating for a moment, she shyly nodded. Sururo didn't know why, but it was as if she had become used to Qin Feng touching her legs. She didn't feel much about this, but whenever she thought about another man touching her like this, she felt quite disgusted. Seeing Sururo shyly agree, Qin Feng felt stimulated and moved his hands upwards, going deeper under her skirt. Sururo was incredibly frightened, and hurriedly closed her legs, trapping Qin Feng's hand between them to prevent him from moving. She was now incredibly embarrassed. "Qin Feng, don't be like this. I need to work." Qin Feng realized that he had gone too far when he saw how Sururo looked a bit unhappy. He hurriedly took his hands away. Just as he prepared to turn on his computer to play some games, a cold voice sounded out from behind him. "Qin Feng, come with me to Manager Li's office." Qin Feng looked behind him and found that Wang Chao was standing there with a gauze over his nose. It seemed that his injuries weren't light, and he looked quite amusing. "Oh, Wang Chao, what's wrong with your nose? Did someone hit you? That person must be the manifestation of righteousness." Qin Feng mocked him, causing Wang Chao's eyes to almost burst out in anger. Cut the crap. Hurry up and go to Manager Li's office." After Wang Chao angrily left, Sururo couldn't help but laugh. After Wang Chao had tried to force himself on her, she now deeply disliked him. She felt quite happy when she saw Qin Feng mock him like that. "Qin Feng, be careful when you go there. Those 3 days when you didn't come to work, Wang Chao also didn't come due to his injuries. I think he came to find you as soon as he got here to take revenge." Su Ruro warned Qin Feng in a small voice. Qin Feng acted scared as he sat back down. Ruro, what should I do? Wang Chao's our group leader, and he will definitely report me. I don't have any power or status in the company. It looks like I'm going to be fired. Qin Feng's pitiful look made Su Ruro feel quite guilty. After all, she knew that Qin Feng had offended Wang Chao because of her. Her watery eyes shone with gentleness as she looked at him. Don't be so pessimistic. You haven't been here for very long, and new people tend to make mistakes. I think it'll be fine. This was the first time Su Ruro had tried to comfort someone, and she sounded quite awkward and cute. Qin Feng frowned as he said in disappointment, but I accidentally angered Manager Li in the past. If she tries to take revenge as well, I'll definitely be screwed. Su Ruro didn't know how to comfort Qin Feng, so she directly asked him, then what should we do? Qin Feng, who had been looking incredibly sad, suddenly grinned as he looked back at her. If you let me touch your legs, I won't be afraid anymore. Su Ruro bit her lips and felt that she had been tricked. She didn't say anything for a while. I forget it, I'll be going now. If I really am fired, then keep working hard, Qin Feng said as he walked away in low spirits. Su Ruro didn't know where she obtained the courage from, but she suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's hand and moved it to her legs. She pulled his hand up, then further up, then further up. Finally, she stopped 5 centimeters below her most private region, and even her neck became red as she said, Qin Feng, that's all I can let you touch. Are you still scared? Qin Feng could feel the softness and warmth on his hand, and felt that Su Ruro was simply too kind. He couldn't bear to continue bullying her, and took back his hand by himself and stroked her burning hot cheeks as he smiled, saying, after Big Brother takes care of the Wang Chao dog and that white collar Lian returns in victory, I'll continue to touch your legs every day. After saying that, Qin Feng rushed off like a breeze into Liu Chen's office, leaving the embarrassed Su Ruro with her head hanging against her chest. Wang Chao had been waiting for Qin Feng in the office for a long time. When he saw Qin Feng come in, Wang Chao's expression darkened. He had stayed in hospital for 3 days because of Qin Feng's punch and kick. Now he felt like killing him. Look, Manager Li, I called Qin Feng here ages ago, but he only arrived just now. He's new to the company, and yet he's already showing such insubordination. This person's simply leeching off the company. Liu Chen was also quite angry upon seeing Qin Feng. Whenever he looked at her, it would always be with a perverted gaze. Only Qin Feng dared to look at her like this within the entire sales department, which made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Qin Feng, group leader Wang said that you didn't come to work for 3 days, and you didn't even ask for leave. This is the biggest company in the Acropolis city, not your home. You can't just come and go as you please, Liu Chen said as she coldly stared at Qin Feng. To Qin Feng, this was his own home. However, when he thought about how angry his father had looked the previous night, he controlled himself. Regardless, he had not come for 3 days because he had been ordered not to go out by Qin Huang. He secretly sent Qin Huang a text to ask him to resolve this situation. Manager Li, I had something incredibly important come up during those days, so I couldn't come. Don't worry, I quite like the royal group, so I currently don't have any plans to jump to another company, Qin Feng said as he proudly puffed up his chest and raised his head. Liu Chen and Wang Chao were both stunned, and looked at Qin Feng dumbly. After a moment, Wang Chao couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Haha, Qin Feng, did some water leak into your brain? Right now, Manager Li and I are discussing whether to fire you, and yet you're expecting us to beg you to stay or something. Haha, your elder's going to laugh his teeth out. Wang Chao's laugh became wilder and wilder, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Qin Feng was quite displeased and frowned. Before, I wasn't thinking of jumping ship, but hearing you say this, I'm not too happy about that. Now, if you don't beg me to stay, your granddaddy's really going to leave. Haha, Qin Feng, do you really think you're some sort of big shot? You want to leave? Your elder's dying for you to leave. The royal group doesn't care at all about someone lazy and unenthusiastic like you. Before, Liu Chen hadn't been planning to fire Qin Feng. Although she was quite displeased with Qin Feng, she was someone who separated personal disputes from work. She wouldn't treat someone unfairly because of her own personal feelings. She had called Qin Feng here to admonish him. He had not come to work for 3 days and had not provided any sort of reason. However, seeing Qin Feng look so arrogant, Liu Chen decided she might have to change her plan. At this moment, Liu Chen's phone rang. She glared at Qin Feng as she picked up the phone. As she was listening, she responded with a couple of serious ums before she hung up. It was probably someone important in the company. After hanging up, the way Liu Chen looked at Qin Feng changed. Her dark eyes were filled with shock, and after falling silent for a while, she came over to Qin Feng as she said dispassionately, "Qin Feng, you can go back to work." As soon as Liu Chen said this, Wang Chao looked as if he had eaten a bucket of dung. Today, he wanted to use Qin Feng's unexplained 3-day absence to report him to Manager Li and severely punish him. He never expected that Manager Li would let Qin Feng off so easily. Manager Li, Qin Feng didn't come to work for 3 days and didn't give any reasons. How can you? Before Wang Chao could finish speaking, the aura around Liu Chen became icy as she coldly cut him off. Group Leader Wang, are you dissatisfied with my decision? Am I the general manager of the sales department or are you? Wang Chao was frightened into silence. Liu Chen was famous in the sales department for being cold, strong and emotionless. No one dared to oppose her. Although Wang Chao couldn't understand why Liu Chen's attitude had suddenly changed, he could only give up. In future, when he had the chance, he would punish Qin Feng. Wang Chao was about to walk out with a sour expression when Qin Feng's voice sounded out. Wait, I said that if you don't beg me to stay, I'll resign today and jump ship, Qin Feng said with his hands behind his head as he smiled at Wang Chao. Wang Chao gnashed his teeth as he spat. Leave if you want. Your elder would love for you to leave. Just as he was once again about to leave, Liu Chen coldly spoke. Group Leader Wang, if Qin Feng really leaves because of your words, you can leave along with him. Liu Chen's massive 180-degree change in attitude was because of the phone call she had just received. That call was from the deputy manager of the administration department, Wang Jun. He had explained the reason for Qin Feng's 3-day absence, and had told Liu Chen not to make things difficult for Qin Feng. Liu Chen didn't know what relationship there was between Wang Jun and Qin Feng, but she couldn't afford to offend Wang Jun. As such, she could only do her best to keep Qin Feng. And Manager Li, did I hear incorrectly? Wang Chao was flabbergasted as he dumbly stared at Liu Chen. You can pretend you didn't hear anything and leave immediately. The icy aura around Liu Chen's body became stronger. Evidently, this matter was non-negotiable. Chapter 91. Wang Chao could now clearly tell that Liu Chen wanted him, a group leader, to beg Qin Feng, a newcomer, not to leave. He was so angry that he felt as if his internal organs were going to burn up. He stood in the office for a long time, and his expression became savage. However, when he saw Liu Chen's cold and unyielding expression, he decided to give in. His dead fish eyes glared at Qin Feng viciously as he gnashed his teeth and said, Qin Feng, I was in the wrong. You don't need to go. Stay in the sales department and work hard under me. After Wang Chao said this, he turned to leave. Qin Feng lightly laughed. Wang Chao, is that how you beg someone? Looks like you don't really want me to stay. In that case, I won't make things difficult for you, and I'll just resign. Wang Chao, Liu Chen coldly yelled. Wang Chao turned away from Qin Feng with an expression of ruthlessness on his face. He deeply breathed in and out before plastering a smile on his face and saying, Qin Feng, even though you haven't come to the company for very long, I deeply recognize your outstanding performance. We simply can't afford to lose a talented person like you. As Group 2's leader, I sincerely beg you to stay. Qin Feng was satisfied with Wang Chao's attitude, and patted him on the shoulder as he smiled. Group Leader Wang, what are you being so courteous about? To be honest, I wasn't planning on leaving, and was just joking with you. Who doesn't know that the Royal Group is the biggest enterprise in the Acropolis city? How could I just leave when being able to work here is my glory? Wang Chao suppressed the anger and depression welling up within him, and felt like coughing up blood. However, he had already sacrificed all dignity, so he squeezed out a smile and said, Qin Feng, it's good that you think that way. I'll take good care of you in the sales department from now on. Wang Chao spoke those last few words through gritted teeth, then quickly left the office. After returning to his group leader's office, Wang Chao's face fell. He cursed Qin Feng's 18 generations of ancestors, but he still felt utterly enraged. He wished he could give Qin Feng a good beating, and even break his hands and feet and turn him into a cripple. He was angered beyond reason, and had no idea why Manager Li had suddenly changed her stance. However, he didn't link it to the phone call that she had received. In his eyes, Qin Feng was just a tiny sales representative. He had plenty of methods for dealing with such people. After thinking for a while, Wang Chao thought of a good way to take care of Qin Feng. He picked up his phone and made a call, and soon, 2 men from the sales department walked in with smiles on their faces. "Big Brother Chao, what would you like us to do?" These 2 men were called Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu. They were part of the sales department's group too, and both studied sports and education at university. They were tall and well-built, and looked like excellent fighters. In the past, whenever there were disobedient employees, Wang Chao would ask them to give those people warnings in secret. This time, he had naturally called them here to deal with Qin Feng. "Xiao Ma, Xiao Qiu, you both know of the new Qin Feng, right?" "Yes. Big Brother Chao, did that brat offend you?" "Don't worry, leave it to us." Although this was the 5th day since Qin Feng had been employed, and he had missed 3 days, almost everyone in the sales department knew about him. This was because as soon as this guy came, he became incredibly close with the sales department's pure goddess Su Ruoro. This instantly made him an enemy to all the men within the sales department. Even if Wang Chao didn't ask Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu, they would have gone to find Qin Feng in private to have a good chat with him. "Remember, I want you to be as savage as you want. In fact, it'd be great if he had to lie in a hospital bed for a month," Wang Chao said with a dark expression. "Alrighty. Don't worry, Big Brother Chao, we'll definitely get that done for you. After you do this, I'll give you guys a big client. Alright, go and prepare. Once Qin Feng leaves the manager's office, go and take care of him." After Wang Chao left, Qin Feng continued to stand in Liu Chen's office, not at all in a hurry to leave. Deep down, Liu Chen didn't like Qin Feng, as she felt that he was quite shallow. After Wang Chao left, she ignored him and worked on this month's sales report. She suddenly felt a warm breeze blow past her ears, causing her busty figure to lean back in shock. "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" Liu Chen was wearing her black glasses, her eyes shooting out chilling intent. She never thought that Qin Feng would be so daring. She didn't know when he had come over, but he was leaning in front of her, blowing onto her ears. "Manager Li, you look way too enchanting when you're diligently working," Qin Feng said as he licked his lips and gazed at Liu Chen's chest. He had been hedonistic and dissolute since he was young, and didn't hide it when he appreciated a woman's body. He had never been one to hide these sorts of things. Liu Chen's chest heaved in anger, and she felt as if her blouse was going to explode. She wanted to harshly rebuke Qin Feng, but she suddenly thought of Deputy Manager Wang Jun's call. Evidently, Qin Feng had connections within the company. However, she simply couldn't understand why he was starting out as a sales representative. Liu Chen suddenly thought of the Qin family's hedonistic young master, Qin Feng. She felt that the Qin Feng in front of her resembled what she had heard about that Qin Feng from the rumors. They were both incredibly loose and dissolute. Impossible. Impossible. Liu Chen shook her head. She had done her research on the Qin family's young master, and had looked up photos of him online. It wasn't this person in front of her. When she thought to that young master Qin, Liu Chen felt quite complicated. She was 26, which was a good time to get married. Her father had passed away when she was young, and her mother had been calling her every day asking about her marriage. Because of this, she hadn't dared to go home in a while. Her mother had lived a hard life, and didn't want her daughter to live like that. Liu Chen's appearance was quite beautiful, and she had a fiery figure. As such, her mother greatly encouraged her to try to get together with Qin Huang's son Qin Feng. Liu Chen's mother wasn't joking. She was determined for her daughter to marry into a rich and powerful family. In fact, Liu Chen was working at the royal group because of her mother. This way she would be able to get closer to Qin Huang, and thus get closer to Qin Feng. Only then would she be able to live out her billionaire dream. However, after entering the royal group, Liu Chun found that Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master, and never came to work at the company. All he did was eat, play, drink, and seduce women. She didn't want to be with a hedonistic young master like that, but in order to fulfill her mother's wishes, she still did her best to find an opportunity to enter the Qin family. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Qin Feng, are you crazy? After joining the company for more than a year, Liu Chun hadn't even had the opportunity to talk to Qin Huang many times, let alone see Qin Feng himself. This was because although Qin Feng had a roaring reputation, there were not many people who had actually met him before. Those who had were all part of the upper-class society. Manager Li, did you tell the higher-ups about my recommendation to make changes to uniforms? Qin Feng's voice suddenly sounded out, bringing Liu Chun back to her senses. Qin Feng was casually sitting on Liu Chun's desk as he looked down her blouse. Liu Chun stood up from her chair in fright. Because she had stood up too suddenly, her thighs hit the table, sending a wave of pain through her legs. Liu Chun hurriedly looked down, and found that her black stockings had been partially ripped, and there was blood slowly trickling from a small cut. Liu Chun prided herself on her legs, and felt that her legs were even more mesmerizing than her proud chest. She had injured her legs because of Qin Feng, and she wasn't sure if there would be a scar. As such, she was utterly furious with Qin Feng. Qin Feng also looked down at this cut and then hurriedly squatted down as he grabbed a tissue and delicately wiped off the blood. Out of Liu Chen's entire body, Qin Feng was most fascinated with her long legs. They were straight as a pen, and while her thighs were quite full, her calves were without a bit of excess fat. Her skin was glossy and white, looking absolutely flawless. Even the beautiful legs on ads couldn't compare to Liu Chen's. Looking at the cut on Liu Chen's thigh, Qin Feng's heart ached. How could such a beautiful masterpiece be damaged? Qin Feng quickly thought, then casually asked the little pig a question. Little pig, would the elementary gold sore medicine be able to fix up this cut, and make sure that it doesn't leave a scar? Master, the elementary gold sore medicine is a miraculous medicine. Even if almost all of your body was burned, the gold sore medicine would be able to prevent a scar being left. Qin Feng never thought that the elementary gold sore medicine would be so amazing. He gritted his teeth and spent 100 hedonist points to buy one. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Get the hell up. Just as he bought the medicine, Liu Chen's cold voice sounded out. Qin Feng raised his head out of instinct and looked up her skirt, seeing a scene that made his blood boil. Liu Chun hurriedly sat back down. When she saw Qin Feng squatting down at her feet, she knew that he was up to no good. She was worried that he had been trying to look up her skirt, and seeing the look in his eyes, she knew that she had guessed correctly. Qin Feng, hurry up and get out. Liu Chen's bone-chilling voice caused Qin Feng to shiver. He hurriedly met her gaze as he smiled. Manager Li, don't misunderstand. I was just looking at your wound, and am going to put on some medicine for you. Of course, Liu Chen didn't trust him at all. How could he have any medicine on him? This brat probably wanted to take this opportunity to touch her legs. There was a hint of killing intent within the iciness in her eyes. Qin Feng, I'll say it again. Get out. An icy aura exploded out from Liu Chen's body. Luckily, Qin Feng had seen and been through much and was unfazed. He ignored Liu Chen's words and squatted down as he took out the elementary gold sore medicine and crushed it into powder, preparing to apply it to the cut. When she saw Qin Feng's hand reach over, Liu Chen couldn't suppress her anger anymore, and she raised her foot as she lashed out. Fortunately, Qin Feng's reaction speed was quite fast, and he grabbed Liu Chen's leg. Manager Li, you're actually being so violent? This is the long-lost lineage-ending kick. Luckily, I had the chest-groping technique. Otherwise, I would have been crippled by you. Zhay. Liu Chen's cold face became slightly red as she heard these vulgar things come out of Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng was holding her injured leg, and she desperately struggled, but Qin Feng's hand was like a vice. No matter what she did, she couldn't break free. Manager Li, your cut's starting to scab. Don't move. I need to hurry and apply this medicine. Otherwise, it won't have any effect. Zhay. Qin Feng didn't bother asking for permission as he took off her red high heels with practiced ease and groped up her leg on purpose. He then used his legs to grip Liu Chen's foot so that she couldn't recklessly move. By the time his hand had reached her thighs, he could feel a stimulating sensation. "Manager Li, it's hard for me to apply the medicine with your stockings on, so I'll help you take them off." As he spoke, Qin Feng's evil hands reached under Liu Chen's skirt. Before he could succeed, Liu Chen started struggling again. "Qin Feng, if you dare to take them off, I'll fight you to the bitter death." Liu Chen was completely terrified by this point, and her face became pale. Qin Feng was simply being too bold. He was squatting while holding her leg and trying to take her stockings off. She didn't dare to think what Qin Feng would do after that. Liu Chen was 26 and knew many things. When she was lonely, she would secretly watch some movies by herself. She especially liked scenarios in offices or classrooms. She even fantasized that when she had a boyfriend, she would bring him to her office and act out a scene from one of those movies. Although her fantasies were about to be fulfilled, her partner would be Qin Feng, who she was disgusted with. She simply couldn't accept that. Qin Feng suddenly stopped moving as he felt the air around him chill. If he took off these stockings, it was likely that he really wouldn't be able to leave this office alive. "Alright, I won't take them off, but in order to apply the medicine, I'll need to rip your stockings." Without waiting for Liu Chen's response, Qin Feng lifted up her stockings and ripped them apart, revealing Liu Chen's beautiful white legs. "Qin Feng, are you crazy?" Liu Chen was so angry that she wanted to bite him and started to hit him with her elbows. Qin Feng ignored her and continued to rip. "Qin Feng, stop at once, you pervert. If you don't stop, I'm going to call for help." Liu Chen was angered to the point of going crazy, and she desperately started to hit Qin Feng's back with her small fists. However, seeing that there was no reaction, she started to forcefully twist his ears. This was quite painful for Qin Feng, but he felt quite excited. Ripping Liu Chen's stockings while she struggled and twisted her body made it seem as if this was some sort of SM play. Qin Feng almost forgot what he was doing this for, ripping apart her stockings to apply the medicine. He was like a severe flood and ferocious beast as he ripped apart her stockings, which made them look like a fishnet. However, seeing Liu Chen's legs through the torn stockings seemed incredibly sexy. Since Qin Feng was ripping the stocking, there were many places along Liu Chen's legs that were red. "Qin Feng, you pervert, you beast. Let me go or I'll report you for rape." When he heard Liu Chen was going to accuse him of rape, Qin Feng suddenly stopped as he looked at her in surprise. "Manager Li, I'm putting on medicine for you out of the kindness of my heart, and yet you're accusing me of rape?" Looking at Qin Feng's innocent expression, Liu Chen wanted to kill him with her high heels. She coldly yelled, "Qin Feng, you've already ripped my stockings into fishnets. Is that what you mean by putting on medicine?" Qin Feng looked down and even he was given a big fright. He had been too excited, and the more Liu Chen had fought back, the more excited he had felt. He had even ripped the stockings on the leg that wasn't injured. "Manager Li, don't be angry. I'll buy you a new pair after work," Qin Feng said earnestly. Liu Chen felt that she was going to be angered to death. She coldly glared at Qin Feng and said, "You think it's as simple as buying me another pair?" Qin Feng thought for a moment before nodding with a serious expression on his face. "Alright, I'll buy you 10 pairs. Qin Feng, stop dreaming. If you dare to keep acting like this, I'll report you." Liu Chen was so angry that her entire face became red. When he saw the situation had become serious, Qin Feng didn't dare to continue talking to Liu Chen. He raised her leg as he started to apply the elementary gold sore medicine on her wound. As he looked at Liu Chen's legs through the torn stockings, Qin Feng continuously gulped down his saliva. He was afraid that he would hurt Liu Chen, so he was especially gentle when applying the medicine. A thin layer of sweat had appeared on Liu Chen's legs because of her struggling from before, which made them look incredibly enchanting. Qin Feng almost wanted to give them a kiss. Moreover, her skin looked extremely tender and supple, as well as soft and warm. Although he had finished applying the medicine, he pretended that he was still going, and had no thoughts about stopping. After a while, Liu Chen calmed down. Qin Feng, are you done yet? She could feel that after the medicine was applied, the pain gradually faded, and now believed that Qin Feng was actually applying medicine for her. However, she never thought that the medicine would be so effective. However, when she thought about how Qin Feng had ripped apart her stockings, she decided that he was definitely crazy. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Hope you don't mind. Ding. The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Kiss Li Yuchen's thigh for 10 seconds. Quest time limit: 10 minutes. Successful completion reward: 200 Hedonist points. In the event of a failure, the host will be fired from royal group. Ding. The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Help Li Yuchen eliminate the headache of Mother Li's marriage entreaties. Quest time limit: 1 month. Successful completion reward: 2,000 Hedonist points. In the event of a failure, the host will be subject to eternal bachelorhood. Since Li Yuchen already asked, Qin Feng couldn't continue acting. He was just about to say that the medicine was applied properly when Little Pig's voice suddenly boomed in Qin Feng's head. He didn't know if he should thank or curse at Little Pig. It was obvious that this quest was something that Qin Feng really wanted to do, but he was well aware that upon its completion, he would be annihilated by Li Yuchen's legs and die without descendants. All in all, the quest time was too long. 10 seconds. If it was just a kiss similar to a dragonfly touching water, things would be much simpler. And just thinking of the second quest's punishment of being subject to eternal bachelorhood made Qin Feng completely listless. Qin Feng, are you done yet? Li Yuchen asked through clenched teeth. She couldn't help but notice that Qin Feng was clearly spacing out, but his hand was still rubbing her leg. Yua, I'm almost done. Oh right, I almost forgot, this specific medicine passed down by my ancestors needs to be dissolved in water to be fully effective. Otherwise, your wound might leave a scar on your thigh. This won't do, I need to quickly mix the medicinal powder with water. If I'm too late, then we'd have trouble. In a fluster, Qin Feng spouted a bunch of lies and then suddenly leaned down, inhaled the lovely scent of Li Yuchen's beautiful thighs, and kissed them in one fell swoop. His mouth fell on Li Yuchen's wound and he slowly extended his tongue before swimming it around the wound. Li Yuchen's thigh had some beads of sweat. When they touched the tip of his tongue, there was a faint sweetness. It was like Nongfu spring water. A little sweet. Li Yuchen froze. Her pretty eyes widened as she stared at Qin Feng unscrupulously licking her thigh. She even forgot to breathe. She thought Qin Feng had a very agile tongue. It was soft and moist. As it swam about on her thigh, her whole body softened, and she felt a strange numbing effect. A fire gradually arose in her heart, and Li Yuchen felt like her body would soon combust. Her pretty face was impossibly red. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng completed the quest of kissing Li Yuchen's thigh for 10 seconds and is awarded 200 Hedonist points by the system. Even after the system's notification, Qin Feng still didn't stop. Li Yuchen's thigh was too fragrant and intoxicating. When paired with the tattered black stockings, the experience of licking it was even more enchanting. Qin Feng couldn't be more impressed with himself. He came up with the brilliant idea that the medicine needed to be combined with water, and most importantly Qin Feng's water was his saliva. At Li Yuchen's age, especially since she hadn't experienced male-female romantic love, when she was lonely at night, she would also have some yearnings. It was the first time she'd been tormented this way by a man, and she immediately sank into indulgence. She couldn't help but moan. This sound jolted her to her senses. When she saw the outrageous scene before her, she hurriedly jerked her thigh away from Qin Feng. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could bury herself. General Manager Li, now your wound doesn't hurt anymore, right? Since I couldn't find water immediately, I decided to try using saliva to dissolve the medicine. I hope you don't mind. Zhay. Once Qin Feng noticed that Li Yuchen had regained her senses, he immediately put on an expression of propriety. Li Yuchen was originally going to yell at Qin Feng, but seeing how serious and proper he looked, she didn't know to begin. If she yelled at Qin Feng, it would only expose her own improper way of thinking. Qin Feng, you get out. Liu Chan lowered her head and didn't dare expose the look of desire on her face. General Manager Li, you're so beautiful and your body is so perfect. How could you be forced into marriage? Qin Feng was now concerned about the second quest. Liu Chen's pretty eyes suddenly narrowed as she stared at Qin Feng in amazement. She couldn't figure out how Qin Feng would know that her family was forcing her to get married. All of her female friends her age were already married with kids, and a lot of their kids already had minds of their own. On the other hand, she was still single. She couldn't help but feel awkward about her relationship status. Plus, Liu Chan was a beauty. She was a capable woman. Where could someone find this kind of woman? She should have found a marriage partner long ago, but she was still single. This stirred a lot of messy rumors and trash-talking behind her back suggesting that she was impure or sterile. Only she was aware of the actual situation. It was all her mom's fault for wanting to marry her into a rich family. Due to this, she set her sights on the young master of the Qin family. Now, even to this day, she never even dated. That's none of your business. Get the hell out of here. This topic was Liu Chen's sore spot. The air around her froze. She grabbed a nearby magazine and hurled it. Luckily, Qin Feng moved quickly and the magazine slammed into the door. It seems that this quest isn't that easy either. After exiting the office, Qin Feng felt that it was a pity. Then he smilingly sniffed his hand. The smell of Liu Chen's fragrant thigh lingered on it. Qin Feng's heart rippled a bit, and he strutted towards his seat. He was suddenly addicted to rip stockings and wanted to go back and tear up Su Ruo's beige stockings. Qin Feng, come here, your brothers would like to speak with you. He only walked halfway to his destination before he was stopped. He turned and saw people he didn't recognize, so he just ignored them and continued on his way. Xiao Ma's face darkened. Since this assignment was organized by Group Leader Wang, he and Xiao Qiu kept their eyes peeled on General Manager Li's office. Once they saw Qin Feng walk out, they called on him. In the end, Qin Feng arrogantly ignored them and just walked away. Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu exchanged glances. Both sets of eyes glinted with hostility as they chased after Qin Feng. Hey, stinking brat. I see that you're pretending not to hear us even when we call on you. You're quite an arrogant one. Hey, my shirt is really expensive. Don't touch it with your grubby paws, alright? Qin Feng slapped Xiao Ma's hand from his shoulder and looked calmly at the two people before him. Tell me, what do you want? Stinking brat, I'll advise you to follow us outside for a talk, or you'd look bad getting beat up in this lobby. Though Xiao Ma had Group Leader Wang backing him, beating up Qin Feng in the lobby of the sales department would reflect poorly on him. Qin Feng thought for a bit and felt that these two were quite considerate of him. It was only his 5th day in the sales department, so it was better to lie low. If he wanted to hit someone, he'd better do it outside. Then lead the way. Qin Feng looked at the two while smiling. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Brothers, did you bring a lighter? Seeing that Qin Feng had agreed to go outside, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu smiled at each other. Their eyes glinted with glee, and they strutted with their chests puffed up as they led Qin Feng out of the sales department's lobby. The two arrived at the landing of the stairs. This was where they usually smoked and got fresh air during their breaks from work. Hardly anyone went there. There was no better place to take care of Qin Feng. Stinking brat, as a newbie in the company, your elder finds you very arrogant. Once they got to the landing of the stairs, Xiao Ma's expression changed. He no longer had to keep up the facade and revealed a violent expression. He viciously eyed Qin Feng. I'm arrogant? How come I didn't realize that about myself? Qin Feng knew right from the start that these two were up to no good. But he felt a bit uncertain because he didn't know these people and had no qualms with them. There was an 80% chance that they were sent by someone to clean him up. Qin Feng thought to himself about this. In the whole royal group, he had only hit Wang Chao in the face, so it all made sense. Haha, you're clearly a newbie whose hair hasn't even grown. You don't even know who you've offended. You truly deserve a beating. Xiao Ma suddenly cackled. He clearly didn't see Qin Feng as any sort of threat. With the two of them teamed up, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu were sure they could take care of Qin Feng however they wanted. Oh, I've only been in the company for 5 days and I took 3 days off. I didn't know I could offend someone just like that. Brother, give it to me straight and tell me who sent you guys to deal with me so I can have some sort of grip on the situation. Humph. Since we're going to send you to the hospital anyway, we'll freely tell you that you freaking didn't grow any eyes and offended group leader Wang Chao. He personally ordered us to teach you a lesson. Xiaoma said with glee. Qin Feng guessed correctly and gained the knowledge he wanted, so these two were no longer useful. Qin Feng squinted and suddenly laughed. How do you plan on doing that? Xiaoma hadn't felt the approaching danger and still thought Qin Feng was getting ready to beg to be spared, so he was impossibly pleased with himself. Stinking brat, you've offended group leader Wang. If we don't beat you up, then we'd have no way of reporting back to our leader. But you seem pretty decent. How about this? Take out all the money on you and I'll just break your arms but leave your legs alone so you can piss and shit. Brat, aren't your brothers thoughtful? They wanted to break his arms and take his money. That was considered thoughtful? Qin Feng chuckled. Your suggestion isn't bad. I'll break your arms and take your money. Fuck, what the hell did you say? You want to mess with this elder? I gave you a chance and you're not taking it. This elder will kill you. Xiaoma suddenly exploded in fury, and he rushed in with iron fists. He used to be on the school basketball team, and he was tall and had a domineering aura. If the typical person were to stand before him, they would be shaken by this aura. But Xiaoma currently faced Qin Feng. All Xiaoma saw was that right from the beginning, Qin Feng merely stood in the same spot, completely motionless. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, Qin Feng kicked Xiaoma in the stomach. Xiaoma cried pitifully as his large and sturdy body flew down the stairs. He cried the whole way down and couldn't prevent himself from doing so. When Xiaoqiu saw this, he was stunned. If they had to compare, 2 Xiaoqius were no Ma against 1 Xiao Ma. Now Big Brother Ma was completely defeated by Qin Feng. Most importantly, Xiaoqiu wasn't even able to clearly see Qin Feng's movement. Xiaoqiu knew that he'd met an expert today, and there was no way he'd still consider bullying Qin Feng. If Qin Feng didn't bully him instead, he would burn incense to praise the heavens. Huh, where did my lighter go? Bro, do you have a lighter? Lend it to me. In this sudden change of events, Xiaoqiu took out a cigarette and placed it in Qin Feng's mouth. He then lent Qin Feng his lighter with complete seriousness. Sheesh, you came out to smoke without bringing a lighter? Bro, you seem like a new face. Did you just start at the company? Qin Feng was completely taken by surprise. He almost thought he had traveled to another dimension. Qin Feng weighed Xiaoqiu's convincing acting skills and mused. An Oscar winner for the best actor has come to the mortal world. He clamped his hand onto Xiaoqiu's shoulder. The enormous strength of his hand almost dislocated Xiaoqiu's shoulder. When Xiaoqiu realized that his act didn't work, he immediately groveled for mercy. Big brother, please spare me. It was all that asshole Wang Chao. He forced us to deal with you, but we have no enmity between us. Great people like you have a large capacity for forgiveness. Please have mercy on me. Ever since Qin Feng began working at Royal Group, his father froze his bank account. Recently he was a bit tight on money, so he grinned at Xiaoqiu. I almost forgot I didn't collect the money from the brat that got kicked down the stairs. Bring me the money on him and give me your money as well. I'll only wait 10 seconds. Right when Qin Feng finished talking, Xiaoqiu ran like the wind down the stairs. Good thing Xiaoma only flipped down one set of stairs. Xiaoqiu speedily took out Xiaoma's wallet from his pocket and ran up the stairs while pulling out his own wallet. Big brother. Here for you. Not bad, it took you exactly 10 seconds. You have the potential of becoming a track and field athlete. Qin Feng took the 2 wallets and pulled out a total of 30 red bills. Then he threw the wallets on the ground. He raised his eyebrows. You only have this little money and you called out this young master to rob you? Don't you know I'm busy? Qin Feng was really mad. The results would be severe. With a flying kick, Xiaoqiu dropped down the stairs with a bitter cry. He rolled beside Xiaoma and also fell unconscious. After taking care of the 2, Qin Feng pocketed the money, clapped his hands, and returned to the sales department in satisfaction. Wang Chao had just seen Xiaoma and Xiaoqiu bring Qin Feng outside and awaited their good news. After waiting a bit, he didn't see the 2 return. but saw Qin Feng swagger back instead. Hey Wang Chao, are you guarding the door? Not bad, not bad. Your enthusiasm will definitely be acknowledged by our company's leadership. Wang Chao's face immediately darkened. He originally thought Qin Feng would be sent to the hospital, but who would have known he'd still be so cocky? Qin Feng, did you see Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu? I have something to tell them. Wang Chao forcefully suppressed his rage and asked tentatively. Xiao Ma? Xiao Qiu? I don't know them. Why are you looking for them? Qin Feng's eyes glinted with glee. He weighed Wang Chao pretend and thought that the whole situation was really fun. If you didn't see them then never mind. It's nothing much, so go do what you need to do. Alright, sounds good. You just continue standing here as a guard dog then, Qin Feng said as he laughingly returned to his seat. Wang Chao stood at the door and didn't know if he should stay or leave. Neither seemed fitting. He was so frustrated that he almost gritted his teeth into oblivion. He couldn't understand the situation. It wasn't the first time he had Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu teach someone a lesson, and they always successfully completed their missions. Why did it seem as though something went wrong today? After waiting at the door for around 10 more minutes, the two still didn't come back. Wang Chao's patience was spent, so he returned to his office with a stormy expression and internally cursed at Qin Feng several times. For the rest of the day, no one else bothered Qin Feng. Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu went straight to the hospital after they came to, and would have to stay there for a couple days. Qin Feng spent his day at work molesting Su Ruoro. During this day of work, Su Ruoro considered quitting her job hundreds of times. Qin Feng was too despicable. She felt like a lamb in a tiger's den. Ruoro, it's time to get off from work. Let's go, I'll take you home on my bike. Once work was over, Qin Feng pinched Su Ruoro's face. Su Ruoro had no more energy to resist Qin Feng's habits of taking liberties with her. She replied shyly, I don't need you to take me home. I have something to do later. Why, you can leave first. Su Ruoro really had something to do tonight. Her rent was originally due every 3 months, but last night her landlord told her that she would be paying every 6 months instead. Now she had to fork out the remaining 3 months of rent or else she would be evicted. She had just graduated and was a weak girl who had just begun working. She had nothing to rely on, so she had no extra money. She was forced to her wits' end when she remembered that the Qin family was hiring a part-time housekeeper. After work today, she decided to go to the Qin's house for an interview. What do you have to do? I'll go with you. Qin Feng smiled. It's okay. I'm going to look for a part-time job. Bringing you along will be inconvenient. You're a little rich, madam, with 300,000 yuan. What are you doing looking for a part-time job? To that isn't my money. I won't spend it. I'll store that money for you. When you need it, I'll give it back, Su Ruoro promised. Qin Feng felt a bit downcast. Su Ruoro said nothing when he took advantage of her, but it seems that she still kept him at a distance. She still had a line that nothing would get her to cross. Though she had a weak personality, she still had her own principles. Maybe under Qin Feng's might, she couldn't say anything even when taken advantage of. But she drew the line when it came to money. In Su Ruoro's eyes, only a married couple could share money unreservedly. She clearly didn't have those kinds of romantic feelings toward Qin Feng. Okay, then I'll leave first, Qin Feng said with disappointment. Su Ruoro gritted her teeth when she saw Qin Feng's downcast expression. She felt bad. She knew Qin Feng was just like other men and desired her beauty, but Qin Feng was fundamentally different from other men because he didn't force her and didn't do anything too ridiculous. Su Ruoro hesitated as she thought about the times Qin Feng helped her. She suddenly ran over and held Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng, I really have to go to an interview for a part-time job tonight. Sorry for the inconvenience, but if you don't mind, can you take me there on your bike? Chapter 95. Chapter 95. I'm not the kind of woman you're thinking of. Qin Feng knew Su Ruoro was a kind person. She offered to let him give her a ride because she was worried that she would hurt his feelings. He patted her soft black hair and smiled. Where are you going for your interview? The Qin Manor. Su Ruoro murmured with her head bowed. Young Master Qin of the Qin Manor had a notorious reputation. Su Ruro was worried that if Qin Feng knew she was going to the Qin residence to be a housekeeper, he would think she was a loose woman. Qin Feng staggered and almost fell to the ground. He stared at Su Ruro in astonishment. What did you say? You're going to the Qin manor for an interview? An interview for what? Qin Feng was even more shocked because the Qin family was currently at war with the Hao family. There was no way the Qin family could freely hire outsiders. The only position he could recall that they were hiring for was the housekeeper position from the notice he put up a couple of days ago. As expected, when Qin Feng heard that she was going to the Qin manor, he reacted very strongly. Su Ruro nervously pinched the corner of her shirt and responded with a sound as small as the buzz of a fly. Housekeeper? Fuck, you want to apply to be a housekeeper in the Qin manor? Qin Feng's usually calm heart beat up a storm as he excitedly grabbed Su Ruro by the shoulders. Su Ruro was so worried that her whole body trembled. She hurriedly explained, Qin Feng, don't take it the wrong way. I'm only going for the interview because I have no other choice. I know the young master of the Qin family has a bad reputation. I'm only going to look. If the working conditions are bad, then I won't take the job. Qin Feng, I'm not the kind of woman you're thinking of. Once Qin Feng saw that Su Ruro was about to cry, he hugged her. What are you thinking? I was just going to say that you have good taste for wanting to be a housekeeper in the Qin manor. Qin Feng realized that the woman he messaged about her 3 measurements was Su Ruro. Now that he was hugging her, he could clearly feel her 3 measurements. They were exactly as stated. Huh. Qin Feng, why you'd approve of me becoming a housekeeper for the Qin family? Su Ruro was shocked. She stared dumbly at Qin Feng and forgot that she was still in his embrace. Of course I'd approve. Young Master Qin is such a great person. It would be an honor to be his housekeeper. Qin Feng replied shamelessly. Qin Feng, can you please let go of me? Su Ruro lightly pushed Qin Feng away. She then asked, you seem quite familiar with young Master Qin. Do you know him? Qin Feng didn't know how to respond. Not only does he know young Master Qin, he freaking is young Master Qin. But now that he's working at Royal Group, his dad warned him not to expose his identity, so he didn't tell Su Ruro. He just skirted around the question and brought her out of the building. Ruro, let's go straight to your house and move your stuff to the Qin manor. You can just live there in the future. Huh, that's not a good idea. I don't even know if young Master Qin will hire me as his housekeeper. Su Ruro replied shyly. Don't worry. I forgot to tell you that I'm a member of the Qin manor. I'm young Master Qin's personal attendant. If I tell him that I recommended you, he'll definitely agree to hire you. Qin Feng already thought of a good countermeasure for the situation. Once they got to the Qin manor, he'd call on Xiaobai to be Qin Feng. The pictures on the internet under Qin Feng were all of Xiaobai anyway. Xiaobai was originally a bodyguard of the Qin manor, but ever since Qin Huang got mixed up in the commercial industry, he gained a lot of enemies. To protect Qin Feng, Xiaobai's pictures were placed on the internet as Qin Feng. This was all in an effort to prevent enemies from kidnapping and harming Qin Feng. All the commoners of Acropolis thought Xiaobai was Qin Feng. This was also why Li Yuchan couldn't recognize Qin Feng. The pictures she saw of Qin Feng on the internet were actually Xiaobai. Huh, you also work in the Qin manor? And you're also young Master Qin's personal attendant? The thought never crossed Su Ruro's mind. Qin Feng nodded with a serious expression. Then, he whispered secretively into Su Ruro's ear with an air of dignity. Ruro, let's keep this between the two of us. Don't let anyone else know. My identity as Qin Feng's personal attendant is a secret. If it's revealed, young Master Qin will be in danger and the Qin family will never forgive me. Su Ruro was so kind that she immediately believed Qin Feng. She was even touched that Qin Feng told her such a secret and nodded vigorously. Qin Feng, don't worry. I'll never expose this secret. I swear. Su Ruro solemnly raised one small hand to swear. Qin Feng thought she looked really cute and carried her onto his 28 bicycle. No need to swear, I believe you. So we'll go to your house now and move all of your stuff into the Qin manor. You'll live in the manor from now on. You can even save money on rent. Qin Feng internally smirked. He didn't think he could trick Su Ruro into his house so easily. When thinking of how this weak little lamb was stepping into the evil wolf's den, Qin Feng was extremely excited. Okay, and I'll do as you say. Su Ruro thought of how she could both save rent money and make some additional funds with this part-time job, so she clenched her teeth and unknowingly sold herself. Qin Feng rode extremely quickly to Su Ruro's house in a poor district in the north of the city. The houses in this area were bungalows in the alleyway compounds. Because the buildings were old, a lot of paint in the walls were peeling and revealed the red brick beneath. A lot of them had a big "demolish" scrawled on them. The area wasn't very good because most of the people that lived there were wage earners from distant places. They were people of various types. When Qin Feng rode his bike over to the area, he saw a lot of strange youths smoking and causing a ruckus. It was dangerous for a weak girl like Su Ruro to live here, but the rent was cheap. Qin Feng, it's the one up ahead with the big red door. Qin Feng didn't know how many twists and turns they made through the alleyways under Su Ruro's directions, but they were finally there. He was amazed by Su Ruro's memory. If he lived here, he would never find his house every day. Qin Feng, why you want to go in together? Or? Su Ruro stepped off the bike and looked shyly at Qin Feng. Of course I'm going in. How else will I help you move your stuff? Qin Feng brazenly found an excuse to follow Su Ruro into the compound. The compound was pretty big. There were 5 rooms in total. Su Ruro lived in a little one in the corner. It was not even 30 square meters, and one could see the whole place in one gaze. Though the house was shabby, it was clean and neat. There was even a nice faint fragrance to it that smelled like Su Ruro. She slept on a twin bed that had 2 SpongeBob dolls on it. Even the bedsheets had SpongeBob on them. It seems that she was still a little girl inside. Qin Feng, sit wherever you'd like. I'll go pack my stuff. It was the first time Su Ruro brought a man into her bedroom and she was nervous. On the other hand, Qin Feng made himself at home as he casually helped her pack the heavier items in her house. Ruro, you can just pack your clothes and daily necessities. I'll help you with the electronics and such. Since she was more familiar with Qin Feng, Su Ruro wasn't overly polite. She thanked Qin Feng and both of them went to work. One by one, Qin Feng moved the stuff out of the house. Seeing that there was so much stuff, he thought they'd need a car to transport everything, so Qin Feng pulled out his phone and called Uncle Fu. While he was calling Uncle Fu, a man suddenly walked into Su Ruro's room. He was a man in his 30s named Li Dong. He was the landlord of the quadrangle. This compound actually wasn't Li Dong's, it was left to him by his parents. After they died, Li Dong didn't get a real job and lived off the rent of the quadrangle. From day to night, he lived a decadent and dissolute life, drinking with the hooligans nearby. He was the scum of society. Once he got into the room, his shifty eyes fell on Su Ruro's well-endowed buttocks. His eyes glinted with glee as he tiptoed towards her. He swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva and wanted to hug this exquisite item from behind. Qin Feng, you're back. Landlord. Su Ruro heard the noise behind her and thought Qin Feng returned, but when she turned around, she was faced with the landlord's dreadful smile. His eyes were glued to her body and she quickly backed away in fright, pushing herself tightly against the wall. Ruro, what are you doing? You want to move out? Right after walking in, Li Dong closed and locked the door. In his eyes, Su Ruro was a tasty feast ready to be enjoyed. Why, you said I had to provide the rest of the rent for the next half year. I don't have that much money, so I was getting ready to move out. When Su Ruro saw that the door was closed, her heart was thrown into a frenzy. She ran towards the door and wanted to rush to Qin Feng's side. She wasn't sure why the first thing she thought of was Qin Feng when she was in danger, but she felt that if she was by his side, she'd be safe. Haha, little sister Ruro. Where do you think you're running to? Li Dong was very attentive and beat Su Ruro to the door. He guarded it closely. Little sister Ruro, we can talk about the rent. I'll be so sad if you suddenly just leave without saying anything. We've lived together in this compound for so long, there must be some feelings of attachment. Li Dong's eyes beamed with greed as his gaze swept unscrupulously over Su Ruro's body. Su Ruro felt a gust of evil and said fearfully, Landlord, I can't live here anymore. I don't even want the last 2 months of rent I've already given or the 1,000 yuan security deposit. Please let me go outside, okay? Shay. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. I'll teach you how to yell at people. Ha ha ha, little sister Roro, you want to go outside? Sure, let older brother Dong taste you first. After I've tasted enough, then I'll naturally let you go. Li Dong didn't need to act anymore, and his face was filled with greed. Su Roro anxiously pinched the edge of her shirt and said meekly, Don't say those kinds of things. I think you're gross. Su Roro's weak personality would make any man crazy and want to ravage her. Li Dong became even more excited and his eyes shone with glee. His eyes were glued to Su Roro and he stepped towards her. Roro, it's okay if you don't like it. That's because you haven't experienced how great this older brother is. Once older brother gets you on the bed and you experience older brother's greatness, you will fall deeply in love. Don't come over. The more Su Roro resisted, the more zealous Li Dong became. Little sister Roro, from now on you don't have to pay rent. Just sleep in older brother's room every night. It's both comfortable and stimulating. What do you say? Li Dong could no longer resist. He already pounced at Su Roro, and she was so frightened that she sat on the ground. She buried her head in her knees and began to sob. Qin Feng finished his call and stood at the door. He heard the whole conversation but didn't walk in because he wanted to force Su Roro to learn how to resist on her own. Seeing the current situation, Qin Feng helplessly shook his head as gave a vicious kick. The locked door fell to pieces with a bang. The sound gave Li Dong and Su Roro a fright. When Su Roro saw that the person who entered the room was Qin Feng, her eyes brightened. She ran towards him like a lost little girl who had just found her father. She leaned into Qin Feng's embrace and cried. Qin Feng was enraged. He pulled Su Roro outside. Cry, 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 all you know how to do is cry. Don't tell me you want to be done by this pig? Su Roro shook with fear. Qin Feng was like an enraged beast. She lowered her head and didn't dare look into his raging eyes. She shook her head like her life depended on it. I don't want to. She had that weak look again. She clearly didn't want it, but she didn't know how to resist. Qin Feng was extremely frustrated. He growled, If you don't want to, then freaking resist. You must be angry at this brute, right? Then hit him hard. Do it like me, just smack him. While growling, Qin Feng went up to Li Dong and slapped him in the face. Li Dong didn't even have time to react. His two front teeth flew out, and his entire face swelled up. A spray of blood shot out of his mouth. With the appearance of blood, Su Roro fearfully covered her eyes with her hands. Qin Feng roared at her. Don't cover your eyes, take your hands away from your face. I was just warming up. After finishing what he had to say, Qin Feng kicked Li Dong's stomach. He was enraged right from the get-go, so he didn't hold back. His kick sent Li Dong flying into the mud wall with a harsh slam. Fuck, you want to take advantage of Roro? This cute and pure girl? Are you even freaking human? He stepped on Li Dong's leg. Luckily I got here on time. If Roro was harmed in any way, I would have your limbs torn apart by 5 horses. He stepped on Li Dong's stomach. Dong dong dong. Qin Feng wildly stepped on Li Dong like the beast of a flood. Not long later, Li Dong was lying in a pool of blood. Did you see that? You have to ruthlessly beat this kind of person so they'll be afraid of you in the future. After beating Li Dong, Qin Feng quelled his anger and got his emotions in check. He walked to Su Roro and took her hand to leave, but Su Roro acted like she was electrocuted and flung his hand away. She backed away from him. What are you doing? Are you throwing a tantrum? Qin Feng knew he scared Su Roro, but if he didn't scare her like this a couple of times, then she'll never change her weak personality. Wang Chao and Li Dong were both chased away by him. But if sometime in the future he wasn't able to help her in time, then what would this weak girl do? Does she really have to be violated by these people? Just thinking about this made Qin Feng murderous. And no. Su Roro was quiet for a while, then mustered up the courage to say, Qin Feng, will you go? I'm not going to the Qin Manor with you. Seeing how nervous Su Roro was, Qin Feng's heart softened. He hugged Su Roro gently and lovingly patted her silky black hair. Su Roro couldn't hold her tears any longer and she burst into tears. She chokingly sobbed. Qin Feng, in the future don't yell at me like that. I'm really scared. I currently think of you as a friend. When I'm with you I feel a sense of security. But if you're that violent I think I'll even be afraid of you. Seeing how helpless Su Ruro looked, Qin Feng's heart ached. He comforted her for a long while and she slowly warmed up to him again. At this moment, she gripped tightly onto Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng brought her in front of Li Dong. Once she saw Li Dong's body beaten out of recognition in a puddle of blood, Su Ruro hid behind Qin Feng in fright. Qin Feng gently pulled her out from behind him. Ruro, do you hate this stinking man? Once he saw Li Dong, Qin Feng's expression turned cold again. Su Ruro nodded. Curse at him, Qin Feng said. Then he remembered that Su Ruro didn't know how to curse at people. Qin Feng was determined to teach her. Ruro, repeat after me. Whatever I say you say as well. Su Ruro hesitated before nodding. Fuck you, you dog. Hit me if you dare, I'll kill you. Once Qin Feng opened his mouth, Su Ruro was dumbfounded. Her sexy peach lips opened and closed, but she couldn't repeat even one word. Qin Feng screwed his head and changed up the phrase. Damn it, are your dog eyes blind? How dare you go after my beauty? I'll smack you to death. Su Ruro almost went crazy. She wanted to cover her ears and prevent herself from hearing Qin Feng's words. They were too vulgar. Qin Feng thought that this wouldn't do, so he held onto Su Ruro's shoulders and stared earnestly into her eyes. Ruro, how about this? I say one word, you say one word? Repeat after me. After hesitating for a long while, Su Ruro lightly nodded. Fuck. Su Ruro stared stupidly at Qin Feng without saying a word. Chow. Qin Feng used pinyin. Morning. Su Ruro followed earnestly. No, it's chow. Picture. Su Ruro still couldn't say the word. Qin Feng saw black. He was so angry he could die. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. The young master Qin in my eyes. Qin Feng, don't force me. I can't learn it. Su Ruro's face was completely red, and she wanted to bury herself. Forget it. I knew right from the beginning that a quest worth 3,000 hedonist points would be extremely difficult. Qin Feng shook his head and resolutely gave up. He went up to Li Dong's body and ruthlessly kicked him once more. Stop pretending you're dead. Get up. If you want to lie on the ground for the rest of your life, I can grant your wish. Li Dong was playing dead the whole time and heard Qin Feng teaching Su Ruro to curse. He wanted to tell Qin Feng he was insane, but Qin Feng was too strong. Li Dong knew he couldn't beat Qin Feng in a fight, so he hurriedly pulled himself to his feet. Big brother, spare me. I didn't know she was your woman. If I knew earlier, even if you gave me 10 guts, I still wouldn't have enough to make a move on Miss Su. Once he got up, he kneeled in front of Qin Feng and begged for mercy. Qin Feng's beating frightened him. Qin Feng left no room for any counterattacks, and beat Li Dong to a pulp. Cut the crap and give Ruro her rent and security deposit back. And give her 3,000 yuan in compensation for the mental damage you've done. If not, I'll break your dog legs. Qin Feng glared viciously at Li Dong. Qin Feng was so imposing that Li Dong didn't dare oppose him. Li Dong immediately ran to get the money. Not long later, he brought a small red cloth pouch. Elder brother, here's 6,000 yuan. The extra is a token of my apologies to Miss Su Ruro. Elder brother, forgive me. Qin Feng didn't get a chance to say anything when Su Ruro lightly tugged the corner of his shirt. She said softly, Qin Feng, let's go. I don't want to be here anymore. They got their money and Li Dong was beaten a good amount, so Qin Feng took the luggage Su Ruro packed and brought her out of the compound. Once they exited, they saw the car from the moving company Uncle Fu called over. Young Master Qin. Once Uncle Fu saw Qin Feng holding 2 pieces of luggage with a high-end little beauty standing beside him, Uncle Fu knew Qin Feng was courting girls again. Qin Feng threw the luggage to the side and ran over to Uncle Fu. He whispered into Uncle Fu's ear, Uncle Fu, from now on, I'm young Master Qin's personal attendant. Don't slip up. Uncle Fu was completely unsurprised. He didn't have to ask any further questions, and nodded slightly. Clearly, Uncle Fu was used to Qin Feng changing his identity to pick up girls. Young Master Qin's personal attendant and this beautiful miss, please get into the car. Young Master Qin is already waiting for you at the villa of the Qin Manor. Uncle Fu quickly fell into his role and invited the two into the car. Big Brother Chong, hurry and look. That chick is too hot. Qin Feng and Su Ruoro had just gotten onto the car when a crowd of good-for-nothings got excited. It was the first time they'd seen a pure beauty like Su Ruoro, and they helplessly wait her get into a car and drive away. The man sitting in the middle of the group of squatting good-for-nothings had an earring and dyed yellow hair. He was the boss of the group. He threw his cigarette to the ground and replayed the previous scene in his mind. He stood. What a pity, we saw the little lady move out of this place in someone else's big Mercedes-Benz. I'm afraid she's gotten a sugar daddy. If we squatted in this area a couple of days ago, then we would have been able to taste her. Big Brother Chong, I remember the Benz's license plate. If we call around, we'll know who took her in. Then we'll squat at their doorstep and grab her so we can all spend some time with her. All the good-for-nothings beside Wang Chong snickered with glee and their eyes gleamed. Wang Chong slapped their heads and lectured. Fuck, I brought you all here to do proper things. We still have 3 of our 10 assignments to complete this month. You guys keep an eye out. If there's a chance to make a move, then don't hesitate. If the month ends and the assignments are unfinished, we'll all be killed by the Li family. Once they brought up the assignments, all of them became serious and nodded their heads. Big Brother Chong, don't worry, we came to Acropolis from Yunhai City, and we even chose a poor district like this. If we see the person here, no one would care. Tonight we'll bring back 3 people. It was the first time Su Ruoro sat in such a fancy sedan. After getting into the car, she gripped onto Qin Feng's arm. Her pretty eyes curiously examined the inside of the car. Ruoro, don't be afraid. You're a member of the Qin Manor now. Your social standing has risen. Qin Feng patted Su Ruoro's lovely white thigh. It looked like he was comforting her, but he was actually feeling the smoothness of her leg. Yes, thank you, Qin Feng. I'm still a little scared. From today onwards, Su Ruoro couldn't return to the place she rented, so she really had nowhere to go. Her life was in Qin Feng's hands. She unknowingly scooted closer to Qin Feng and her grip tightened around his arm. Haha, there's nothing to be afraid of. Young Master Qin is a great person. Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Su Ruoro's fragrant shoulder, and the hand on her thigh slid a bit upwards. But I heard rumors that young Master Qin was base and perverted. He relies on his rich father and spends his days idly. He doesn't have a real job and I is the epitome of human trash. Su Ruoro repeated the gossip she heard. After she finished saying all this, she was even more afraid. She suddenly felt as though she was walking into a wolf's den. She scooted closer to Qin Feng. Qin Feng jumped as if he was electrocuted. He protested with dissatisfaction. Who said that? They're all baselessly making crap up. Once I see them, I'll kill them. When Su Ruoro saw how agitated Qin Feng suddenly became, she looked at him in astonishment. Why are you so agitated? I'm not even talking about you. Was what I said wrong? Ahem. I'm young Master Qin's personal attendant and I'm defending him from these unjust rumors. Qin Feng realized that he almost exposed his identity and hurriedly explained himself. Then what kind of person is young Master Qin actually? Su Ruoro looked at Qin Feng in anticipation. As young Master Qin's housekeeper, he was going to be in charge of her life in the days ahead. Su Ruoro had to get all this information in order first. Qin Feng cleared his throat and suddenly sat up straight. He looked at Su Ruoro with a serious expression. Ruoro, as young Master Qin's personal attendant, I grew up with him. I'm the one most qualified to speak in regards to young Master Qin's personality and character. The young Master Qin in my eyes is as follows. When he was small, he was an excellent student, had excellent character, and loved to help people. In his teens, he was a multi-talented and well-read scholar who thrived on the Confucian classics. And the current young Master Qin is kind and understanding, respects his elders, doesn't depend on his family's power and influence, and lives an independent youth in the outside world where he has to fend for himself. This is the young Master Qin in my eyes. Qin Feng's speech brimmed with passion and sincerity. Sururo was moved and began to rethink the misconceptions she had of young Master Qin. Uncle Fu, who was driving the car, pressed his lips together. His hands shook and he almost flipped the car over. Uncle Fu was a man with a history. He experienced a lot, but Qin Feng's shameless words tore apart his unchanging calmness. He glanced at the enamored Sururo through his rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh internally. Yet another innocent beauty falls into the abyss. Qin Feng, is that true? So young Master Qin is that kind of person. Sururo was a little moved. She suddenly wasn't that afraid of young Master Qin anymore. Qin Feng knitted his brows and shook his head in contemplation. He gazed forward absent-mindedly and said, "You're wrong. Young Master Qin's depth cannot be measured. It's not something normal people like us can comprehend. All that I mentioned was only the tip of the iceberg that is young Master Qin. He's mysterious and elusive. That's right, he could probably be described as a god. That would be more accurate." Zay. Wow, so young Master Qin is a man of unknown depth. Sururo's eyes shined. A godlike man. That was something to look forward to. Ahem. Uncle Fu couldn't listen to another word. He was still driving, and for the safety of Qin Feng and Sururo, he had to interrupt Qin Feng. Young Master Qin's personal attendant will soon be arriving at the Qin Manor. Please don't deliberate this godlike man. If he heard, he would not be happy. Shay. Even Uncle Fu was beginning to complain. Qin Feng awkwardly screwed his head. Right, young Master Qin is a god. He must be able to sense that we're talking about him behind his back. I'll stop. For the rest of the way to the Qin Manor, Uncle Fu's expression was stormy. He drove the car to the villa and immediately got out of the car to help with the luggage. He had a lasting impression of young Master Qin's bluffing abilities. Wow. Qin Feng, this place is huge. Why you live here? Sururo couldn't close her mouth as she stared in awe at the castle-like Qin Manor. It was her first time seeing something like this in real life. Prior to this, she had only seen places like this on television. Now that she was here, it felt like she was in a dream. Yup. And you'll also be living here every day from here on out. I just told Uncle Fu that you'll be living on the 3rd floor of the largest villa. The room is spacious and open, I'm sure you'll like it. Whether or not Sururo liked it, Qin Feng would like it for sure. After all, he put Sururo in the room across from his. This room was great, but it didn't have its own restroom. If one wanted to shower, they would have to go to the communal bathroom on the 3rd floor. Qin Feng thought about it and cackled evilly. Qin Feng, I haven't even seen young Master Qin. He won't blame you for acting on your own, will he? Sururo was a little worried. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Time for a raise. Since he knew that Qin Feng put on an act to trick a beauty, Uncle Fu returned to the road and organized things with Xiao Bai. At this time, a young man dressed in expensive clothing with an aura that one could neglect weighed Qin Feng and Sururo and walked towards them. Once he got in front of Qin Feng, he quickly bowed. Qin Feng, you're back. Xiao Bai was about to call him young Master Qin, but he suddenly remembered that he was supposed to be the young master, so he quickly changed what he was going to say. He felt as though they were acting in a play called Real or Fake Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, let me introduce someone to you. This is Sururo. She's here to be hired as your housekeeper. Are you satisfied with her? Qin Feng patted Xiao Bai's shoulder and put on the airs of an instructor. Xiao Bai immediately nodded. Satisfied, I'm very satisfied. Sururo stood behind Qin Feng the whole time. She was a bit shy and stole a peek at Xiao Bai. She agreed that he wasn't the hedonistic young master he was portrayed to be by outsiders. He didn't even have the aura of a young master. Conversely, he seemed to be someone that depended on himself. Hello, why young Master Qin? Sururo mustered the courage to greet him. Xiao Bai was shocked, but all of the people in the Qin Manor knew Qin Feng's personality well. From a glance, Xiao Bai could tell that Qin Feng was courting a woman, so he immediately responded, Hello, you're great. Rest assured, why you can stay in the Qin Manor from now on. Okay. Sururo nodded lightly. She found that this young Master Qin seemed to have had a weak and soft personality much like herself. Qin Feng felt that the act went on for long enough. If it continued, they'd surely expose the truth. He was about to send Xiaobai away when two shadows walked towards them. Qin Feng's expression immediately changed. The people walking over were Qin Huang and Han Ying. Fenger, what are you doing standing here by the door? Oh, this is... Qin Huang came beside Qin Feng and looked at Su Ruro. He thought she looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen her. Su Ruro was shocked. Qin Huang was the boss of Royal Group. Seeing him so suddenly made Su Ruro so flustered that she forgot to greet him. Xiaobai turned as white as a sheet. Qin Feng forced him to pretend to be young Master Qin, but Qin Huang did not know. Now that Chairman Qin was here, Xiaobai wanted to beat the farewell drums. Seeing that Qin Feng was giving him looks, he couldn't pretend not to see them, so he gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "Dad, this is Su Ruro." Qin Huang took a step back when Xiaobai called him Dad. He thought he was hearing things, so he looked at the group before him. He noticed that Qin Feng and Su Ruro appeared unfazed. He screwed his head in confusion and wondered if he had teleported to an alternate universe. When he saw Han Ying's surprised expression, he asked, "Ying, did I hear wrong?" Han Ying was also confused. Why would Xiaobai, the bodyguard of the Qin manor, call Qin Huang Dad? When she saw how calm Qin Feng and Su Ruro were, she began to understand. "Dad, Su Ruro is here to be hired as my housekeeper." Xiaobai didn't wait for Han Ying's response and cut in. He already saw Qin Huang's expression darken and thought that if he said this, Boss Qin would understand. After hearing this, Qin Huang really did understand immediately. His face contorted and he looked as though he wanted to throttle Qin Feng to death. After suppressing his anger for a long time, he glared at Qin Feng, threw down a line and walked away. "You're not looking to improve yourself at all." Zhe. Han Ying's pretty light blue eyes flashed with a smile. She looked curiously at Qin Feng and Su Ruro before following Qin Huang away. Once he saw the two walk far away, Xiaobai looked like he lost his soul. He sat down on the lawn and released the breath he was holding. "Qin Feng, is young Master Qin sitting on the ground?" Su Ruro looked at Xiaobai and asked with confusion. "Oh, young Master Qin likes to be close to nature and loves animals. He likes to spill his heart out to the grass and flowers." Qin Feng randomly made up an excuse. "No way." Su Ruro was shocked. Then she really saw young Master Qin lower his head towards the ground to whisper the things on his mind to the grass. "Little Greenie, I've been busy these past couple of days so I couldn't come play with you. You're not mad, right? You grew a lot in the few days that I haven't seen you. And you smell much fresher." Seeing this, Su Ruro felt a chill sweep over her. Qin Feng thought to himself that it was time to give Xiaobai a raise. This show was acted quite well. Next, Qin Feng brought Su Ruro to her room. Uncle Fu already brought her things inside the house. The room had all the daily necessities and she only needed to organize it a bit. After helping Su Ruro organize the room, the two were sweating from head to toe. Su Ruro shyly looked at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, it seems that my room doesn't have a shower. Where would I take a bath?" Qin Feng laughed and pulled Su Ruro to the shared bathroom on the third floor. "You can shower here in the future. It's a big place, you can wash however you like. 2 people can even wash in here." Qin Feng's words had a deeper meaning, and Su Ruro turned pink. She lowered her head and wouldn't look at Qin Feng. "Okay, then I'll go get some new clothes and I'll shower first." Su Ruro went back to her room and quickly found a change of clothes. She went into the bathroom and prepared to shower. There were 2 sides to the shared bathroom on the 3rd floor. The middle was separated by a frosted glass. When he saw Su Ruro's shadow walk into one of the bathrooms, Qin Feng smiled and walked into the other. Soon, one could see a shadow removing its clothes on the other side of the frosted glass. Though one couldn't see very clearly through the glass, one could see the shape of a body. This one was a perfect one with curves in all the right places. Hualala! The sound of water flowed out. Qin Feng knew Su Ruro was already showering when he took off his clothes and also turned on the showerhead. He laughingly said, "Ruro, is it you showering there?" Su Ruro was washing happily when Qin Feng's voice came from next to her. She was so shocked she almost fell. After a while she weakly replied, "Qin Feng, is that you?" "Yeah, it's me." What a coincidence, I didn't think you'd also be showering. Hearing this, Su Ruo's expression became stormy. A coincidence? Qin Feng clearly did this on purpose. Ruo, you can't reach your back on your own. Want me to help you? Since Su Ruo was not speaking, Qin Feng laughingly teased her. Su Ruo was so shocked that she wanted to put her clothes on. She said, Don't come over. Okay. Then you come here and scrub my back. The other side went quiet and he assumed Su Ruo was internally cursing at Qin Feng. After half a minute, Su Ruo screamed, opened the bathroom door and ran into Qin Feng's side of the bathroom. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.